Hey now, everyone. Happy Sunday. Hope you're all doing well. Today, we're joined by Nate the lawyer and Kurt, also known as Uncivil Law. How you guys doing?
Stop.
I'm doing well, doing well.
That's great. And I'm sure everyone's glad to see you up and around, Nate, after your scare. Now you're doing well.
Yeah, no. I am doing well. It has good days and bad days, but
Hmm.
the amount of support from the community was amazing. It just was it was overwhelming. But Kurt was there riding the waves with me, right? It was insane. It was
Yeah.
insane.
And I hope you're doing well too, Kurt, because I assume no one asked you that. You're on stream with Nate.
Doing all right. I have been doing powerlifting in the gym. I recently hit 1,000 pounds on my big three lifts, so that was nice.
Wow, look at that. I gotta
So I got
catch
that
up.
going for me.
Okay.
For those who don't know, Nate had brain surgery recently.
Yeah.
And I don't know if your community knew about this. I saw on Twitter you posted, "Hey, I'm going into brain surgery now," and I was like, "Holy shit!" Did you when did you find out about this? How long did you know before?
About 2 days before that.
That's like a life altering thing. Like you're working on the videos for Friday, and you're like, "Oh shit, I got brain surgery now."
Yeah, no, it was because it started out with like some fainting spells, then went to first like the emergency room, and then the emergency room was like, we got to send you to like a real hospital because you got a major problem. And then so it's like the escalation just kind of jumped from one
Holy
little
shit!
spot to one little spot to one little spot.
So you
And then
just
it was
went to
like,
you just went to the doctor, and basically they were like checked you in.
yeah, so it started that morning. We went to like here we have the docs in a box. I don't know if you're in like the Northeast, you don't have this, but these are just like those those like urgent care centers here.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so we have those. So if you're not feeling well, you get like a broken wrist or something, you go there and you get patched up. It's like the first aid spot. So we went there, and the doctor was like, well, I want to send you to the next level up, and that's the emergency rooms that they have here. So again, private company emergency room, you go there. They gave me a CT scan, and that scan showed like a massive tumor. And that's when like all the bells started ringing. You can't even go home. You can't drive. You can't do anything. We gotta take you from here because right now you have a life-threatening issue. So the doctors told us it was golf ball size. And then we actually saw the picture of it. And I remember Kurt's like, this isn't a golf ball size tumor, bro.
That's the biggest golf ball I've ever seen. Wow. Wow. So that's staring your mortality in the face pretty quick. But look, how long ago did you have the surgery? You snapped back pretty quickly
Um,
here.
Well, I'm still suffering a lot of that still ill effects because the medication and stuff, and I still have some physical issues that they said should resolve in about 6 months to a year because they had to take it was a big chunk. So it was in November, and so from November I had they said it should take about 6 months just to get back cognitively to where I was at before, even better. And then I have like a 12-month recovery window. So hopefully by next year I should be okay.
Well, good thing you're smarter than most people, so you can lose a little bit. You're like, you can dial it back a little bit. You can be
Uh,
here with us mortals. It'll be great.
no,
Well, no, this is only making him smarter because all that mass was pushing on his brain, right?
Oh,
And so
yeah.
now that doesn't have it's pushing on his brain, this means he's only going to become smarter. So he's elevating. And now none
What?
of us are going to keep up.
Well, I watched your guys' coverage on the Alex Pretti shooting, so I think we want to talk about that. I
Yeah.
think Sitch has some other questions too. Sitch, what did
Well,
you
the
want to
Don,
talk
all
about?
the Don Lemon stuff, but where do you want to start? Can start with Don Lemon
We
or
we
Alex
could start
Brady?
with Don Lemon. Sure.
Okay.
Everyone's fascinated. We get to call Don Lemon a felon pretty soon here, right, Nate?
well, so at the beginning, when I first saw it, I was like, all right, you can make probable cause for Don Lemon.
Hmm.
And then obviously, I'm the type of person where the more information I get, then I'm able to change my mind. The information I have at the time, I make a decision, but more information came in specifically on why the judge kind of denied probable cause in the Don Lemon case, why the judge didn't sign it. And essentially, to have a criminal conspiracy, you need three things. You need the agreement, you need the specific intent, and you need like the overt act. I had to do something to help you out to achieve that goal. Don Lemon, throughout that video, kept saying he wasn't with the group. He was just he was going there to do journalism, to go do reporting. When he was in the church, he made it very clear he wasn't with the group. He wasn't there to protest. He was there to cover the protest. And afterwards, he said, it was consistent all the way through. Now, at various points, he did say things like "we" and "us" and that type of thing. And he did have foreknowledge of the events. But at the end of the day, I don't think he achieved the evidence that's been provided. Didn't seem that he achieved that agreement. He agreed to go cover a protest. He didn't agree to become part of the protest. And a lot of people are using the fact that he had foreknowledge of the events to say that he was actually guilty of it. But that's just like any other reporter having a lead, right? Any other reporter having getting exclusive deal. Yeah, hey, I'm going to be here, do this. You got to know where to go so you can cover the event for the press. So I know Uncivil is going to talk about the other elements like the overt act and things of that nature. But I think just off of that alone, I think if the struggle here is we don't really want to lock up journalists on close calls, right? We want it to be clear and unambiguous. And I think this is too dirty or too dusty to really make a call either way. So I would err on the side of protecting the First Amendment and say, you need to just drop this rather than try to extend it to a Don Lemon in this situation.
Kurt, you want to weigh in before Sitch responds?
No, I agree, right? We're looking for something Don Lemon did that's illegal. And that's the key. So his mere presence obviously isn't illegal because there's lots of people that are present, namely the churchgoers. So just because he's there doesn't do it. Just because he's aware of it doesn't do it. He needs to do something to further the goals of the conspiracy, of the illegal acts. And if he's just a fly on the wall documenting, then that's not the same thing. So if you take it to the extreme example, because people keep asking, it's like, well, what about a bank robbery? Yes, even in a bank robbery. So if Don Lemon had been aware that the people were going to commit a bank robbery and he was just documenting and nothing more, right? That doesn't mean that he's doing anything to facilitate or further the bank robbery. He's just observing and reporting on it, and that's not the same thing. So I haven't been able to find any specific acts from Lemon that were either illegal in itself, well, at least under federal law. State law trespassing, sure, but under federal law, I can't find it. Or that manifested an intent to join a conspiracy or further its aims. So I wish I could find a way to prosecute Lemon, but I can't find it right now.
So, like when most people talk about this, they bring up that before the protest, Don Lemon explicitly would be like, "Oh, don't give up the location." And he would do things to try to protect, I guess, the surprise of where the protesters were going to show up. Is that matter in this case?
Well, I think Kurt backed me up here. That's essentially foreknowledge, right? And foreknowledge, the courts have said, is just not enough. You have no obligation to rat out your friends, or you have no obligation to tell someone that someone else is going to do a crime. There's a famous case out of Las Vegas that me and Kurt used to mention, where there happened to be two guys are in a casino. They go into a bathroom, and there's a young woman in there, and one of the guys grabs the woman by the neck, and the friend says, "I looked in his eyes, and he looked like he's about to do something bad." So the friend walked out of the casino, walked out of the bathroom, walked out of the casino, didn't tell anybody anything, went home, and that was the end of the day. Next thing you know, dead bodies in the bathroom. They arrest the guy. They tried to arrest the friend too, but the DA was even said if the friend would have at least held open the door, we could say that he was a conspirator, because that would have furthered the aims. But for the fact that he just walked out, he owed that woman no duty. The law doesn't demand that he call the police. So, that's his right to do. It would have been a great thing. It would have been a moral thing, but he has no right, or the state can't force him to make that call. So that's the same thing in this case. I think.
Well, I'll correct slightly. It's like there was no law that required him to make that report at the time. Now, since then, they've made a law that would require him to report. But even under that situation, he would be only guilty of the failure to report. So that would be the crime, the failure to report. I don't know what the penalty for that is, but it still wouldn't make him a conspirator or accessory to the bad stuff. It would make him failure to report being the crime. So even under laws amended, it wouldn't get you to the end of the page.
Right. But it would be like I understand that Don Lemon, he doesn't have to like, they tell him, oh, we're going to go do this protest, and he doesn't have to tell the police or anyone that they're going to do it. But is it different if when he's interviewing them and he's talking about it on stream, he specifically says, hey, make sure you don't tell people on stream the location because you'll give it away? Is that kind of elevated to he's actually protecting their interest or their location?
Well,
I,
it's just like when you see Vox and they do those ride-alongs with the cocaine guys, and they're
Mm-hmm.
in Mexico, and they're these farms and they're doing these human trafficking things. They got to know the location. They got to know the times these things are going to happen. They got to know where they're going to go. Right? They have all that knowledge, but that doesn't make them co-conspirators because they're not trying to advance the goals of the whole thing. So people, unless Don Lemon was saying, if you have him in your chan protesting, you got him.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's in there with a camera in his face and interviewing people and explicitly telling people that he is not part of the group, he's just covering that protest, you can put the reporter, any reporter in these situations, because it'll essentially be like them having an exclusive. Hey, can I get this exclusive information that you're going to do this protest here? And I don't think anybody would find that to be illegal because you had that foreknowledge. But again, if he was to participate in some way, then I
Mm-hmm.
think you crossed the line. And I think right now you just don't have that.
So just to hone in very, very specifically. So you don't think there's a difference between having the foreknowledge, not telling anyone, and explicitly on camera, repeatedly telling the participants of the protest to not give away the location. Like that's the same action. You don't think that's different at all?
Well, I think the legal analysis would be if so you're saying the fact that he's saying, I know where it's at, we all know where it's at, but I don't want to reveal it to the general public.
And I
That
don't
in
want
some way
you, participant, to reveal it to the public either.
to the general public. So in other words,
Yeah.
you're saying he's instructing the other participants not to reveal it to the
Right.
public.
Right.
well,
I still think
if he's merely saying there's something I don't want to know, right? It's like, don't tell me this information because I don't want to know. It's like, yeah, I don't think that does it.
but I would also even go as far as to say, I think reporters do this all the time with exclusive deals, right? You're
Mhm.
telling me
Yeah.
something. I want to have the exclusive right to film it. So yeah, don't tell anybody where it's going to be at because if you do, everybody's going to show up and I'm not going to have this exclusive. So I don't like just because he wants to limit the access to the information. I don't think that in some way says that he's trying to advance the conspiracy, because also letting out the location also has a negative effect of also letting the authorities know, right? Hey, now we know where they're going. So
Right.
I think it kind of cuts both ways in that sense.
Well, I'm
Okay.
assuming they went through like their emails and stuff like that, since they have probable
Maybe
cause.
then that could be information we don't have. So there
You see
could
this-
be text messages, emails, witnesses who can provide information that is not readily apparent to us on video.
So what?
So
what
if that
would
was
be
the case, that'd
what
be
would the
great.
smoking? Yeah, what would the smoking gun be if they had some piece of evidence, be it via email or text message or some sort of communication?
Yeah, like you would be looking for some language where Don Lemon is one of the participants. He's trying to advance the cause. There's is a reason why. Like if you have Don Lemon says, yeah, when I get inside there, I'm going to be screaming no justice, no peace too. I'm going to be like no, but if that was to happen, then that shows me he's not then just there as a journalist. He's there as a participant, and his plan was to go in there. So that's what you're looking for. But
Okay.
if he
suggested the venue, steps of
let's go to
action,
experts.
led people in Channing, gave them instruction, facilitated, funded it, drove them there. That'd be great.
It's exclusivity of the deal, because obviously they wanted, somebody gave him a call. Hey, we're going to do this. He wanted the exclusive little end to film it and stuff like that to get some traction on his channel. TMZ does that all the time. They buy stories to get these exclusives. Don't tell anybody else. Let me break the story first. And, that's just the nature of journalism. But, our Lord demands more. It demands that he intended to go in that church. Well, I'll ask you this way. The judge essentially makes this point. Did Don Lemon go into that church to document a protest, or did he go into that church to protest? And I think all the evidence points to him going into that church to document a protest. And if that's true, then you don't have one a conspiracy. You could have probable cause to maybe indict for a conspiracy, but you don't have the conspiracy.
Mhm.
I think they probably have something. But Sitch, you want to talk about the snow in the car situation?
Yeah, I don't know. Is it better to just show it or to reveal it? Do you did you
Well,
give them the
I
watch
didn't give
together
them
link?
the watch together link, but I can
Okay.
send it to them.
Yeah, some people in chat said Lemon was participating in the chant. You see, I haven't seen that on video. So if Lemon was participating, that'd be great. But I haven't seen it. So I don't know if anyone can direct me to a specific video or a specific timestamp where you can show that Lemon was actually participating in the chanting. That would be helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that.
I don't remember that. I know before the protest, he was bringing up that some guy at Starbucks recognized him, and they're like, they wrote on the cup like "Go crush ice" or something to that effect. Um, so I guess it doesn't matter if the questions that he's asking are very pointed, obviously pointed. That's too vague. That's too nebulous to be like, oh, you're a participant.
It really all depends on how much constraint do you want to place on the First Amendment.
Yeah, if you guys in chat think he was, this should be easy. Just do this for me. Just give me the name of the video on YouTube so I can look it up exactly, and just give me the timestamp that shows him participating in the chatting. I'll be happy to watch it.
Well,
I'll be like, okay, then I'll look it and I'll tell you if that changes it.
I put a link to the
great.
watch together. We have a watch together set up. If you click on the link, you can
Yeah.
join the watch together.
Help
and
me.
I think Sitch does have some videos and some clips that he's put together. I saw a clip on Megyn Kelly's show where she put some clips together that seem actually pretty damning. So
Okay, that
I guess we should have done the watch together before we began the show. Sitch, I didn't realize we were going to do watch together. So
okay, got it.
It's okay. It's quick.
You know, I'm always happy to change my mind. If there's something I missed, always
Well,
happy
let's
to
see
take
it.
another look.
We're
Yeah.
watching
You know,
together.
give me more facts.
Okay.
More facts
I
are
have
good.
like
Yeah,
I'm curious. So I have like the first 3 minutes and 3 seconds are like the various times he talks about it before the protest, and we'll see if we think that changes anything. And then after that, there's something kind of interesting that I haven't really heard anyone else bring up that I'm curious if it matters legally to any of this analysis.
Okay.
I see one of you guys in the watch together. I don't know.
now chat's saying, why are you so focused on chanting? Because it was chat's specific claim. That's why I was focused on it. Chat said specifically he was chanting. They made a positive claim. And then I'm like, okay, show me evidence of that positive claim. And now chat's like, why are you so focused on it? Because I wanted to see evidence.
Hold on. Go to if you go to the chat. I mean, go to the
You guys are killing me.
Yeah.
Go to the chat. Yeah. Go to the chat.
Kurt,
for watch
are you
together.
in the watch together?
Can you hear us, Kurt?
Oh, I don't know what the watch is. I don't know how to get access to this. How do I do this?
And should be in the
In Zoom,
DMs.
I put in the Zoom. There's a chat.
Zoom chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was that thing. Fine. All right. No
That's
problem.
okay.
Yeah, we can do that. All right. That's fine.
Don't let chat get under your skin, Kurt. Okay, they're always coming after me. When they come after me, I pin their chats so they know that I'm just
Why are you trying to hold us accountable for the very claim we literally said? Okay.
Well, look, that's
well,
a standard in chat, isn't it? I mean, come on. Nobody wants to be held accountable.
Okay.
Yeah, Lord.
We're all in here now, I think.
Yeah. Okay. And if you guys want to pause anytime, just click it.
All right.
When we first pulled up, we were like, wait a minute, which operation are we at? And as it turns out, because we were like, well, this is kind of MAGA coded, right? Saw the American flag or whatever, but these are resistance protesters. They're planning an operation that we're going to follow them on. I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but it's called Operation Pull Up. And it's Takima Armstrong, and she has been doing this since George Floyd, Dante Wright, and others, where they surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here. And then after we do this operation, you'll see it live. And these operations are surprise operations. Again, can't tell you where they're going and where we're gathered right now. So I don't want to get, because they are strategizing, I don't want to get too much of their information in there. But again, you see people from all walks. Yeah. So, yeah.
Guilty.
No, standing back so he doesn't pick it up is not. No.
Mm-hmm.
That's
What?
not it.
You guys are doing this wrong. Come on, go with your gut.
That's not it, Chief.
Anyways, can I talk to you for a second, sir? How are you? Just without giving away what the operation is. Why are you out here?
I'm here to support our community activists. I'm currently a candidate for Minnesota State Senate, District 65.
So,
How's he going to run that from jail?
they're getting the operation together again. This is an operation that is secret, that they invited folks out. Can't tell you what is going to happen, but you're going to watch it live unfold here on the Don Lemon Show. That is what I could say. I turned our camera off of them because they're giving some critical information here. But there we go. Everybody's ready to go. We're on. We're not saying what it is, what's going on, but thank you. Tell us why you're doing this.
So
This is Nakima, Levy Armstrong. She's on the show.
Yeah,
Lily
I love this statement from Nakima so much because she's a lawyer and she's now just about to spell out her intent in such clear language. I find it hilarious. It's like, what are you here to do? Let me tell you exactly what my goal, mission, and purpose is in excruciating detail. However, will we prove her intent? I find this hilarious.
I know. And it's so illegal, too. Everything she lays out.
Yeah.
We're going to disrupt.
I do think I cut out her statement because I was only focused on Don Lemon.
Yeah, well, she says, me and my friends together are going to roll up in a clandestine way without letting them know,
I know.
for the purpose and goal of disrupting their business and interfering with their normal operations. This is
Right.
our mission and intent. I was like, man, you couldn't make it this easier if I tried, man.
She wrote the indictment for him.
Yeah, really.
Okay, so we're gonna go to the operation again. We're not gonna give any of the information away. But as Nakima said, this is a clandestine operation, and then we can tell you what's gonna happen afterward. Where's this phone? There you go.
Are you headed to the location?
Okay.
What's the address?
No, I do want to say this is all foreknowledge. I agree. He knows where they're going. He may even know what they're about to do. So he's got all foreknowledge. But now, because the quibble here is does his agreement, is he agreeing to go to the church to protest, or is he agreeing to go to the church to cover a protest?
Right.
But
We can't say too much.
But-
We don't want to give it up. I think maybe if you just have it on the church, but if they see me, they're gonna know. No?
I don't. It just depends.
What?
Don't name the location.
I'm not naming the location, but I mean,
I mean,
I'm just wondering if
at
you
some
see
point-
me,
I mean,
the
but
folks inside see me.
Are the congregants really on live instead of in service right now?
No, but they'll be like, "Why is Don Lemon here?"
Sunday morning.
Sunday morning church.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see.
They'd be like, he's. Well, what?
All of them are quietly trying to say, Don, you're not that famous. You're really not that famous.
Well, see, but now Don Lemon is going to give the guy who's driving is part of the protest. He's not part of Don Lemon's crew.
True.
And now Don
Okay.
Lemon is going to give him crap for saying church. He just shoved him. And he's like, "Oh, you said church."
Oh, holy shit.
It's Sunday, and we already said the church.
No, we didn't.
Yes, you said it.
No, I didn't.
No,
I did not.
We were saying that church is going on during Sunday.
Okay, that's what we said.
Whatever.
Look, he's so disappointed that he messed up.
Well, that is funny too, because Don Lemon did say church first, but then he kind
Yeah.
of gaslit him and was like, "I didn't say church."
Oh, he didn't? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
That's for me to go inside so I can tell what happened. And then that's what I'm going to do. And can you just keep
what
it
if you
trained on there?
You should take. We could. You should,
I'm going to take this off.
we could swap hats too.
I have it. I
Brandon,
got it.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Seatbelts, everybody. Let's go. All right. So we're going.
So wait, so is swapping hats like to hide your identity? Does that change anything?
I don't think so.
No.
Okay, so
Because
Mhm.
again, the issue for us isn't the foreknowledge that you've just
Right.
shown, right? Isn't the fact that he's trying to keep his exclusive thing. It's whether he's going is because it's intense and very specific intent. If his intent is to go in there and protest and disrupt, you got him. Everybody else you got. But if his
Mhm.
intent is there to cover that protest, which I've mentioned before, then you don't have anything because that's what you need. That's critical to this analysis. And right now, I do see all of this, but this is a reporter or a journalist trying to keep the exclusivity of their exclusive coverage of this particular event.
I see. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Because yeah, he definitely would or could make that argument. So, but if he helps them, even if he doesn't participate in the protest, but if he helps them facilitate it in any way, is that gonna get him?
Well, Kurt, I don't know if Kurt with
Yeah.
with the open the door. Let's say if Donovan goes to the church door and holds the door open and lets the protesters in.
Oh my God.
That might
You
be
got
it.
him.
That might do
You
it.
got him.
That might do
You
Okay.
it.
got him.
Okay,
Anything,
so
anything that aids, facilitates, promotes, anything that enables it or allows them to do it. If he had driven them there, opens the door for them, participate in the chanting, you're looking for things that furthers the goals of the criminal purpose.
If he shared that they were going to do this with his network of people and gathered people to make the
That'd do
protest
it.
bigger.
Yeah, if he
Yeah.
did that, that'd do it.
Okay.
There you go.
okay, so I'm curious if what Don Lemon's about to do is going to rise to the aiding here. Because I haven't seen anyone talk about this.
Let's go. All right, so we're going. Uh-oh, look, somebody got stuck in the snow. Should we go help him? All right, I'm gonna go help him push.
Should we help? Okay, I'm gonna slide over there real quick. Hold on.
Can we push him with the front of our car? And that's a Jeep. You got a Jeep on a snow mound. Let's go help him. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna help him. I don't know if we should push him. Let's see.
What are you gonna do?
I'll go over there and see if I can help. All right.
What are you gonna do, Don? Please screw up. Please screw up. I beg you. Fuck this up.
You gotta push backwards or forwards?
I got a shovel. You got a shovel?
We're gonna go backwards or forwards?
I'm trying to get.
Was this person in a Jeep one of the protesters?
Yes.
It is actually the guy he interviewed right in the beginning who said he was running for office.
Oh man, I really hope it. I really hope this goes somewhere.
So you would think a four-wheel drive Jeep
Yeah.
is gonna get stuck.
Do you have it in four-wheel drive?
Yeah, it's a four-wheel drive.
Are you sure?
Please
This is my
help.
car.
Oh, okay.
Please do something to help.
I used to have one of these. It makes a big difference. This is the perils of working in this kind of weather. All right, we're going forward, right?
Do it. Do it.
There we go. Ooh. Back up, back up, back up.
Watch out, watch out.
She's got a rocket. She's got a rocket. Yeah. Oh, it's stuck. She's stuck on that mound right there.
So
You
is
got
that enough?
beached.
I saw hands on the vehicle there. I saw him give it a push.
Ooh, maybe. Maybe.
Getting closer.
Yeah, she's stuck on that mound. That's not gonna come off. That's not coming off.
I wish there's a little bit
stuck
more.
on the mound.
You know, I'll say this 50-50, because we're looking at this 50-50, right? I'll even give you 50-50. 50-50 gets you to the game, but it doesn't win you the prize, because
Right,
the prize is
right.
still beyond a reasonable doubt. So even looking at this, if you say, yeah, it is, can be, cannot be, you got one hand on the car, they're not gonna slice it that thin.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's just like I wish it was a little bit more. I wish he was like really leaning into it or shoveling out the snow or something. Yeah, the
Shoveling out the snow,
the
something like
little
that, yeah.
hand tap. I don't know, man. That's kind of a little thin. I wish there's a little more.
Mhm.
This is what happens. So we're showing all of it.
Don, I love your work.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
name's Mark.
You're on right now, just so you know. But so don't give anything
All right.
away. No. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, it's stuck on this mound. You got to rock it.
Should have got yourself a Subaru, I guess.
Watch your hands. Watch your hand. Look out. Look out. Look out. Look out. Look out. Get out of the way. Get out of the way.
You have to go backwards. It's already on the top of the snow right there. You have to go backwards.
Backwards?
Yeah.
Yeah, back. Go backwards.
I go backwards?
Yeah.
All right. Gotta go back and forth. Momentum.
Is this more of the same Sitch or?
I don't remember if he. Well, someone knocks it. I don't know whose car it is that pushes it eventually over the thing, though.
Is Don Lemon driving?
No, but if it was his car,
Turn the wheel the other way. Turn it the other way.
I mean, he is directing them.
That's fair. That's fair. There might be a
There we
technical
go.
accessory here and there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
He is
and
directing.
he's-
He is trying to help them by directing and telling them what to do. He's not being purely passive. So, yeah, that's some evidence of accessory. So this is the most promising thing we've got so far.
Oh, that's the other guy. That's not him.
Yeah, wait, hold on.
Oh, there it is. That is that his car? That's
I don't
Donovan's
know.
car,
Whose
right?
car.
All right, come
Go
on.
ahead.
Keep on going.
Go, 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 go,
Come on,
go.
you're good. Keep on going.
Keep going.
Am I touching yet?
Nope, nope. Now, there you go. Push. Yep. Boom. There we go.
Thank you.
Shovel.
Nice work. I don't know whose shovel that is.
Right there.
Nice work. All right.
Not his car.
Crazy.
It's gonna be hard for me to convict again of a
Good job.
multi-year felony conviction or for
Right.
helping
Right.
somebody out.
Yeah.
Beyond
Yeah.
a reasonable doubt. I don't
I
know.
think they got something else. I think they got some sort of text communication or whatnot
I
because
wish
they
it was. I
arrested
wish it
all
was a
those
little
other
bit more,
people.
a little bit more close to the incident itself, not
Mhm.
because it's a little tangential. I wish it was a little bit more.
Well, they're going to the location.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he knows that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I understand all that.
Like if this was, I'm just thinking like if this was the same thing and they're going to go rob a bank, right?
Yeah.
That'd look pretty bad. He's like, oh, it's helping them push the car of the snow to rob a bank.
Yeah, I think the rob a bank. I think robbing a bank, the pushing a car to help them go rob the bank. I think you may have something there, but again, this is you're still going to have to get over that pesky journalistic First Amendment protection because he's going to invoke the hell out of that, and there's a lot of evidence. And like I keep saying, it's just so close, 50-50. I think he could be arrested, but I still don't think you get a conviction.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. All right. You don't want to like just narrow a slice this, you just want to be like just on the other side of the line. And with the First Amendment issues, you want to have something that's a little bit more meaty.
Right.
So
Right.
I would like more.
Well, if they had something more, would they have included it in the indictment?
Not necessarily, although I thought the indictment was legally insufficient against Lemon. But yeah, they don't necessarily have to present everything. They just have to present probable cause. So they could have information they did not present.
Because
That's possible.
I was really shocked that they didn't include what we just saw in the indictment. Because I thought this was the strongest piece of evidence that anyone could bring against them, at least that I've seen. So
Because there's a lot of people think the law is extremely technically cut, but it's a lot more messy than people think. So it's like when you're a new attorney and you go in a court the first time, you go to those books, these cases in the court, and the court's like, what are you talking about? Was he there or not? That's simple. It's like the real world action. And I'm thinking in a real just courtroom experience, in a real courtroom, I think this doesn't play that much into the calculation.
Yeah.
I think the calculation is going to go back to the intent of the person, to what he's doing. Now, you may have an aid issue here that could go to a jury or that could go, but I think right now for this Don Lemon's thing to survive probable cause, it's got to go back to the judges who essentially just said, even the appeals court judges who essentially just said, there's no probable cause with the facts that we have at hand. They ran to a grand jury, got it indicted, but now we're going to have to go back to those same judges who didn't find probable cause. So I think if you had more, they need to put it in that indictment. But from what I read, they just did. It was beefy enough, but it could go either way. And I think 50, and I think when we're talking about the First Amendment, 50-50 is just not good enough.
If they had text messages and stuff like that, those would be in the indictment already. We'd already
Not
know.
necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah, that wouldn't be necessarily in an indictment.
They can hold things back.
But the indictment has to be able to survive probable cause on its own now.
Oh, I
Yeah.
got
If it
you.
has something like that, then you have to put it in there if you needed to establish probable cause.
And
which
if the indictment doesn't pass probable cause, they can't go amend the indictment with other
They can.
information.
Yeah,
Oh, they
of
can.
course.
Can amend it.
Okay. So they might put as little information in there as possible just to clear probable cause when they're holding like the big nuke.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
That's
the
definitely
problem
possible.
is that Don Lemon's attorneys, who are some of the best in the world, your first thing you'd go is like, okay, first thing we want is the probable cause hearing. Is there a probable cause? Well, guess who doesn't believe so? This judge, the appeals court doesn't believe there's probable cause.
Right.
But they went to a grand jury of regular citizens, and all of a sudden we got probable cause. What changed between their application here and their application here? And if
These are
nothing's gonna
activist
change-
judges.
yeah, if it doesn't change, then I think you got a loser.
Well, I want to talk a little bit about the Pretti stuff. Sitch. They only promised to stick around for an hour, so I don't want to keep them forever. So,
Sure.
is there anything more on Don Lemon?
No,
you
I
want
mean,
before we move on?
I agree in terms of like personally, I think in my heart, in my soul, in my vibe, I do think Don Lemon 100% in his mind is like, viewing
Part of the
himself as a
protest,
participant
yes.
and not just a journalist. But can that be proven? I agree. I think that'd be very difficult. And with this, which is the strongest thing I've seen, I wouldn't be surprised if a jury looks at this and that's not enough there. I do
Yeah.
agree. I think that he will skate from this, and I do think it will unfortunately help his career, and because he will use this as to martyr himself against Trump administration and all this other stuff. So, and potentially criminal. Thanks so much, Sean. Potentially criminal for $20. Says change this Alex Jones wandering around an abortion clinic just asking questions about endochrome
Oh,
and
yeah.
why these women are
Yeah.
whores who want to murder their babies.
Okay, that's a lot off topic from anything we were just discussing. So,
Yeah.
Well, that I'm assuming Alex Jones was charged for something like that. Is what he's trying to. What Sean's
because
trying to bring
this
up here.
is the FACE Act that they're trying to charge them with, but even that, because you need force, threat of force, or blocking access. And me and Uncivil, a matter of fact, I think we have the timestamp. Well, we looked at the part where he was allegedly blocking access to the church, and he's actually opening up the door.
Yeah, didn't
and letting
work.
people come out and say.
I was so excited when I read that in the indictment. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, maybe this paragraph does it. Then we went to the tape and we're like, no.
Yeah, he's
So
like,
Don Lemon
yeah,
was letting
no.
people out. He wasn't blocking access.
No, he wasn't.
No, he was.
No.
He literally was opening the door and was letting the period. The guys coming out with his hands and said, "Thank you for opening the door."
Oh,
So I'm
okay.
like, I don't know how you get, but they spun it the way they spun it. So, but we'll see because it's all going to play out in court. But I think right now, if I'm a betting man, I don't know if this survives unless they have something else. They may have some more evidence, but it doesn't look like it's going to survive.
So I'll give a quick background on Pretti just so for people who don't know what's going on with that. So Alex Pretti was an activist who was shot and killed by ICE officers. There's some videos that went viral pretty quickly. You guys both covered it. I saw you guys both believed that it was a bad shoot.
On probabilities.
Right. Okay. But just let me give the quick background, and then obviously you can jump in. We have to give the background because I have some questions. So then,
fair enough.
Then a week later, I think, or 6 days, 10 days, I'm not sure what it was. Another video surfaced of him having an interaction with ICE where he's armed and he kicks a taillight out of an ICE vehicle. An ICE officer comes out of the vehicle, tackles Alex Pretti to the ground, but they don't arrest him or anything, and they leave the scene. So this is being used to paint Alex Pretti as a kind of a violent protester, which could make a difference in the first altercation. So I think you guys, I heard you say something to the effect of, if that first altercation where he kicks the taillight out of the ICE vehicle had happened like 5 minutes before he gets shot by the ICE officers, before the deadly confrontation takes place, that would change your thinking on the deadly confrontation. Maybe it would be a good shoot in that circumstance. Do I have that right? Or Nate,
it would be informative. It would be it would at least be relevant.
Yeah,
it would be relevant. So there'd be something we'd have to factor in.
Because but so my thoughts about so let's say those cops knew he did that. I don't think that alone would be enough to kind of change the dynamics, because you would still need some type of affirmative action, further movements, things of that nature to add that element of fear. But what you do add is a little bit more color to the whole situation, in terms of that the officers may be at a little more heightened attention and may be willing to be more physical with this person because they've had these prior interactions. So that's what I mean. But the overall conclusion may not change, but I think it'll be extremely relevant the way the subject was acting before the tragic shooting.
Well, no, what if the kicking out of the taillight thing happened 5 minutes before the interaction where he's shot and killed? So this is like something they see on the scene. 5 minutes later, he's getting in their face with the girls, and then he's shot and killed. Do you still think it's a bad shoot then?
Yes.
Yeah, I still think it's a bad shoot. Let me see if he kicks out then everything else happens the same.
Yeah,
I still think you come to a bad shoot. Yeah.
Okay.
Even adding that in that such time frame, but I do think it also because it kind of cuts both ways. It cuts one way because it shows that he's violent. But then you can't just look at that in isolation. You got to then look at the other cop pushing the woman. And then when he did touch the cop again, or him and the cop had that other interaction, he was actually trying to step in between the cop who had just pushed someone else down. So he wasn't trying to assault the cop. He's actually trying to protect someone else. So I think if you just kind of lay out the dynamic like that, I think it doesn't really change whether the shooting was justified or not.
Well, in the video, in your video, Nate, you characterize the pushing of the woman in the Pretti shooting where he shot and killed as an assault, as an illegal assault. But I don't know what could have happened before that. Like if the woman spits on the officer, is it still an illegal? He's not allowed to shove her.
No,
Well,
that might be different. Yeah,
Yeah,
if he might be responding to a need to like arrest her or something. So yeah, it could change the factual pattern.
Yeah, and in the video, because I specifically wanted to show, I hope I said, is that so every time an officer uses force against a civilian, it's technically an assault, right? And some type of assault. And what makes it not an assault is because it's called justification. So in most states they have what they call justification laws. Law enforcement officers are justified in using force under this statute. Now, so an assault happens. Now, the next question is, was it justified? Now, it could be justified because she spit on him earlier. She did this. So in the video, I kept saying this assault has to be justified. If you can't justify it, then you have an assault. So if there's some information that something happened earlier, then that would justify the assault. That makes sense. But from what I saw, there wasn't anything that pointed to like this officer's assaulting this person because this person was doing this or that.
You in the video, don't you say it's an unjustified assault? But you just say that because you haven't seen anything on the video that would make it justified.
Correct. I'm saying that what I'm seeing is an unjustified assault, and if there's something to justify it, which could come out later because they have the body cam, then I can say, okay, this assault is justified because of this new information.
If something similar to the video where he kicked the taillight out happened 5 minutes before the video that went viral of the shooting, do you think the protesters would upload that part of the video?
No, I don't think they probably uploaded now.
Yeah, I don't either. That's why I don't know what happened in the first 5 minutes. And the fact that we don't see videos when you've got everyone there filming ad nauseum makes me think like, well, what happened 5 minutes before the shooting happened? So,
but also because did he have a broken rib after that first encounter?
They say he did, but I'm not sure. I didn't see the CAT scan or anything.
All right, not because I thought the reporting was that he was broken rib, because that would explain many things too. The timidness, the whole you may be laid back because at first he was filming from a distance. Like it would explain many things. You're already hurt, so you would want to stay away, especially if you got a broken rib.
Yeah.
I mean, would he have been able to resist the way he was if he had a broken rib? Like, wouldn't it have hurt when all those guys are on top of him?
Yeah, it would have been extremely painful.
I think he would have collapsed. I don't know if he would have been able to fight back. I'm skeptical of the broken rib thing until I see.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's why I asked. I wasn't sure. Right. Something I heard.
Yeah. I forgot I was going to ask about this.
Yeah. I have another question about Elon.
You asked your question.
Well, it's off topic. It's on. Denaturalization. That's really all I want to know about the Pretti.
But at the end of the day, what do you guys think about the shooting?
Well, look, we covered it, obviously, and Sitch said it was a bad shoot. I have kind of held back because I don't feel like I have enough information. I agree with both of you. It's a bad shoot if this is just an unprovoked attack on the protesters. But look, I don't know that it is. They could have spit in the guy's face, and then that would change the whole situation, right? Then it's like assaulting an officer. It's definitely arrestable. He obviously, look, I don't give him points for flair for pushing her the way that he did. That's not really standard arrest tactics, I think. You were a law enforcement officer, Nate, right? You probably saw other law enforcement officers act that way and it made you cringe.
Yes, but I would also say, too, is that what you're looking for is not the perfect officer. You're looking for what's reasonable in that moment at that time. What would a reasonable officer do? So even if, let's say, a spit in the face, maybe one push would be reasonable, but then as a second, as a third, is the fourth violent push into the thing. Is that reasonable? Like, so the reasonableness is not like something where just because you could do it once, you're always reassessing the reasonableness of the actions and see and the officer is demanded to act reasonably throughout. And that's why I think when you look at these situations, people are trying to look at moments and say this moment changes the whole analysis, not understanding that the law demands that you look at the entire situation, the totality of the circumstances, and try to fit it together more organically, more collectively, like in that way.
Kurt, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. When people are asking about like what happened a week before or even what happened a couple minutes before, you have to ask the question, how does it influence the decision to shoot or not shoot? Because when you think about totality of the circumstances that you're going to put into the totality are the circumstances that would be, for lack of a better description, relevant to the shooting itself, the decision to use deadly force. So, for example, if a person was a minute earlier, using force and throwing force and like went for a bat or something, and then there was a break, and then like a minute later he starts assaulting again, you could say, okay, he was really violent a minute ago using this kind of force, so I can therefore interpret his actions now in light of what happened a minute ago. So the exact same action by someone who's more passive, right, would not necessarily be interpreted the same way as someone who a minute ago was much more a threat, because you can use that information to inform the shoot, right? What is the nature of the threat? So the question isn't like, did he violate the law or did he do something else? The question would be, how does it lead the officer to either objectively, which would be from the point of view of some other officer, some reasonable officer, or subjectively in his own mind, based on what he actually himself knew. And actually, technically, both at the same time, because you have to have both. It's like, how would it inform his decision to shoot that would make that decision more justified? Again, like if a minute before he was swinging at me with a baseball bat, then his actions a minute later might be more readily perceivable as a deadly threat. So that's the kind of thing you're doing. You're not looking for just that he broke the law. You're looking for he did something that would increase the threat profile, that would increase the justification for my actions.
A lot of people.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. A lot of people are focusing on the fact that the other officer disarmed him. If the officer that shot saw the disarming but thought that it was the suspect pulling his weapon out, because he just sees a hand, he sees the gun coming out of the holster, and he thinks it's him pulling the gun. Does that make a difference?
Yes, it would make a huge difference, because he might be, because you don't have to be correct. You can be mistaken as long as you're reasonable. So, another scenario would be, someone pulls out a cell phone and holds it like a gun, but it's a cell phone, but you from a distance think it's a gun. So you shoot the person thinking they're pointing a gun at you when they're, just holding a cell phone as though it were a gun. So in that same scenario, like if this officer, from his point of view, an observation, saw something that would lead him to believe there was a deadly threat, and that would be reasonable. So a reasonably prudent officer could make the same mistake, and that led to a subjective fear, then yeah, he might be there. Now, of course, we can't possibly know any of that, because we can't possibly know what he subjectively saw, observed, or thought, right? So this is why I said earlier, when you were saying about, when I interrupted you to say, based on balance of probabilities, because I have never said, nor am I saying now, we're anywhere close to beyond a reasonable doubt. I just think there's enough evidence to move forward to the next step of the analysis, move forward with charges or move forward with whatever. But does he have valid defenses? Yeah, potentially, depending on what he saw, observed, thought. And then presumably he would testify to that, because no one else other than him can testify as to what he thought. He's the only possible person who could testify that. So he has to take the stand. And then it's just a question of, do you believe him on the stand or not? It's a question of credibility, like it would be for any fact question. And the jury has to figure it out. That's what they do.
Interesting.
Yeah, I do agree with Kurt in this, and I agree with Kurt in the sense that the officer doesn't have to be perfect, because I understand a lot of people want perfection from the officer in that moment. But there are a couple of things. For instance, when the gun is removed, assuming he saw it, you could also make the assumption that suspects who are armed may have other weapons. Like that may not be his only weapon. So just because you see one gun gone may make you even think that, oh, this is somebody who's a little bit more, we have to be a little bit more careful with, because they may have other weapons.
Right.
And then you could also make the argument that, hey, somebody screams gun, gun, gun. You look down and you see an empty holster, and then you hear a shot. Boom.
Yeah.
What would a reasonable officer think at that moment? So that's why I think we really have to look for right now, based on the information that I have, I'm saying I believe this shooting is not justified, and I believe there should be further investigation. But some of those other facts could present themselves that would say, okay, this shooting, even though awful, it's still lawful.
Mm-hmm. Well, I believe you said in your video you think that it's possible the shooter would be found be acting reasonable, but that the officer who started the interaction in the first place could still be held liable.
Yeah, I was using 18 USC, I think 242, deprivation of rights, the code of law. Essentially, it's an officer setting certain facts into a way that deprives you of your rights, freedom of speech, freedom of your life. In this particular instance, I actually didn't know this until I saw a second video. So the officer, I don't know if when you guys watch my video, the initial officer, the one that went crazy, that pushed her the first time and pushed the women, and then he pepper sprayed the guy. If you look at the video, he's also the person who's hitting Pretti on the head with a canister.
Right.
And then he's also, when Pretti is shot in the first volley of shots, he takes his gun out and also shoots Pretti. So two officers shot Pretti. And that was one of the officers, that officer. So what I'm saying is that if the facts and circumstances are what they look like to be now, that officer could be charged with murder. It could be charged with murder. But again, that's just if the facts kind of stay stable as they are now. I don't see how that officer gets out of a murder charge.
So that would hinge on whether he was justified in shoving the woman and pepper spraying them in the first place.
Well, I think you look at two things. I think you look at the whole event. First, you look at that as a justification, but these are factors. So some factors may not weigh as heavily. And I think the factor that's going to weigh the heaviest here is the moments of the shots, because I think you can make a really good argument that, and that's really the split in the lawyers online. The split is that you have to understand lawyer talk. So you'll see a contingent of lawyers, except Kurt. Kurt is not in this, but generally you have a contingent of lawyers who believe that the first shot came from the police officer. And that first shot would have to be justified. And they're saying shoot the guy in the back based on that angle. That shot was unjustified, making the whole shooting unjustified because of the way Peretti's angles were. So then you have another contingency of lawyers is saying, well, that first shot may have come from Peretti's own gun. When the guy removed it, that gun has a tendency to misfire. And that misfire came from that secondary gun, leading the officers to believe that Pretti was the one firing. And after the first shot went off, you see Pretti actually trying to stand up when the officers start shooting him down. So that other side saying, well, this was a horrible accident because the officers responded to what they reasonably believed was a deadly physical force threat. So those are kind of the two camps that are out there. So it really depends on what you believe. Do you believe that first shot was legit, or if you did? And then the last kind of contingency is with that third officer, the one who started the pushing, the one who started the pepper spraying. That third officer's volley of shots came after a dramatic pause. There was a pause in the incident, because the Supreme Court says, like in the Renee Good shooting, it was like 4 shots under a second. So the Supreme Court says, based on human physiology, if it's a continuous stream of shots, no breaks, they're going to treat that as one use of force. But here, there was a break. There was a clear break in the shots, and then another volley of shots. So those shots would kind of have to be justified. That would be a separate use of force. And Peretti's on the ground face down at that time. So I think there's a lot to play with. And I think that's why, number one, we haven't seen the body camera footage, because I think if that body camera footage cleared these officers, we'd see it just like we saw the Renee Good thing. That came out quick, right? Because it essentially cleared the officer. Now they got body cam footage because he's a border patrol, not ICE agent. So they got the body cam footage, and that's it. I think it's also that they open up an investigation from the Civil Rights Division about what's going on with this particular case. So there's more here, but again, without the full information, I just think I'm just calling what I'm seeing now, and right now I think the officer's in some trouble.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think if there was some exonerating footage from the officers, they would have definitely dumped it by now.
Did you guys see the guy clap at the end, which is super disturbing?
No,
Have
I
you
didn't
seen
see
that, Nate? There's like a video floating around of one of the officers at the end, like claps in this weird, like, we got him way.
Mm. Nah, I'll look at it though. I'll look at that video again. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But you know, one of the things that seem to be happening is that why is it escalating? Because there's so many factors here, but it sounds like number one, Minnesota, because Minnesota's George Floyd, right? Minnesota, it's like the Midwest, they're really rough and rugged out there.
Yeah, I think we lost uncivil law, but
Nope.
He's coming back.
he's
Yeah.
coming
Come
back. Yeah, he froze for a second there.
Or
So-
this is the Northwest, the north up there, the Michigan, Ohio. Those people, it's like these Minnesota's got a lot of problems up there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what do you mean? Like, there a lot of people are caring. I mean,
No,
the problems with like
it's just
the
always
resistance.
a hot. Yeah, it's just a hot spot for resistance.
Okay.
Black Lives Matter developed kind of out of George Floyd's from Minnesota, right? It was from
Yeah. Look,
Hennepin County.
people are tossing around the Insurrection Act, right? They're not tossing that
in
around.
Minnesota.
Although they might come to LA. That'd be kind of interesting. I was here during the Rodney King riots, so I've already lived through the Insurrection Act once. So I'm old hat. I'm ready for it.
Oh my God.
Did you want to ask any more questions about Pretti?
Yeah, how do you feel about the trying to whether the ICE agents should be allowed to cover their faces or not?
I think that's ridiculous.
Really?
You're a law enforcement officer. Yeah.
I agree.
I think if you're an officer, I give you a badge, and you know. But now I think maybe Congress may want to get off their asses and we talk about doxing officers and doing all that stuff and maybe use. But all this, it's just. I've always had a problem with masked men, pulling people off the street, and it just rubs me the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, doxing is a real problem, obviously. I don't have a problem with the mask just because of the doxing situation. I think it's too high a barrier to ask someone to put their family at risk. I think we'd lose a lot of people in law enforcement, and you'd lose a lot of good people in law enforcement. Obviously, you get a bunch of single guys in law enforcement who are out there looking to freelance. That's not really going to be a good situation. So, but look, I completely agree with you. They need to fix the doxing situation. That's where the real problem is. The fact that these insane people can just go to the internet and look these people up and harass their wife and kids is the real problem. So I think if they didn't have that situation, they wouldn't have masks. So that's a huge thing to take care of. Do you have Kurt, I think you said you didn't have a problem with the masks.
Well, I mean, just because of the situation that we're in, I think that people are trying to identify these people so they can harass them, hound them, and just, prevent them from doing their jobs. And, and there's also some real threats to these people because of people wanting to take situations in their own hand. So I think it's just a practical reality at this point that, it's an issue of necessity.
That's why John Lemon was in that church, right? John Lemon was in that church because somebody had doxed one of the guy was a pastor, was an ICE agent.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah.
Because the pastor in the church worked for ICE. They doxed him, and next thing you know, they got Operation Pull Up.
Pull Up, yes. Isn't that a euphemism for a drive-by shooting?
Might be.
What if Don Lemon named the operation? What if that was his?
That'd be good.
Oh yeah. Then you're good. You're good to go. You're good to go. You got
All
it.
right. I have one more question and then we'll let you guys go. It was about Elon Omar being denaturalized if she lied on her citizenship applications. If
I'm here for it.
If we have conclusive proof that she committed fraud on her citizenship documents, what do you guys think about denaturalizing?
Kick her out, baby.
Nice.
Yeah, absolutely. If she lied on her paperwork, revoke her citizenship and show her the door, baby. I am here for it.
Well,
Let's go.
legally, is it an open and shut case?
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah, under the case law, you can only strip a naturalized citizen because of the fraud they used to obtain it. So you can't strip it for any other reason, like them committing new crimes once they're here. But if they lied, committed fraud on their paperwork, yeah, you can absolutely take their citizenship, kick them out. I'm here for it.
The only issue is that sometimes I don't think that maybe there may be lighter remedies for that. Pay a fine, blah, 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 and because it's the degree of the deception too will make sense. How like only reason why, because I recently covered a case in which a woman, she was thrown in jail, and it was like all uproar because she didn't know who her real father was. So she put her uncle as her father on her marriage certificate or something like that. And then when she found out who her real father was, she actually went to the courthouse and she said, "Hey, I want to put my real father's name." And they hit her with perjury charges and all that stuff and threw her in jail.
Wow.
So they were like, that's kind of ridiculous, because she's coming back. So that's why I said I think I just need to know more about that story, because if it's something just peripheral, then it's like, I'm really going to take a citizenship. Then you set a horrible precedent, and all those other people who have these light issues, now they're going to lose their citizenship.
A little light fraud.
Yeah,
tiny light fraud.
It could because in that wedding example, that was light fraud, right? That wasn't her father.
What if Elon Omar didn't know who her real husband was, and she had to put her brother on the application? Well, anyway,
and then she's married her brother. They got the thing about her marrying her brother to get him in here, which is they got some interesting evidence. I did a video on that too. They have some very interesting evidence. It's not a laugher. It's not saying you just laugh out the courtroom. It's saying, yeah.
Well, this is turning out to be a very interesting Trump administration. So
we're only a year into it, by the way, just in case you forgot. Like it's January 20th would have been the 1 year anniversary. So we're just a year and 11 days into it now, 12 days. Yeah, we got 3 more years of this, man. I'm in for it.
Taking over Venezuela. He's running.
Yeah. It's good. It's been fun so far.
The peace president. This guy was supposed to be all about peace and happiness, no new wars.
You don't like the Venezuela thing? You don't like Nab and Maduro, Nate?
Hey, don't get me wrong. There's a difference between Nab and Maduro, right? I think the operation was a complete success. It showed American dominance, and that's how we do things. You not only grab him, you grab the wife too, just to show, and then tell the VP, if you ain't start talking right, we can get you too. Everybody's at risk. I run the show. I like that strongman stuff. I do like that, but I do think like there's a restraint, and there are norms that we kind of have to deal with, because what we do, other countries will do. For instance, like we have the Taiwan issue with China. What now
definitely
stops them from saying the same thing? Like, yo, we going in and do what we do. What stops the North Koreans from saying the same thing? So that's what I'm trying to say. It's like,
what stops the North Koreans? It's North Korea.
It's the US,
they can't.
Right?
They don't have the capacity.
Well, that's true.
Well, and they're worried they're going to Maduro him. Obviously, Kim Jong-un is like, oh, well, maybe I like staying here.
You got Ukraine and Russia, these things. You just don't want this to spiral out of control, because that's the precipitous to war, right? I want this land. The next thing you know, we all fighting each other again. So that's my issue with it. With the conclusion, it's just the means in which it happened.
It is interesting because it is kind of a negotiation tactic on the Iran thing, because just being able to do what we did with Maduro, I mean, obviously the people in Iran are looking at that thinking, oh, well, that's,
I would have thought the bunker buster bombs that ruined their nuclear supply would have been a pretty big clue too.
Well, that obviously, but look, them having nuclear capability is one thing, but the leader literally being taken out of the country and held on trial, that's probably closer to their heart than losing their nuclear capability. I mean, that's the nuclear capability is sort of an aspiration for them. They're like, holy shit, I'm going to wake up in The Hague. That's like real. That's where things get real.
Yeah. What did they lose? They lose like 500 people. We lost no one. And,
yeah.
And somebody, the worst American soldier got, he's twisted his ankle or something like that on his way out. It's like, this is some crazy stuff. But I do like the fact that it does put everybody on notice that, we can still do what we want to do. But like, again, I think, I think the problem is like USAID and those type of things. We've always paid the cost to be the boss. And now China's starting to fill that space where people depended on us and gave us the information that we wanted to do because we were paying them. We send in billions of dollars to these places, not because of the goodness of our heart, but because we want to build a relationship, an international relationship.
Yeah.
And I think now by kind of pulling back, I think you kind of lose a lot of that, and you allow inferior forces of like China, because that's what China's big in Africa now. They're big in a lot of these South American countries because they're filling that vacuum that the U.S. has left. So.
Well, this is what they were trying to do, what China was trying to do in Greenland. And this is why Greenland has kind of become a thing, is because China was trying to go in and exercise soft power in Greenland. And we were like, maybe not. So do you guys have a take on the midterm elections? Because that could bring the Donald Trump administration party to an end. If
I think now would be a really good time for Clarence Thomas to resign.
Oh yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, so
yeah, we can appoint someone before we lose the Senate. Yeah, that would be good. Love you, Clarence, but yeah.
I mean, he's not that old, is he?
He's pretty old. He's 79 or 80. He's pretty old.
Senior.
I think he's the most senior person there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. He's pretty old.
I like Clarence Thomas. So
Clarence Thomas is going to die in office. That's my.
He's going to die. He can't give it up. That's
He's
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
He's a clinger.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They said, "Give it up while the Democrats, so we don't wipe away your legacy." She said, "No,
nope."
She's going to grip it to the end. Power's a hard thing to give up. Definitely.
Well, you guys have been super generous with your time. Sitch, is there any super chats aimed at them, or should we just let them go?
You guys can. Well, someone wanted you to go argue with Wick about some of the ICE stuff, so I don't know if you're familiar with his content or something, but you can figure that out on your own.
Yeah, but I also want to let people know, I don't think we've not really come to a definitive conclusion about the outcome. So right now my outcome on this event is really kind of twofold. If the first officer shot, that could result in one outcome: murder charges, unjustified. If it was a misfire that everybody responded to, that would make me tend to believe these officers were justified in shooting. And then the third one is that pause in the action. If they treat the shooting as two indistinct uses of force, then I think that second officer is screwed, and even in all three scenarios. So that's, so again, it's still contingent on these facts playing itself out. But from what we have on the ground now, it just looks like it's more probable than not that this is unjustified. And I think it should go to at least a grand jury and let them figure it out.
Well, the authorities know that information already. Obviously, we don't know as the public, but they have the weapon, so I'm sure they can tell if it was fired or not.
Yeah. This is again, like I keep saying, a lot of this stuff isn't even hard. Like I'm assuming if his gun fired, they'd say his gun misfired, right? Then that works out for their officer. If those body cams showed that there was some dangerous threat or something, I'm assuming that would help their officers. And again, they have a history of doing this. Just look at the Renee Good case. That officer's cell phone
video, yeah.
It showed he's getting hit by a car. It's like, even though people were trying to deny it, it was like, it's there. You saw the car line up and place the officer in the car. So it was helpful to the officer. Whether it was conclusive or not, that's your personal opinion. But it was helpful to the officer. But now you're telling me you got body cam, you got everything, and you haven't released anything?
Yeah, looks suspicious. Kurt, you want to say any final words on anything we talked about?
No, this has been fun. And I hope that we provide some good legal analysis, even if it wasn't what people want to hear. We both try to be honest about things, and despite our wishes sometimes to the contrary, because the law is the law, and you just have to analyze things as best you can. So, we'll try to keep doing that, and hope you check us out and give you some good information.
Yeah, both of these guys have great channels. I included a link in the title of the video, so you can just click on their names in the title of the video, and I encourage all you guys to go over and subscribe if you aren't subscribed already. So this was great. A lot of fun. We're going to stream probably for another maybe 8 hours or so. So
shit.
We're gonna talk about a lot of shit. But thank you so much.
Warriors, man.
Well, if you guys aren't streaming that long, maybe I'll just pop in if I get bored. We'll see.
Okay.
Okay. Well, you have the link.
All right.
So
I'll talk to you.
Come in and correct us on anything.
Oh,
I think
yeah. Well,
Dev
that should be easy enough.
I think we might have I think Dev might pop in and try to
okay.
say something about I don't know. I think we're going to talk about the Epstein files later. So
those things are crazy. It's like insane stuff. All right. Before I leave, you may pique my interest now. All right.
Go ahead. Tell us. Do tell.
Here it is.
You're not in the Epstein files, are you, Nate?
Listen, I say nothing. But no, the crazy part of this is that I don't know. Is it me? Right? So this guy, he essentially ran on releasing the Epstein files. Now, am I wrong or right there? Right?
No, of course he did.
They ran it, right? They ran on that. Then you hire the people who also, right, are saying Epstein files, we're going to release them. Dan Bongino, Cash Patel, right? Epstein, it's all a cover up. We're here to give you the truth, right? They're hired. Pam Bondi, we got everything ready to go on the desk. You press the button and it's coming out, right? Then we get the binders full of nothing. Remember the binders of nothing?
I do, yes.
Okay. Binders
Let down of the year.
Yeah, like okay.
Worse than the Star Wars prequels.
Yeah. They and it seemed like they were trying to set up the online influencers with the binders. Yeah, and the people were like binders of nothing, and they're holding up the binders. Okay, so we got the binders of nothing. Then they're like, "Oh, release this. They don't release anything. So then Congress has to pass a law unanimously in this type of environment. So we're talking about in today's world to have Congress unanimously pass a piece of legislation.
Insane.
It's almost insane, right? It's like that don't happen. That just don't happen. But they did. They passed it unanimously. Send it to the president. Now, this is what's really called veto-proof legislation. He can veto it, but he knows he's sending it back down, and they're going to override that veto, right? It's got unanimous support, even if you can lose a couple of people and still be. So we got that. Law says must get it out. It's crazy because I keep telling people, if this is not a cover-up, then they're doing a horrible excuse. Like this is definitionally some type of cover-up.
Of course it's a cover-up.
For what reasons? Now that's where you get to the political aspect of it. What reasons do we have to cover? Is it because now Trump himself, and people get upset when I say this, but Trump himself has come out and say he's in the Epstein files in a negative way, and it's a Democrat hoax, right? He's written that out.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
So he said, right, he's in there in a negative way. It's a Democrat hoax. You can't believe everything that's in there. And that they're not going to let a lot of this stuff out because he doesn't want to hurt a lot of people. So I don't know what's going on, but this Epstein thing, it's there's something in it that's explosive, obviously. But now my question to you, gentlemen, is why do you think, because a cover-up there's got to be some type of value. Number one, who's this cover-up really protecting? And then what's the reason to keep the protection going on? Because eventually somebody's going to get in there that's going to release these files, right?
There's powerful Democrats and powerful Republicans in there. So obviously they both have something to lose. They don't want to lose their team members. I also think a lot of the people in there are big donors, big political donors. Obviously, rich people give tons of money to campaigns all the time. So all of those people would be at risk and may never donate to the people who release the Epstein files ever again. Those are some of the things that are online.
I think the benefit to Trump, if he could champion the release of the Epstein files and, bring all this stuff out and bring people to justice, would be so vast and so good for him that in my mind, the only reason he's not doing that is that he's afraid that there's something in there that makes him look really bad. And I don't think that, just personally, my gut, my vibe, I don't think Trump screwed an underage girl or anything. But I do think it's highly likely that Trump, being good friends with Epstein for so many years, that I'm sure they did all sorts of weird fucky wucky shit with women. And he really,
they were playboys. They're New York playboys.
And because if it comes out that Donald Trump and Epstein, had a threesome with some 18-year-old girl, people are just going to interpret that as okay, well, obviously then Donald Trump must be, doing everything else that's bad too. So I think that's what Donald Trump is just trying to prevent from coming out.
Yeah. It's fascinating because I've covered it many times, the Epstein immunity agreement. So most people don't know this, but right now, when they said there's no one else to they were saying for Epstein, there's no one else to investigate, there's no one else we can charge. Well, number one, there's no statute of limitations on these particular charges, so they can charge people. But the government's it's clearly a lie, and the reason why it's clearly a lie, anybody who's listening to this or watching this, you can go and look up the Epstein plea deal that he had, the sweetheart plea deal.
Mhm.
And in that plea deal, it lists the names of 4 of his co-conspirators. List them right there. And you can look up those names that's in that agreement. Those women are alive today, and they can tell you exactly what they did. Recruiters, this, secondary madam, all that stuff, all their crimes are all listed out there. Now, the governments had already come to this conclusion that they cannot be tried in the Southern District of Florida, but they can be tried in the Southern District of New York. That's how they got Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell was in that agreement. She was one of the other co-conspirators, and she brought up that agreement. She said, "Hey, look, we got this agreement. I can't be tried, right?" And they said, "No, we can try you in the Southern District of New York." So when I say so, there are 4 people right now listed in that agreement that can be tried right now. I don't know why they're not trying them. I just don't know why they haven't, because it's not even like a secret. These women are Epstein co-conspirators, but they're free and clear.
It is pretty crazy.
Interesting.
Are they supposed to release in the Epstein files like the documentation about why they gave the sweetheart deal in the first place? Would that be something to be included?
No, well, they brought the person who gave it to him. His name was Acosta. Trump actually appointed him, I think, Commerce Secretary or something like that.
Yeah, and then he had to resign. Yeah,
he had to, after they found out that
right.
he gave
They're
it
like,
to
oh,
the
wait a minute.
sweetheart. Yeah, like what'd you do? You just gave away the farm here.
Yeah.
So he had some closed door meeting, but I think he was just saying, this is just, they wanted to at least have him plead guilty to something, and powerful friends, blah 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 blah. But I don't know, weekend jail for what he was accused of is pretty
a
disastrous.
little light, and then probation, but except not so much, and all the rest. Yeah, the whole thing is weird as shit. Yeah, and I still to this day obviously do not think he just killed himself. I think it's more likely that he's still alive rather than he actually killed himself. Well, if it is he actually just killed himself one day, they assisted him in killing himself, or he's still alive. I think alive is more plausible than he just killed himself, because it just is implausible. Yeah,
we went over the video evidence when that dropped. But they had this story that they had a camera in front of his cell so you could see.
Yeah, and then the video was deleted and lost, but then it wasn't deleted.
Yeah.
Now we found it all of a sudden. Oh my god! The whole thing is just sus.
It's worse than that, Kurt. It wasn't the video was deleted. It supposedly never existed. She came on and said
there was no video. Didn't exist.
Video, it always resets at a certain time. You always lose a minute. It's been that way forever. And then all of a sudden, we found the missing minute. Like, no. Like, come on, for real?
Well, that video is just hilarious because it's from like 6 miles away. You can't really see anything.
Yeah.
He's like
also it's of Epstein's cell, we swear.
Yeah, I thought that maybe he did kill himself until all that information in those videos came out. I said, okay, no, this is way too suspect. Now I'm on team he was 100% killed.
Right. Yeah.
Well, listen, guys, thank you guys so much for inviting me on. I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, you guys are welcome back anytime.
They had not had a prisoner kill himself at MDC in what was it, like 22 years or 23 years. Okay, he was the first one apparently who killed himself. And not only that, remember there was that prior suicide attempt. So there was a prior suicide attempt. And incidentally, they ordered the video of that to be retained, but it was accidentally deleted, don't you know? And then he was sent to a medical facility. And then after that, he was put in a cell. And apparently after that, the cameras, according to them, weren't working and the guards fell asleep and all whoopsie doopsies. They weren't apparently brought to a special state of alert, given the first death that occurred at MDC in like 23 years. I'm like, I'm not buying this bullshit.
It almost sounds like a cover-up. It almost sounds like a cover-up.
I'm not buying this bullshit.
All right, guys. Well, listen, thanks again so much. Let me get on out of here because the wife and kids need some food.
Okay. Take care, Nate.
Take care.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right.
Oh. I think it's weird. Still in here, but it's like frozen.
I know. Let me see here.
Just kick him. Kick him out of here.
No, I'm going to make him the host.
Oh, okay. Jason Mulgrew, thanks so much for the $50. Says search YouTube for NBC News video titled "New Video Shows Moments Before Pretti Shooting." Have they seen the interaction that occurred a few minutes prior? A video from inside someone's vehicle. And then also said CBS News visual investigation into Border Patrol killing of Alex Pretti in Minneapolis. So let me bring up those now.
Did we get the other super chat too?
No, but we'll go back to that in a second.
Okay.
So the one they did, I'm pretty sure they did see the one that's inside the video where the person like drives by. I'm pretty sure they have seen that one. I don't think that one really shows much of anything useful. And these do show, like, these collectively, they show about like 10 or 20 seconds, I think, before the interaction that I hadn't seen before. But without any sort of context or anything, and we'll watch them. I don't think they really shed any additional information or evidence onto the case here. So, do you have is the watch together up?
It is.
Tonight, new video showing more of the minutes before the shooting death of Alex Pretti, where you can see and hear him in a confrontation with federal officers who are trying to push him out of the street. DHS says officers were trying to arrest a suspect with a domestic assault conviction when protesters start gathering. Hey. Those new images.
Okay, so that was all.
Do you know the situation here?
With who they're arresting?
Yeah, the guy they were trying to apprehend went into the donut shop there, and they were like, "We don't want to arrest him inside the donut shop because obviously
they want to wait for him to leave.
It could be a big mess for the business owner and whatnot."
Right.
So they're just going to camp out, wait for the guy to come out,
and then
everybody shows up and starts whistling, and
right.
So they're obviously obstructing. Like their whole point of being there is like to help the guy get away.
Yeah, I would think when one of these comes to trial, because I'm not sure something like this has happened before, where if there are people whose express intention is to alert a person that law enforcement is out to get them.
Yeah, it's not free expression anymore then, right?
Yeah, I would think that would, because that is the intention, and they're very open and apparent with that being the intention.
It's in their literature. They got it written down everywhere.
Right. So they couldn't even make the argument like, oh, well, we're just blowing the whistle for some other reasons. Like, no. They're very explicit that the point is to warn the people that law enforcement is there. And they even have like ways of whistling to convey different messages and stuff. So that would be interesting, because I would think that should count as obstruction for all those people blowing whistles for that purpose. With this, now, there is something I guess is a little interesting about this video, and I will send these videos along to Nate and Kurt, which is, he's saying, I'm out of the traffic. You're the one who's grabbing me. So you have this ICE officer. I don't know if that's the same one that eventually pepper sprays him or not. Maybe we can go back and try to like autistically investigate this to try to figure out based on what he's wearing if that's the same one or not. But it is, I guess, you could make kind of an interesting argument, which is, okay, does it change the facts of the case if the guy who does push the woman down and the guy who does pepper spray them, if his rationale for doing that action is that he had told them to get out of the street, before, and
they were
actually pushed them
non-compliant.
out of the street
Yeah.
and complied, and then now it's like, okay, well, you got back in the street for the second time, so now I'm going to, arrest you or whatever. That could be, I don't know if that would have a profound impact, but it could. That definitely could have an impact on the fact pattern here. So
in normal circumstances, you'd think they'd pull their handcuffs out, but these protesters are so out of control. I mean, I'd be worried they're going to grab my handcuffs and handcuff me. You're completely outnumbered.
Right.
There's like 10 of them with no respect for any law enforcement whatsoever.
Okay, so here, let me bring in. So I bring in the video, one of the other videos of. So we see that the guy who's tying him out, he's got a brown backpack. It looks like he has a dark colored shirt, like a dark brown shirt. He's got a light, like tan hat. He's got some kind of bag or something on his side. He's got kind of like gray pants. See, let's bring this up here.
Damn it.
Here, wait.
I was going to screenshot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It just
You want,
went away.
you want it
just
here?
as-
Wait, let's go back.
You wanted to screenshot it?
Yeah. Take a screenshot.
Screenshot might
Smart.
be easier.
Yeah. Take a screenshot. Wait.
That's the guy right there.
Oh, well, there's actually two of them. Okay, so I just take a screenshot of two of them.
These two here?
Yeah.
Okay. That's him that we saw in the other one right there bending over.
Okay, that's what I was curious to
That's
to
our
see.
man. I
To see.
think.
I don't know. Let's find out. Yeah, because there's one that had like a little bit better quality here. Okay, so that's the guy who pushes. Is that the same guy? Is that one of the same guys?
Let me see. Like the guy, I mean, it looks like him. The hat I can't see because he's bent over in the screen cap I took.
So he's
But
wearing
the jacket. Everything else is the same, but I can't see his head because he's bent over.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, if he's wearing the same
Gray
colored outfit,
pants. Yeah.
he's got
gray-
the lighter shirt.
Yeah,
Okay.
totally.
Okay. So then maybe that is interesting. So because one of the guys, the guy that actually was touching, I think Alex, he was wearing a dark black jacket, but this other guy might have just been involved in the whole situation in the first place. So I don't know. Maybe that will be. Yeah, it definitely is. Oh, and he has the mace too. Okay, so that definitely is. He definitely was an ICE agent who was or an officer that was definitely there. He wasn't the one that initially pushed him and told him to get out of the street, but he was definitely there when that was happening. So maybe that will have some impact on the validity, because I do agree with Nate's assessment, which is I do think it's going to end up becoming important. What was the officer's thought process or justification for pushing the woman down and for macing them and trying to presumably arrest them? I do think that's going to be important to this case.
Yeah, we got to know that stuff.
Because if that's as valid, then this could be more likely a lawful awful situation. If that's not valid, then I think at least that guy is going to be on the hook for something. Okay,
we got to have the investigation, but the problem is everyone's terrified that the legal system is just so biased, so stacked against ICE officers that they're just not going to get a fair hearing. A lot of people argue that Derek Chauvin didn't get a fair hearing, which was completely political, right?
Right.
Obviously, Kyle Rittenhouse completely political.
But that's the problem, is that like on the local level, I agree with you, and then on the federal level, it's the exact opposite. It's all going to be stacked to defend the ICE agents.
Right. Yeah.
So no, there doesn't seem like there's really any trust in the legal process at all, which I mean, I don't have in this case either, unfortunately.
Sucks. Really sucks.
Okay. And here's another video that shows a little bit too.
Confrontation that led to Alex Pretti's death began on Saturday morning, sometime around 9 a.m.
That is
according to the Department of Homeland Security, officers were executing an operation to apprehend a violent suspect. Pretti, seen here holding a cell phone, was allegedly
No, those are the same two guys.
There as an observer to document what was happening. Numerous videos have been posted to social media or have been obtained by.
Okay, I think that's all. Yeah, I think everything else is just stuff we've seen before. So.
Right.
Continues.
Oh, wait. This looks a little different.
Toward the sidewalk, and an individual is detained as Pretti's argument with officers continues.
Okay, so so he's standing there while they're detaining the person on the floor. He's arguing.
And this was a person that we haven't seen. This person was taken into custody.
This is I'm assuming that's the person that they got out of the donut shop. He's on the ground right there.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Right.
About a minute later, Pretti is seen standing in the street filming.
But see, but here's kind of the problem. Because
then they could have left if they already got the guy.
Right. See, that's what I was about to say.
Let's see. Did you hear her say that? I wasn't quite paying attention.
Yeah, she said that. She said that. Here, let me go back a second.
Yeah.
Captured some of the confrontation that led to his death and the shooting itself. CBS News has slowed down portions of that footage for this analysis. About 2 minutes before the shooting, Pretti is seen arguing with officers. One officer pushes him back toward the sidewalk, and an individual is detained as Pretti's argument with officers continues.
So you're just saying individual?
Yeah, we don't know.
I'm guessing
it could be a protester.
It could be a protester, but I'm guessing it's we don't know, right?
No.
About a minute later, Pretti is seen standing in the street.
Because yeah, if that turned out that they already had the guy, then why don't they just leave, right? Because then you would have to get
woman spit in his face. I'm thinking that's probably what happened.
Well, but okay, but that's important. If she spit in his face and he wanted to arrest her, then that's though. But see, I don't know. See, here's my problem though with that idea, because I would think here. Let's play this.
A car past him. An officer then approaches another apparent observer and pushes her. She moves to Pretti and holds him. Directing a car past him. An officer then approaches another apparent observer and
it almost looked like he pushed that lady. Like, just do you see that?
Yeah, he pushes her out of the street.
No, like the other
woman. A car past him.
He saved her life. He's helping her up in the snow.
An officer then approaches another apparent observer and pushes her. She moves to Pretti and holds him by the waist, and the officer approaches and pushes Pretti. A second woman walks over. The officer pushes.
Okay, see.
He's just pushing everyone.
Yeah, because what's the justice for? There doesn't seem like there's a justification for this push at all, right?
No. Well,
unless
something happened over at the car.
Yeah, but what could possibly have happened at the car that would merit this push? This looks worse for the ICE.
If the first girl spit, if the first girl spit on him, and that's why he started pursuing her, and then these people just say, "Leave her alone," he's going to push them as well. He's going to be like, "Fuck you, the bitch spit on me."
I don't think you're not justified to just push someone because.
Look, I'm not saying these are justifications.
No, right.
Saying
of course,
this is like human nature, right?
Sure,
obviously,
sure. But I'm trying to, from the legal perspective.
He's triggered. He's losing it.
Right. But that's the thing.
From a legal perspective, he's fucked.
Yeah, from a legal perspective, he's in trouble if he's just triggered.
This meltdown is going to get him thrown in jail.
Right.
Her to the ground, then sprays Pretti with a chemical irritant.
Because that's the problem, is that if he is not justified in pushing this woman on the ground, which it's hard to imagine what the justification would be.
This is why we don't know anything.
I know, but
because justification.
We saw her, she was kind of on the side of the road, and then she kind of walked and followed them. And then now she's on the side of the road. She's not even in the road when it happens. She's on the side of the road, and she's just like next to him, and he just like shoves her. He's just like shoving her. I'm shoving everyone. I've got pushes for everyone, right? I've got shoves for everybody. And he pushes her down. And if he's not justified in doing that, then I do think the problem is that when Alex
pushes her to the ground, then sprays Pretti with a chemical irritant.
I don't think then the officer, even though he touches the officer's not justified to immediately just start pepper spraying him either. That's the problem. Because if he was justified in pushing her down, there was some legal justification for that, then yes, Alex touching the officer, he could be pepper sprayed. I think he could be detained at that point. But if not, then I think no, he's the officer doesn't have especially if he's not, then I think actually Alex Pretti can be okay to touch the officer if he's saying, well, I'm trying to defend this woman from some sort of unlawful assault at the time. Because even if you're a law enforcement officer, you can't just push someone. You have to have a legal reason to do it. If you don't have a legal reason to do it, it is assault. Yeah.
From your perspective, you might not know the legal reason, but there might be one.
I'm not saying you
can't go,
should.
oh my God, look. They're unjustifiably kicking the shit out of that murderer that they're apprehending.
You probably shouldn't in a law enforcement situation. Probably shouldn't ever, touch a law enforcement officer, even if you don't, because you're right. You don't know what the situation is. But looking at this after the fact, in terms of like Monday morning quarterbacking it, that's all going to matter in terms of, what's going on here.
Well, I think it's bad
for all the actions.
I think it's bad because they would release the information if they had good information. I didn't know they had body cam footages until Nate brought it up.
Right.
I didn't know the Border Patrol. That's the body cam. So they
That's
do
right. You're
have.
saying ICE.
They have up. They have a. They have real high resolution images here that are not being released.
Yeah, it's no, and I do agree. I think if they had if the body camera footage was good, or if they had a good story they could tell, right? Like, well, this woman came
Spit in his
over and
face.
spit in
Yeah.
his face, right? Like if they had like a good story, even if they didn't have it on film, they had a good narrative they could tell. I do think we would have heard that story. They would have blasted that out there to defend themselves. And the fact that they haven't at all, to me, is highly suspicious that they don't really have a good story whatsoever. And this guy just got super ultra triggered and is probably going to go to jail for that.
Maybe she's just a sprayer, you know? She's one of those loud talkers that spits while she's like
Well, I
castigating
wonder.
you.
I don't know if they were doing this, but I do wonder in a situation like if a protester has a whistle or a mega horn or something. I mean, if they just go next to you and they're super loud, I mean, isn't that like assault? Because they're like, trying to damage your hearing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Then you're allowed to shoot them.
There you go. I think you should in that situation.
You can see Pretti raises his hand to block the spray. Pretti and the first woman then move to assist the woman who is knocked down, and the officer continues to spray.
He's messing with his cell phone.
Several more officers arrive and drag Pretti to the ground.
Yeah, because a lot of people were like wondering what was going on with him. Because I guess we don't have it from this angle. Because it kind of looks like when like he's like dragging her, it kind of looks like he's got his arm around her neck or something. When they pull him off. But from this angle, at least from the lead up, it looks like he's
run.
From the lead up, it looks like he's just trying to like protect her from getting sprayed.
Why don't they just run?
It's slippery. They keep falling over. It's the ice situation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Continues to spray. Several more officers arrive and drag Pretti to the ground.
Couldn't Pretti just step to the side and just avoided the bullets altogether?
He should have just rolled. He should have just rolled to the side to dodge the bullets.
He could have commando rolled right under that car.
Yeah, you're right. I should have. You're right. He should have.
It's really his fault if you think about it.
He should have rolled under the car to protect himself from the bullets. Yeah, that's a great point.
We're gonna get in big trouble for that one. I can sense it already.
Then an officer in gray reaches into the struggle, and he comes out holding a gun. That appears to match the photo.
Okay, we've seen all this stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, actually, so this video is pretty good. So thanks for sending this to me. This is interesting. I'll make sure to send this to Kurt and Nate. Because I don't know if they'd seen this either. Very interesting.
Yeah. We'll see what's happening. Christy Nome got kicked to the curb. Holman came in and is going to be cleaning up the mess.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny because like they always bring Holman is like, I don't know why. It's so strange. He's the only guy who, when he talks, can talk in a way that's not like I'm evil. I don't know. It's funny because he looks like a very threatening guy, but he's the only person that can like speak, even if it's all lies or whatever. I know a lot of people don't like him or don't trust him. He's the only one that can communicate this message in some sort of way that conveys any level of like human empathy. It's very interesting. No one else seems to do that. So they always send him in, I guess, as like the cleanup guy.
Yeah, he always frames it as helping everyone.
Right.
This is a situation. We want to help everyone. We care about everyone.
Right. Even though I like 100% convinced he took that bribe or that attempted bribe,
the 50,000 bribe.
Yeah, because whenever they ask him about it,
it wasn't a bribe. It was a finder's fee.
Oh, okay. It was
right?
A finder's fee, huh?
Well, that's the way he would spin it. Look, when you're doing legitimate business, you don't call the money from clients a bribe.
Oh, okay.
You call it payment for services.
Yeah, of course. He's just a consultant, right?
Yeah, exactly.
he's just a consultant, of course. Yeah,
he's supposed to find them clients in the federal government. So.
Right. I whenever he's asked about it, I don't know if he was on.
He says he didn't take a bribe, but he can say that because he took the money, but it wasn't a bribe.
Yeah, so far he was on some interview recently, and they kept asking about it. And he got really mad because he's like, "Oh, everyone asked me about this question." He's like, because they always ask him. It's funny. They always ask him very pointedly, like,
I saw that.
"Did you give the money back?" Right? They have a very specific question. Not was it a bribe? Did you give the money back? And he never answers it. He's just like, I didn't take a bribe. I didn't take a bribe. It's like, I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you
that's
where
the
the
only
money
thing
is.
he can say.
Yes, I know. It's funny.
Because it's technically exactly correct.
Yes. Lethal Strain, thanks so much for $20. Says, Nate, glad you're healthy and doing well. Wasn't the original request to the court for an emergency warrant, and they saw there's no reason for it to be expedited, and that was the denial. You're talking about that was with the Don Lemon case.
Are we going to go through the indictment? Is that the plan?
We can if you want. We can. I mean, I think I do agree with everything that they were saying in that. First of all, it does not give me confidence.
Kurt were saying?
Yes. It does not give me confidence in the legal team that they didn't bring up the snow incident, because I do think that is the strongest thing that you could, at least that we know about, that's on video to show.
Unless they have the nuke
aiding or abetting.
If they have the text message where Don Lemon is like, we should call it Operation Pull Up, people will love that.
It's possible.
I'm skeptical. Don.
I'm skeptical of that because if they had some really compelling, damning evidence, I feel like they would have shown it to one of the judge or the magistrate or whoever that they were trying to get to push charges against Lemon. But he didn't get any charges against them. They had to go to a grand jury. So they had, judge and magistrate both say no. So
they were explicit about Don Lemon being part of the protest. They said that was the line. Don Lemon has to be part of the protest, right? Mm-hmm. But they also said neither one of them have watched the entire live stream. So I pulled up the clip from the Megyn Kelly video. Because,
the entire live stream's like 6 hours. I mean, I only watched like 2 hours of it.
Oh, so you didn't even watch the entire live stream?
Well, it's the protest part's like only in the first hour, and then they do a bunch of other random shit. So it's not.
They go to donuts and coffee afterwards. I'm not part of the protest, but I'm going to the sleepover.
They do. What the fuck? So I mean, I guess you should watch you should watch the full hour. In the beginning part.
These people with their 6 hour live streams. I cannot. These fuckers. Why do they do that?
Yeah, I know. He says we a lot too, which, obviously seems like makes it sound like they're together on the thing. As I said, I think in my heart of hearts, like I 100% think Don Lemon is guilty. He 100%, the way he's asking the questions, he's like definitely down for their cause. If it was like, if this was, say, Nick Shirley, going into some sort of like Somali church or something.
Oh, they'd go after him. The Democrats would never stop.
Right. To harass, some Somali pastor, because let's say he, has some child care, scam thing too, or
He's
whatever.
Call it Operation Pull Up.
Right. Like, and they said to Don Lemon, well, first of all, you're right. Yeah, the state would 100% go after them. But then if he said to Don Lemon, hey, Don Lemon, I'm going to go do this operation. Will you join us? Like, Don Lemon's not going to do that. He would tell them. He would say, no, I'm not going to go. And I'm also going to warn them. So yeah, the idea that Don Lemon is just some sort of objective journalist, I think, is ridiculous.
Well, he sees this as advertising for the cause too, which is another element here. Yes. Is it really journalism? Or, I mean, is this just advertisement? Propaganda?
I think, but here's the problem because I believe that's fine. I think the propaganda is fine. It depends. If you're connected to the group and you don't have anything independent of the group, then maybe you're going to be in like a little sticky situation. But if you're already a big time famous, journalist, even if you're completely down for the cause, you can just stand there and film it, and that's going to be generally fine.
All right. You want to watch this clip?
Sure.
This clip I thought was super damning. I had not seen this clip before. Megyn Kelly pulled it out. She had a show where she was talking to two attorneys, and they obviously know the score with the legal situation. So I'm assuming she wanted to grab the clips that were the most incriminating.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
This is the beginning of what's going to happen here. When you violate people's due process, when you pull people off the street and you start dragging them and hurting them and not abiding by the Constitution, when you start doing all of that, people get upset and angry. And if you remember what the civil rights movement was about. The civil rights movement was about these very kinds of protests. And for some reason, in our modern era, people think that in order to have protests, you got to be, cordoned off to a certain area and, what time you can protest. There's nothing in the Constitution that tells you what time you can protest. You can protest at any time. That's the whole point of it, is to disrupt. It's to make uncomfortable. And that's what they're doing. And that's what I believe when I say everyone has to be willing to sacrifice something. You have to make people uncomfortable in these times. If you see how uncomfortably and how harsh people are being treated on the streets, you have to be willing to go into places and disrupt and make people uncomfortable. That is what this country is about.
So, I mean, that seems pretty damning to me. Like, he is advocating for the cause pretty strongly there.
Yeah. But the issue is, it's not, he can advocate for it all he wants. The issue is he helping it occur? And like, is he either is he doing a criminal activity in harassing people to such an extent that they're being intimidated, which I don't think he did. And I don't think him simply interviewing those people would rise to that on a legal level. So then you say, okay, well, you can get him on like a conspiracy charge. If he's helping this incident occur in the first place, even if he doesn't do the specific action, he could still be liable. And that's where we say, okay, well, I don't know. I'm a little bit more on the side of the fact that he's explicitly telling people not to give away the location. To me, I'm a little bit more like, I think he's a little guilty on that one, even though Kurt and Nate aren't on that side. But that's where you get into the whole, like, if he's trying to help a car be pushed out of the snow, as I said, if it was a bank robbery, I think people would look at that enough and they'd say, okay, that's enough. He literally tried to help a bank robber push their car out of the snow. And so if we're going to look at it from that situation, I don't see why it would be legally different in this situation. Even though obviously it's not a bank robbery, but it's still, people doing a crime. Though at the end of the day, I think,
he in that clip though, he's spelling out why these protests must happen.
Yes.
Because ICE is out of control.
Yes.
So I guess that's just not being part of the protest. He's just like, these protests must happen. I'm not doing it, but they must happen.
Yeah, you can do that. He can 100% do that. That's what I say. He can advocate for it all he wants. And I think he's still okay. It's at the end of the day, though, it is interesting. We're all talking about this. At the end of the day, this is just going to help Don Lemon, because even if a jury finds him guilty of being involved in any of this stuff, he's probably just going to get like a fine or something. He's going to get some slap on the wrist. He's not going to go to jail or anything like that for this. He's going to be like first time offender. The judge is going to be super lenient and light on him because it's kind of a touch and go case anyway. So
yeah, how did those 34 felonies work out for Trump? Great.
Yeah, exactly.
He became president of the United States again.
Right. So maybe Don Lemon's going to run for president in 2028.
Oh, please don't scare me.
It'll be the beginning of his career.
Oh my God, a Don Lemon presidency. That's horrifying to think of, Sitch.
You don't like that idea?
You take that back.
Okay.
Here's another clip that I thought was damning.
Of the disruption. Here it is.
Our church had gathered for worship, which we do every Sunday, and we were interrupted by this group of protesters. Yeah. We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left.
Yeah. So. What do you think of this?
I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship.
But there were folks who will say,
I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
Yeah. We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus, because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world, is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
We're here to worship Jesus. Yes. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
This is in the indictment where he leans in and touches the guy and then says, "Don't push me."
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous.
Who's got the green arrows here? The green lines here. Look at Don Lemon. He's like all up in his face.
Yeah.
I'm not part of the protest here. I'm here to interview you.
Mm-hmm.
I just look at with the bank robbery example. This is like the bank manager. I know your branch is being robbed right now, but how do you feel about it?
Right. And actually, there was a question. I think it was from, it's kind of funny because related to that. Where is it? It goes from Val Van Gogh for $5. Says if a crew robs a bank and as a security guard tries to intervene, a reporter interviews him about the bank robbery, is he guilty of a crime? And I'd say, yeah, like in that hypothetical, yes. Like if he's literally stopping the security guard from stopping the bank robbery, then yes. Is Don Lemon interviewing the pastor stopping him from somehow stopping this protest? Probably not. So I don't think that's gonna weigh that heavily in the case.
No.
Unfortunately.
This is fun though.
It is.
It really is. Yeah. The funnest part of this whole story is the huge irony. The irony that the main protester is an attorney, right?
Yes.
And the irony that they have no idea that they're breaking the law and they're completely broadcasting the breaking of the law. They're even wording it to the point where they're just, they're making their intentions to break the law clear, but they don't know that they're breaking the law. They're so insulated. They think you can do anything. We can do anything. Laws don't apply to us. Well, but if you ask your gut, what they're doing is completely wrong.
Yes. And it is funny because even Don Lemon there is like, well, people have a First Amendment. And it's like, okay, people have a First Amendment right to worship, Don. Like, what are you talking about?
Yes.
And it's funny because, I mean, we didn't play it, but I'm sure people have seen the clip of like when Don Lemon first shows up at the protests and the lawyer who's kind of doing this, all she's talking about it. Like, both Don Lemon and the lawyer are both super fucking racist because Don Lemon is like, well, I know this looks like a Trump protest because there's a lot of white people here and the America flag. And you're like, what? Look. So like, oh, it's white people here. So
MAGA coded.
Yeah. So it's MAGA coded. Like, what the fuck? That's a crazy thing to say. And then the lady who's running it, she like, so like they have this like peak woke mentality of she's saying it. It's like you've been transported back in time and you're listening to the Evergreen protest. If you ever watch those videos where she's like, oh, well, we need, to have white bodies, enter in front of us because, they're going to be safer and they need to infiltrate, so that we're safer when the black bodies come into the church. And you're like, what do you think's going to happen? You think you're going to go in this church and like all the parishioners are going to like pull out like weapons or something, like it's hot fuzz and just start blasting you away? It's like the most ridiculous thing ever.
Yeah.
And it is also strange too. And I think this is what gets a lot of people, especially people on the right. And I think the feeling is completely justified, is the hypocrisy of the whole situation. Because yes, if this was some sort of, as I said, if it was like someone going after, some Somali church or something, or if it was some sort of right-wing protest infiltrating, a quote left-wing church, the reaction to this would be very different. The state would be really trying to throw the book at all these people, and the police would have showed up. And I think that's what's crazy too, is I don't know if the police ever showed up to this situation. They didn't show up when Don Lemon is here. Or actually, and I do have, if you've watched the whole stream, there's when Don Lemon leaves the church, he's walking, and I wish he would have done this. He's walking out and he sees there's a police car there. So he sees his police is there, but they're not intervening. They're just sitting there. And he thinks for a second he's going to go up and talk to them and interview them, and then he doesn't. And I was like, I wish he would have, because that would have been so interesting to see because he would have asked, like, well, are you going to
That would have been real news. Holy
right.
shit.
Are you going to go intervene or whatever? Right. And he didn't ask. And I think he didn't ask because,
he knew they weren't.
He knew they weren't. He knew it would look, it would look bad for the police.
Yeah.
If he did. So
he had to protect the police, the corrupt police.
In that moment.
That were on the side of the protesters, that joined the protesters.
Right.
Pam Bondi would put those police in the indictment. Oh, this is crazy. One of the points, I don't know if you remember this, but we were talking about signs that the America was collapsing, right? Signs that things were getting bad, signs that the Civil War was imminent. And one of the signs that we came up with was imprisoning journalists on trumped up charges.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but this obviously, I don't think these are trumped up charges, but they're already being spun as trumped up charges. So it's more to our thesis that everyone LARPs themselves into civil war,
Mhm.
and then it becomes real. Because look, I think these are legitimate charges, obviously.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she's not going to go to jail, but and I DM'd you about it. It's crazy. Trump is still going after Ann Seltzer for
Yeah,
her
yeah,
poll, which is batshit crazy.
that is insane. Yeah,
That is totally an insane abuse of power from the Trump administration to do that, or from Trump person. I think he's doing it personally, which is like crazy.
I just think Trump has perfected the art of being the sore winner. Like, what? You've won already. What are you
Yes.
doing?
Yes.
What
Well,
are you
now he has
doing?
power, so he's going to leverage it.
Did you see the story about the 2020 ballots? They were going the missing ballots
In
Or Cash-
Georgia?
Yeah,
That Cash Patel was
Yeah,
I mean, I saw. I didn't do like a deep dive into any of it, but
yeah.
yeah, I saw
It's
Cash complaining about
interesting.
it.
It's interesting that they're going back to the 2020 election.
He's never going to let it go. It's literally impossible for them to let it go.
Well, if they dug up some information that there actually was fraud that happened.
Yeah, if I'm skeptical.
They're missing.
Even if there was, even if it was stolen and all that information like existed somewhere out there in the world, like wasn't been destroyed or whatever already, I have no confidence of Cash Patel's ability to find any of it.
Right. I did grab a clip of what's his name? Some Fox News host going full okay boomer on Cash Patel. I thought you'd like it.
Nice.
He's like
listen.
It's Bill O'Reilly.
Listen.
O'Reilly basically like having a brain hemorrhage over Cash Patel.
That's funny. I've been completely vindicated on Cash Patel. Okay. I said from the beginning, this guy is incompetent. He's a buffoon. He's a wound collector. He's highly emotional in his book. It's like retarded. He's complaining.
I never contested any of that.
It's like years later, he's still complaining about how like some judge yelled at him because he didn't have like a suit or something in his book, and how the U.S. government didn't protect him and all this other shit, right?
It doesn't.
And you defended Cash. I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing.
I never. Well, look, maybe I did.
You defended him on the airspace.
I defended him on the airspace only because
Yes.
Mark Esper is like woker than fuck. Oh my
Right.
God. You read Mark Esper's book, and Mark Esper, his only main interest was boxing Donald Trump in and getting diversity and inclusion into the military, basically diversifying the military.
Right.
That was his whole fucking goal. Oh God, that guy's woker than woke.
But now I've been vindicated. Cash Patel, incompetent retard. So I don't know if you saw there was some FBI agents that used to work in the FBI. I think they had retired or quit now, and they were talking about how the
Incompetent
reaction.
Cash Patel is.
Yeah, well, they were talking about how weird the reaction was to Charlie Kirk's assassination, where they're like on a call, and instead of talking about like the investigation,
that was crazy.
instead of talking about like the investigation and like how they're gonna investigate all this other stuff and find the perp, because this is before the perpetrator has been found. Like Cash Patel and Dan Bongino are on some like official FBI call, and they're detailing their Twitter strategy for messaging about the whole situation, and the FBI agents are sitting there kind of like baffled, like what the fuck are we like listening to?
Or narrative crafting. When you sent me that story,
Yes.
it immediately was evidence for my thesis that the Trump administration is more interested in narrative crafting, and that's why they keep coming out ahead of the press on all of these ICE interactions.
Yeah.
That's what they're single-mindedly focused on, is the narrative crafting.
Yeah, and it makes sense that the narrative is important for an administration to focus on, but not for the head of the FBI when you just found out someone's been assassinated. That shouldn't be the top priority. Okay, top priority should be trying to find the guy. You could have someone in the White House, in the executive office, who's not part of the law enforcement agency. They can be involved with trying to craft the narrative or something. So.
I agree. It's complicated with the narrative stuff because I do think that the press has completely abdicated any responsibility. where the press is supposed to be the ones that's more interested in the facts than the narrative, but that's not the case now.
Mhm.
The press immediately steps in and starts narrative crafting. Don Lemon
I mean,
was
the
a
press has always
guy.
done that, though. To be fair, it's the way the press works.
I don't think it always has.
I think it has.
Always?
Yeah,
Always?
always.
Who's the big broadcaster that everyone looks back to?
Oh,
Howard Cosell.
Cronkite.
Oh yeah, Cronkite. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Walter Cronkite. He wasn't narrative crafting. Come on.
It's interesting because there was I think there was this golden age where of television news, because it was viewed as like a public service and it had to be like
By
there
the
was a lot of
book.
strict regulations for it, that that was but that people grew up in that time period and they thought that was normal, I think. And so they thought once the restrictions went away because things moved from network to cable, that they thought that, well, that's the normal way the news is going to be. So obviously going to translate things. If you look back historically, that's never the normal way news has been. News has always been hyper salacious and shitty and like full of lies and fucked up. It's just that there was a certain set of like environmental pressures and regulations that kind of created like this good situation for a limited period of time.
Yeah, they'd pull their license. The whole station could lose their license.
Right. And so, yeah, when that was all gone, all of a sudden, everything got back to being shitty. So
it's a free for all.
Yep.
Let's narrative craft away. I wish the narrative. I still blame Don Lemon for the whole Kyle Rittenhouse thing, because we were watching those Kyle Rittenhouse videos online as they were going viral, and I turned on CNN just to hear what was going on. And Don Lemon chimed in about the videos that were going viral online.
Mm-hmm.
And was just like, it's terrible that someone would take a gun to a protest and shoot into a crowd just because they didn't like the Black Lives Matter protesters.
Right.
I'm like, what the fuck? That narrative became prominent.
He should have. I think Kyle Rittenhouse he should have sued the way. I mean, maybe it would have been hard, and I don't know. Maybe actually, he probably just couldn't because he lost most of the money that they raised. $1 million of it got stolen by what's his face. I forget that lawyer's name, but
yeah.
So maybe he
girl's
couldn't.
Name. I can't remember his name though, but
yeah.
That
But
V guy interviewed that lawyer.
Oh, really?
I couldn't believe it. Yeah, I was like,
and
wow.
He made up some bullshit excuse about he was just it was all justified, the spending or whatever. But because I think he definitely had a good case against some of the news site stations, the way that the Covington kids did. So
yeah, Sandman got his bag. He definitely.
Mm-hmm. Lynn Wood, thank you.
Yeah, Lynn. It's the
Lynn
girl's
Wood. Thank
name,
you,
right?
Okay. Have you seen, speaking of narrative crafting, because obviously the Trump administration, their narrative around both the Renee Goods shooting and the Alex Pretti shooting was like insane. When they came out, they're like, "Oh yes, these are domestic terrorists and all this other crazy shit." So they're just fucking like
they swing for the fences. Yeah,
they're just in a total like lie off. They're like, "Okay, well, now it's our turn to just make up a bunch of crazy shit." So have you seen this video? This is a very interesting video.
No, let's see it.
Okay.
Federal agents draw weapons on unarmed woman in St. Peter, Minnesota.
Yep. Okay. So I'm going to play it and then I'm going to read what DHS's response is.
Okay.
I think someone needs to call 911. They are seriously like attacking me.
We'll call 911 right now.
Yep.
What's your location?
Call 911. I'm right at the corner of Jefferson. Nope. No, I will not. I will not get out of the car. No. No. I will not get out of the car. You guys, I need CEOs here now.
Get out of the car.
No, I will not get out of the car. You can't do this. Get your hands off of me. Get your fucking hands off me. Get your hands off me. I am not doing shit. I am observant.
He's got the glass cracker.
What's that?
He has the glass cracker in his hand. You see it? He's got the window cracker.
Oh yeah, that's standard operating procedure.
Yeah.
They always break that window to get in.
Mm-hmm. I guess they didn't need to hear.
We're not really seeing much here. We're
Yeah.
hearing a lot of action, but
Okay.
we're just
So
seeing the
then they
back of
just
this
basically
car
what they
here.
do is they pull her out of the car and cuff her, and then they take her uh, away. Now here, this is kind of interesting how this story goes. So, as a local news station wrote about this, it says NPR, or I'm sorry, MPR, not NPR. NPR News has learned that the police chief in a small southern Minnesota city of St. Peter intervened Thursday to prevent federal immigration agents from taking a local resident into detention. It is believed to be the first time a local police department in Minnesota intervened in a federal law enforcement action since the surge in immigration enforcement began 2 months ago. The resident, a woman who had been observing and recording video of immigration enforcement actions from her car Thursday afternoon when agents took her into custody. The woman, who did not want to be identified because she fears for her safety, is a U.S. citizen and a resident of St. Peter's. She told NPR News in an interview that she was out in the community in her car tracking the movements of federal agents and recording them on her dash cam. She shared the video with NPR News, which is what we just watched. Agents in 3 vehicles began chasing her and trying to force her to pull over. Eventually, they box her in. 3 agents get out of their car in front of her with their guns drawn, and they try to force her out of the vehicle.
Yeah.
The woman's okay. The agents opened the door, which unlocked automatically when she put the gear shift into park. Oh, rookie mistake. Look at that. They drag her out and force her to the ground. She said the agents were overly aggressive and physical, so they pinned her down and handcuffed her, leaving her with multiple cuts, scrapes, and bruises. The woman's husband eventually arrives and tries to intervene, and he made a separate recording of the interaction on his phone, which I'm not sure has been posted yet. He tells the agents not to search her car because they don't have a warrant and it would be a legal search. The agents appeared dismissive of his constitutional concerns. Quote, "I'm not getting into the legality of everything," one agent responds tersely. The woman said the agents put her into one of their vehicles and started driving towards the Twin Cities, presumably to the Whipple Federal Building near the airport, where ICE has an immigration detention facility. After about 20 minutes into the drive, one of the agents got a phone call, apparently from an ICE supervisor. She says, quote, "I couldn't hear what was being said, but within 30 seconds after they hung up, they took an exit and turned around. They didn't say anything and started heading back to St. Peter's." So then
Boss
basically what
called
happens,
in.
yeah, so basically what happens is then they let her go. And it turns out her husband, who somehow like knows the chief of police or something, calls the chief of police and tells them what happened. And then the chief of police calls ICE and they're like, "You need to let this woman go." And they do. And they were going to bring her into some sort of detention facility.
Troublemakers.
So this is, but it was interesting. So I saw this clip, and it is pretty crazy because they approach with their guns drawn, right? Which you're not going to do that unless you think that this person is like a very dangerous threat.
That's that's completely wrong, Sitch.
No,
they pull guns all the time to force compliance. It's a regular tactic with law enforcement.
I don't
they
think
want
that's
her to
true.
get out of the car.
I don't think that's true. I don't think the training is that if they're pulling you over for just because they
look into it, okay?
Like what, like the concept of, okay, like we want this person to leave. First of all, they'd have to have a legal justification to take her out of the car anyway, which is kind of interesting. They let her go.
She's impeding a federal law enforcement operation. That's what they accuse her of.
Well, I'm going to read you.
That's in the video.
I'm going to read you. Is it?
Yes, he pulls up and he says, "Get out of the car. You're impeding a federal law enforcement."
No, yeah,
operation.
but I'm saying we don't see, right, but we don't see what supposedly what that action was.
Yeah, okay. Well, look,
so
that's a charge that they're levying at her.
Yeah, but hold on. So normally, I'm just saying, and this is true. Normally, the police officers, if they stop your car and pull their guns out already, they're already in a heightened state. So I saw this, I'm like, okay, like this is a pretty crazy, like what's going on? Are they just acting unhinged, or does it, if we're going to give the benefit of the doubt, you would think that something happened before the incident that would put them in such a heightened state. Like she did something dangerous. She tried to hit someone with a car. I don't know. She did something crazy, right? That's generally why they would already be in kind of this heightened state already. If they just think that you were blowing a whistle or something, or you were, your car was parked in the middle of the road, I don't think the ICE officers are going to chase you down, pull around in front of you, then jump out of their car with their guns drawn like that. I don't think that's what they're going to do, and I don't think that's what they should do, and I don't think that's the operating procedure here.
Take it up with law enforcement.
Okay. So here, let me find what the DHS said about the situation. Adam is in hang 'em high mode. Okay.
I am?
Yeah. You seem like it.
As far as her?
Well, in far as
Well, look,
in terms of most people. In terms of most people.
I mean, it's just look into it. I mean, I just watched the response. That is that ex-police officer talking about the shooting of Good. And he says officers all the time pull their guns to force compliance. He thinks that's why the officer pulled his gun to get her out of the car. I mean, it's just look. I mean, you're going off your gut, right?
I'm not going. I'm going off of I've seen a lot of these interactions, and the only time that I've seen when the police officers just stop the car, jump out with their guns drawn, is that something already happened beforehand that led to.
But you have seen them draw their guns, correct?
Yeah.
And why are they drawing their guns?
Because something happened already that was dangerous. Something that happened that's dangerous that they expect the person to act dangerously, not to just force compliance.
Not as a compliance tactic.
No.
Well, they do use it as a compliance tactic.
Like
look,
if
you
a
can
cop,
look into it.
If okay, I'm just saying. So DHS said in response to this, while law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation to arrest a serial criminal illegal alien whose rap sheet includes multiple arrests for assault, domestic violence, and driving under influence, an agitator began stalking and obstructing law enforcement. Our officers attempted to pull her over using their emergency lights to issue her a warning. Ignoring law enforcement commands, the agitator refused to pull over and began driving recklessly, including running stop signs, nearly colliding with multiple vehicles, and driving directly at law enforcement in an attempt to ram their vehicle. Her actions endangered law enforcement officers, the public, and allowed this violent criminal to remain at large. Our officers arrested her. Obstructing law enforcement is a felony and a federal crime. So there's a couple of things about this. Number one, if that's true, that would make sense with their actions. If she was doing this crazy shit, if she tried to, as they said, drive directly at law enforcement in an attempt to ram their vehicle, it would make complete sense that they would, draw their guns the way that they did. Though I don't know, I think they still wouldn't necessarily want to stand in front of the car the way they did because they might be afraid that she's going to run them the fuck over. But it would make sense that there'd be some sort of heightened state. What doesn't make sense to me, though, if that was the case, if she was acting as crazy as they're saying she acted, it's hard for me to imagine that even if the chief of the local police calls, that they're just going to let her the fuck go instead of fighting and be like, this woman literally tried to attack us. We're not letting her go. And I feel like if that was true, if that characterization was true and not hyperbolic, then they wouldn't have just dropped her off.
I mean, they would let her go if she just had a member of the family in law enforcement. That shit happens all the time.
No way. Someone who tried to ram a police officer, and they're like, well, you have a relative in the place, so that's fine. Like, no.
Well,
way.
Why did they let her go?
Because the chief of police called and said to let her go.
Yeah, but why?
Apparently.
What did he say?
We don't know.
She's probably like, her brother-in-law is on the force. Let her go.
No, I don't buy it. I don't buy it until I see body cam footage or or dash cam footage. I don't buy it. And this is the problem with having Kristi Noem and DHS just lie so repeatedly. We know they lied about the Alex Pretti situation when they described it. We know they were insanely hyperbolic about the Renee Good situation when they described it. So why would we'd be foolish to believe this time without evidence that their description of this event was true?
I had a gun pulled on me by the police back when I was like maybe 22. And it was definitely trying to force me to be compliant. But look, I wasn't compliant at all.
Wow, look at you were like, no.
Yeah, look, we got pulled over. They suspected us of drunk driving. Our driver wasn't drunk. I was blasted though. I was totally drunk. And they were being super aggressive. And I was like, I'm getting out of the car. I'm not taking this. And we were in a convertible, so it was super easy for me to hop out. And the cop totally pulled his gun on me and told me to get back in the fucking car. And I said, no, I'm gonna stay right here.
Look
I'm
at
gonna keep
you.
I'm gonna keep an eye on you. Yeah. But
And what
look,
do you do?
they wrote him the ticket. The guy holstered his gun and let us go. But I did stand there the whole time, and he did draw his weapon on me the whole time.
He should have beat the shit out of you and arrested
Look,
you
if I was sober, I
for
probably
obstruction.
if
right?
I was sober, I probably wouldn't have done that. But look, if you have family in law enforcement, if you talk to law enforcement officers, if you watch any of the law enforcement channels on YouTube, that's a common tactic for compliance. You've never seen in the well, look, I don't want to reference a movie because I made
Yeah.
fun of you. But look,
You
in the
did.
movies, they always pull out the gun and say, freeze, right?
Well, that's
Well, what do you
different.
think
Usually
they're doing
in-
with the gun?
Yeah, usually someone's in the middle of doing some kind of criminal activity, right?
Right. No,
Yeah.
look, jaywalking. Freeze.
Oh, okay. right.
Look, if you have a 22-year-old, a headstrong 22-year-old, drunk as can be, plastered beyond all recognition, and he wants to get out of the car at a potential drunk driving stop, what are you going to do? I mean, I don't blame him for pulling his gun out, to be honest with you.
And because I used to watch a lot of like sovereign citizen-esque videos.
Yeah.
Where they pull the guy, because I just find them hilarious.
They are hilarious.
Yes.
Totally.
Where they pull the person over and the person is just completely not complying whatsoever. And at least in the ones that I've seen, they never draw a gun. They'll whip out the little glass breaker and break the glass and drag their ass out of the car. But they don't usually pull out the gun. That's why I said usually pulling out the gun is, as I said, it would make sense if she was doing crazy shit and tried to hit someone. Then that would make perfect sense why they pulled out the gun. But I wouldn't believe it until I seen it.
It is a compliance tactic. It can be an effective one with some people. It can not be an effective one. So, but it's up to the officer's discretion. This whole idea that officers can't pull their guns to try to get people to comply, that is fiction. That's complete fiction.
It's not a question of whether they can.
Well, look,
they can.
It's not a good like people go
idea?
around. Okay, so you agree that they can, that it is a compliance tactic that's in their toolbox.
I don't think it's. I don't think that's
there's
their
a lot of
procedure though.
There is a lot. No, it's a tool that they can use. It's not a 100% you need compliance. Just pull your gun out, right? It's a use as needed thing. But you've got a bunch of left wingers running around now, and they think if the officer pulled his gun, it's an assault. Oh my God!
Well, it's stupid.
I'm in fear of my life here. I mean, look, it's happened to me. I lived through it. I survived. Look, I got a great story to tell you.
You got lucky though.
What do you mean I got lucky?
You got lucky. The officer didn't fucking throw your ass on the ground and arrest you.
I didn't try to grab his guns.
If a guy jumps out of the car and the cop pulls his gun and points it at you and he says, "Get back in the car," and you're like, "Fuck you, no." I mean, I'm like, okay, this guy's dangerous. He's like on something and he's gonna like do something crazy.
The cop was at least 15 feet away from me, so there was no, like, if I started moving towards him, like, he might have shot me. But look, I'm even drunk, I'm not that stupid. Okay. I'm like, look, I said, look, I'm just going to stay here and keep an eye on you. And I do think the other officers were like snickering at the standoff. Because I think the guy felt like he probably shouldn't have pulled his gun out, that we're just a bunch of dumb kids who were drinking too much. Yeah. And look, it was a small town, so.
Yeah, but see, that is also kind of
the standoff remained until
if you were
the ticket
this was an ICE
dispensed.
protest, you would have got your face punched.
Oh, of course. Maybe so.
Yeah.
Well, look, I wasn't. Well, in some sense, I was protesting the law enforcement because I was like, "There's no reason for you guys to be total dicks. Like, we fucking pulled over. These small town cops, they got nothing better to do, okay, than harass people." I had been pulled over a bunch of times by cops for just made up shit, totally made up shit. So, but at the same time, I understand. Look, I have family in law enforcement, so I understand the challenges of being in law enforcement. But they've told me stories about other cops that are complete power tripping dicks and how they make their job 10 times worse. A lot of cops hate those fucking fuckers, right?
Of course.
But obviously, as Americans, we hate those fuckers too. Well, look, I've got out of a lot of tickets too. It's a mixed bag, right? You can't say all cops are bastards. Only some of them are bastards.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them will pull their gun on you as a compliance tactic, but you don't have to comply, and you
still don't have to comply,
and you still won't get shot.
I don't agree with Adam. I think you should comply with law enforcement even if they don't pull a gun on you, but especially if they do, you should definitely comply.
Okay. Well, look, once you've had the gun pulled on you, you're like a little weary about turning around, opening the car door,
Mm-hmm.
getting back in the car. Look, I think it was safer just to stay where I was, to be honest with you.
Right.
Until he put the gun away. Then it was like, okay, I can go now.
Interesting.
This was 20 years ago. Don't try this with cops now, okay?
Yeah.
You guys will,
Not a
you're
great
going to get
idea.
yourselves killed.
Okay. Now, this is an interesting video. I don't know if you've seen this.
What's up, y'all?
So also, it's this little weird aesthetics here. This is Kyle Kalinske. Kyle Kalinske is now doing like girl vlogs, I guess, where he like lays on his bed and he holds his phone up and he just vlogs his feelings, right?
This video. I saw Nate responded to this video too.
Yeah, I did listen to Nate's response. Nate obviously has not watched Kyle Kalinske in probably a couple of years. He's working off of like the old memory when Kyle Kalinske seemed pretty moderate and reasonable, which has been gone for at least a year or two now. So
yeah, what do you think what is happening here? What's going on with Kyle? We need to analyze this from a psychology perspective.
I think that if you watch, because if you look at like his old videos and his new videos, I mean, he's changed the look of his videos a lot. He's changed the way that he looks a lot too. I think that he probably looks at the demographics and sees that he has a increasing female audience, and he tailors his aesthetic to that, including doing the I'm laying in bed girls, sharing my feelings vlog, because this is not appeal to men in any capacity
that is
whatsoever.
Fascinating, because look, that's a perspective I hadn't even considered. Yeah, but
makes sense.
That's persuasive. Yeah, very persuasive.
Yeah.
We have like, I think 5% of our audience is female. It's like mostly, it's like 95% guys.
Yes.
So
bunch of men here, but it's a sausage party. There's like 10 ladies in chat and then everyone else.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very, very logical.
No, we're too logical for the women. That's true.
No,
that must be it, right? No other reason.
No, that was a joke, but
okay. Okay, here, let me play this. It's pretty funny. I'll be right back. I'm going to the bathroom.
So, video just.
This,
I bet Crystal bought that pillow though. No guy buys one of these little pillows.
Well, a little throw
what
pillow?
Kind of fucking pillow is that?
A little throw pillow with like a tree on it. It's cute.
It's like a little baby pillow. Like, oh look, a little cute pillow at the store. I'm gonna get this.
You're
this
right.
Will be so cute when I make my vlog video.
You're right. Yeah, he should have like a resist pillow, right?
Oh yeah. It should
or
say
like
"Make America Great Again."
No, you should have like a pillow. It's got like the fat baby Trump on it or something, or like the JD Vance face on it, like the meme face.
Oh, he loves posting that. He's so insane on Twitter.
I know.
It's comical. Well, I thought you left. What are you doing?
Well, you paused it immediately. I got distracted.
Okay.
Came out of Alex Pretti, and it was, I guess, a few days before he was murdered. And he is
murdered? I thought he was executed. What do you mean, murdered? Give the hangman his due, Kyle. Come on. He's executed in the street.
Protesting on the sidewalk with a bunch of other protesters. And I got to be honest with you, he's being based as shit. He is screaming at them. He's saying, fuck you, screaming at the ICE criminals. Fuck you, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. You guys are fucking criminals. Every decision you've made in your life is fucking shit. Like, he was going in. But, like, all of it perfectly legal, perfectly acceptable. Just being a douchebag to the criminals. That's, that's good. That's a good thing in my book. And they get in their car to leave. And so
well, that's just obviously insane. He's like, yeah, he's being based as fuck. My whole audience should go out and do this so they can all get shot and killed. Completely irresponsible take from a content creator with over 1 million subs. When we went on Kyle's show. We talked to Kyle. Kyle came on our show.
Mm-hmm.
Then we were on Kyle and Crystal. Kyle, Crystal, and friends. And we met Crystal and talked to them, which was a great show, a lot of fun. But like since then, well, when that happened, he was under 1 million subscribers and he was super focused on getting over 1 million subscribers. You know, obviously Young Turks, I think, is like 5 million subscribers. David Pacman was, I think, around 2 million subscribers. Brian Tyler Cohen, I think, is like 2 million, 3 million subscribers. So he's like, I got to at least get into the 1 million subscriber club, right? Super focused, get in there.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder how much of this is just, you got to do the super extreme cringy shit to get a lot of the partisans on board and make that, because he's in the 1 million club now, definitely.
Right.
But he's sort of addicted to that. Like, outrage gets you the clicks and gets you the subscribers.
I can believe it.
That's my theory. But it probably all is deranged, childless cat ladies. So you're probably correct too, Sitch. It's both.
Yep.
He runs up and like kicks the bumper of the car and you can hear it. The video is from like, I want to say like 40, 50 yards away. Somebody else is recording but you could hear him clearly and you see him run up and like kick the back of their Tahoe or their Suburban. So they stop.
What is missing here, Sitch? What did he forget?
What do you mean?
He forgot like a crucial detail here. It's
that he kicks the light out. Yeah.
It's quite odd that he leaves
Doesn't
it out.
talk about kicking the light out, does he?
Right. He does physical property damage to the vehicle.
Yeah.
If someone walks up and kicks your taillight out, Sitch, are you going to retell the story and tell it as, oh yeah, some guy came up and kicked my bumper?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
No, you're going to tell about the fucking property damage you did. Hey, you had to go buy a new fucking taillight for your car. What a pain in the ass. This is so weird too, because he just said how based he was.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it more based if he kicks a taillight out? Why is he leaving the most based part of this?
You would think so, right?
Story out. That was ridiculous.
They get out and then they just fucking beat his ass. Like, and it was like he got jumped. So this is like he got jumped multiple times. And this time it was pretty severe. Like 5 of them get out, walk up to him, start beating his ass. And then they just casually get back in their car and leave. And that's where he wound up breaking the rib, which people were talking about the other day, that he had a broken rib. So look, the thing that everybody's talking about now, which I think is perfectly fair, was this a targeted assassination? Because what ICE has been doing, as everybody's seen, they go around recording everybody. They go around recording all the observers, all the protesters. And, you know, some of them slipped up and literally said, like, yeah, the reason I'm recording you is because now you're going in a nice little database where you're going to be considered a domestic terrorist. And the person was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why? Because I'm like, using my constitutional rights? You guys are insane. But that's what they're doing. And we know that from Ken Klippenstein and NSPM 7 and like.
Meanwhile, they have a database of all the ICE officers. That's why they want them to take their masks off so that they can dox them and keep them in their database. Did you know that?
Obviously, yeah, we've talked about it.
The protesters are compiling a database of all the,
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, oh, it's super based when they do it. But when the government does it back, oh, forget about it.
They're actually doing it. Anybody who like opposes the regime is a domestic terrorist. So stop and think about it. You got a guy who's protesting, yelling at and demeaning these ICE thugs. He gets jumped by them, gets his rib broken. He's out there a couple days later. They have his name. They know he's in a database. And then they roll up on him and basically assault him with pepper spray when he's trying to protect a woman who they shove. And they murder him. Like 8 of them are on top of him, jumping him like they're in a gang, and then they murder him. I think Occam's razor at this point is that this was a targeted assassination, right? Like, is it just a coincidence that they beat his ass and broke.
What? This is serious, Sitch. I can't
Do you
believe
think
you're
that's
laughing.
Occam's razor? That's the easiest solution. This is Occam's
I
razor.
think you laughing at an obvious targeted assassination is kind
This
of
is just Occam's razor, Adam. I don't. What are you talking about? It's Occam's razor. Okay, obviously.
You think the government
Obviously.
has that capability to actually keep track of people that meticulously? Come on.
Yeah, this is just Occam's razor. Come on.
Occam's razor is they don't even know who they're interacting with at any given time. That's Occam's razor.
Oh, okay.
Not that this is a targeted assassination.
Right.
His ribs a few days before. But then, by the way,
he is holding his phone with the hand. You can see it moving around.
Yeah. Wait, of course. What do you think? He's got like. You think he has like a little stand on his bed or something that he's holding up?
This is just weird.
Just to refresh someone's memory. Okay, Occam's razor is the idea that it's what they say, the simplest solution, right? But
it's
really,
I thought you looked it up,
right? No, but it's really the solution that requires the fewest assumptions, right?
Yep.
Is most likely the correct one, right?
Yes.
So the one Kyle here is saying that the solution with the least amount of assumptions is that ICE decided, okay, they're like, we have this guy, he kicked out our taillight, we tried to arrest him, we noticed he had a gun on him, which that was one of the things I was gonna, I wish we had more time to ask Nate that, because I was curious, like, the fact that they didn't arrest him there is kind of insane. That they didn't arrest him, he breaks federal property, he has a gun on him, and they're just like, let him go. It's fine. But though they see that happens to them, they let him go. And instead of having a cause to arrest him, which they did at that moment, they're like, okay, let's just wait for 2 more weeks and then randomly assassinate him just because he kicked some taillight out of a car 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, wouldn't the time to assassinate him be right then?
Yes. Right. He's acting violent, right? At that moment, you have a greater chance of him slipping up or and justifying it, saying, well, he was acting violent.
Yeah,
that's what we were talking about. He was acting violent, so we were afraid he was going to do something crazy. Not when he's not acting violent.
Insane.
Do you think Kyle actually believes this? I am genuinely curious. I don't know. Is he this gone that he actually believes this, or is this just because he knows his audience wants to hear this?
I do not believe he believes this.
Okay.
I just can't fathom that he actually believes this.
Right.
But look, I don't know. I don't know the guy very well, so maybe he does totally believe this.
Mm-hmm.
Crystal would know. Crystal would definitely know if he believes this. Maybe Crystal believes this, and he's just trying to signal that he's a good, loving husband. I think it's more likely Hanlon's raisin.
His razor, really? The raisin.
Hanlon's razor. You know what that one is? Never attribute to.
Oh, malice. What could be attributed to ignorance? Yeah.
To stupidity or ignorance. Yeah.
Right.
This is definitely probably more stupidity, ignorance realm as far as I'm concerned than targeted assassination. Right. But I don't know that guy clapping. I would talk to him. I would say, what the fuck was that?
Okay, so this gets even darker. So you guys know how Trump was trying to soften his rhetoric compared to J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem, and Trump didn't like don't call him an assassin, don't call him a domestic terrorist. This is an unfortunate event that happened, but I didn't like that he had a gun. Well,
what do you think of that? Trump softening his rhetoric on this?
I think that they got a lot. I think he got a lot of talking to by gun rights people and people in the Republican Party that really did not like the way this all played out and were bothered by the whole situation.
Yeah. You don't think he empathized with the family or any of the people involved?
Well,
it was just the gun rights activists.
I think it was just the Republicans. I mean, he actually empathized more with, I think, Renee Good, because he was like, oh, her parents are Trump supporters or something. He made some weird comment.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, her parents are Trump supporters. So,
he really
he did. Yeah,
he bifurcates the world into Trump supporters and Trump haters.
It was pretty. I was like, I heard that. I was like, I don't know. That's not a good. I don't really like the way he phrased that one. That wasn't. I'm not on board with that.
Yeah. So strange.
Yeah.
Now that that video came out, yet again, right wingers are telling on themselves, and now they're all going like, huh, see, some peaceful protester here. And Trump reposted a tweet that called him a domestic terrorist. So now Trump has done a 180, and he's going, yeah, fuck it, like he's a domestic terrorist. Guys, this is who they are. Like they think.
It's so sad. When you get new facts, when you add new facts to the situation, you can change your mind at any given time. It's like, oh, let me give him the benefit of the doubt. You know, he could have been innocent. And then you see him days later being an unhinged maniac. You're like, oh, wow, I was totally wrong about that guy. He is an unhinged maniac. Domestic terrorist.
It's all, I mean, this is obviously how Trump's going to act. Is it's all vibes-based, intuition-based. Because obviously the vibe of the intuition is, okay, well, things are different. Maybe he deserved it, right? Because, we see him being violent. But in terms of the incident itself, he wasn't doing anything that merited what happened. So it shouldn't really change the calculation at all.
It does, in that you see what a person is capable of. Like what he did in the second video, the first video in time, but the second video that went viral.
Yeah.
The one where he kicks a taillight out. Look, I'm not kicking no taillight out of some ICE vehicle, okay? That's a situation I will never be in because I'm not that person, right? Once you realize a person is capable of that, you realize, okay, well, they're a little more unhinged than other people who just would never go there. Right? They want to make him out to be a person that would never go there. They're like, oh, he would never do something like that. This is a fucking choir boy.
Right. And yeah, and they were trying to do that with him being, because he was an ICU nurse for veterans and all that other stuff. But I don't think it's about capability. I think it's about people's sense of like moral justice, because now they get to say like,
karma,
well, like this guy, because the way that most people, I mean, we look at kind of autistically like, well, what does the law say? Most people don't give a shit about that.
No,
that's not really how they look at any of this stuff. They're just like, did the person deserve to die? Right? Like that's what they look at it. They're like, well, I don't like these lefty pieces of shit, so yes, or I don't like these ICE agent Gestapo, so no, right?
Yeah.
And so so it's just showing him, being like, but there were people who'd be more in the middle, who'd be more inclined to say like, well, I do support ICE, and what they're doing, but I don't support them just killing a protester like that. But it's like, okay, well, now you're changing the moral calculation for some people, because like, well, look, he was not doing anything unhinged that we saw in the video when he died, but here he was being unhinged and an agitator and being crazy, 2 weeks ago. So therefore, that makes it morally justifiable.
Yeah.
And that's what I think Trump is kind of going along with. Not that it's some sort of tendy chess thing. I think that's just where Trump is a very normie intuitively. So,
but look, I think he changed his mind, and I understand the reasoning why people change their minds. They're developing a fact set about Alex Pretti, and this new fact is kind of transformative.
Yeah, but for the reasons I said, yes.
Yeah.
Now they think they're vindicated now. So they think if you protest and you yell at the ICE Gestapo thugs and you kick a fucking bumper of a Suburban, that
I love the way he characterizes this. You kick a bumper, I mean, you don't even scratch it.
The appropriate punishment for that is murder in the streets, vigilante murder. Believe them when they tell you who they are, because this is who they are. I think this shit was a targeted assassination, and I would be shocked.
No, he's just saying this because he knows it'll go viral. He knows people like us will be talking about it. He's like, I gotta say the most insane shit.
Wants to
exactly.
So
he's like, the more insane shit I say, we should do this, Sitch. We should be saying insane shit. Why aren't you saying insane shit every week? I'll come up with some really whoppers for you to say, okay? And you just got to come out here and just swing for the fences, okay?
I see. Okay.
Are you coming up with some? What are you
Yes.
asking ChatGPT?
ChatGPT, what is the most insanely lying, disgusting, immoral, viral thing I could say if I have no sense of morality or shame?
You should ask Grok because Grok will really hook you up.
You're right. Grok doesn't give a fuck.
Grok don't give a shit.
ChatGPT is going to be like, no, Sitch, I cannot
have-
perform that duty. That is a violation of my protocols. Grok is like, what? You want nudes? Here you go.
I have a moral
Like, I didn't actually want
obligation
nudes, but thank
not
you.
to cause you to say anything that will be harmful to society.
Yeah.
Grok will be like, here's what you say.
Exactly.
Where's Dev? Is Dev not around today? I thought Dev might come on and give us his take on the Epstein files, but
Mm-hmm.
Dev was saying some stuff that was, I don't really know what he was saying on Twitter, but I think he was triggering a lot of people.
I got somehow tagged in some thread and it was just like full of people arguing with Dev about something.
We have not told the news to the audience about how you have been interacted with by Hassan.
You mean how Hassan attempted to ratio me and utterly failed?
Hassan is trying to get you killed.
Oh, that's the thing. There you go. You said I should say something that's like very crazy.
Yeah, look, I'm
There you
working
go.
into it.
I don't know if you guys know this. Hassan Piger is trying to get me assassinated.
Assassinated.
Obviously.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
By one of these crazy left-wing people.
It's true. Now, okay, you can bring up.
Trans Tifa is going to be after Sitch in no time at all because of Hassan.
It's true.
Hold on,
you should bring up.
If it wasn't, to me, there's enough evidence to say that's Occam's razor.
There you go. That's Occam's razor.
He knows. What's this here? Hold on. 3 days ago. The terrifying
Hey guys,
reason.
so
Oh, I guess it doesn't go in the watch together. Damn it. What were you gonna say?
I said you should bring up the post that Hassan is trying to get me assassinated.
It should.
Hey
I'll bring
guys,
it up.
so huge news dropped yesterday. Oh, I forgot that we're using this as a mic. I was holding it down here. Let me know how this sound is, by the way, because I got this cool little Rode mic, and it's our first time actually trying it.
Okay, I don't care about whatever.
It's their first time trying it.
Oh god.
Since you're not remotely interested?
No, I'm not remotely interested. I watched Crystal and Sagar talk about the situation.
I never
Crystal,
watched
it was
but
funny.
I was dying to.
Crystal also brought up the assassination claim. Now she sitting across from Sagar, so she has to bring it up more tepidly. Like
Sagar's
like, well, maybe he was targeted for an assassination, right? I was kind of disappointed because even Sagar was like, yes, it's something that should be investigated. I was like, no, like get in there and be like, no fucking way, get out of here. This is retarded. He was not targeted. Come on. This is retarded. Stop it.
You don't think so?
No.
Come on.
It's stupid.
All right. So I brought up my tweet first because my tweet is funnier.
Okay.
No,
What was your tweet?
It's not really. Haters will say this is fake. My tweet is funny because Sitch posts this.
Yeah.
It actually, I mean, it's not
with no
real.
text.
Right.
No text.
It's for those of you listening, it's a picture of Hassan at some protest, and there's some woman in the background holding up a sign that says "Small Dick Hassan" with a dog crying with a shot collar on, and her other sign says "We are all." So obviously, this chick is based as fuck going after Hassan for his insane Kaya shocking, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But then what happens, Sitch, when you post this?
It went crazy viral. Got 39,000 likes.
39,000. Holy fucking shit.
Yeah. People liked it.
That's like 20,000 more from when I posted haters will say this is fake. But the only reason why I posted haters will say this is fake is because Hassan reposted it and said it was fake.
Well, it was funny because when I posted it, I was trying to think of like some kind of caption I could put on it that would be funny. I was like, how do I post this without? Because I'm like, I know I'm going to post this. I know people are going to wonder if it's real or not.
Right.
I thought that's what made it kind of funny.
You did it perfectly.
Right. So I just said, no, I'll just leave it blank. Let everyone decide. What
Yeah.
really sells it, that dog is so funny.
I thought it was real. I
That
totally thought it
crying
was
dog,
real.
the funniest picture. See, we were talking before the stream. I know everyone's saying ChatGPT is going out of business, but ChatGPT really hit it out of the park with this one. Okay. This is a ChatGPT creation. ChatGPT did a fantastic job on this. Because I remember it used to be difficult. It used to be like you tell them to change, you tell it to change like one thing, and it would just kind of remake the whole picture.
So this is
right?
how you did it with ChatGPT?
Yes. I just put the original picture in ChatGPT and I told it to only change the signs. I think it has a new function now where it literally will just copy paste a picture without actually altering it at all and only change the part you ask it to. Because it used to not be able to do that. I think now it can.
Yeah, it is pretty close.
Yeah.
No, I guess it is. Yeah, it used to redo everything, and you'd be like, "What?
Yes.
I
It
didn't
used to
know.
slightly
They're all
change
ducks
everything.
now. What the fuck?
Right.
You made all the
Right.
people ducks."
Yeah. No, it did a great job. And it only took 2 times because in the first time it did it, it just said small because the original sign said small dick energy and it was like a little ice guy. So I wanted to say the same thing. It didn't quite get there, but it had like a less funny dog. And it just said small dick with a dog. And I was like, no, you had to add Hassan to it. And then it changed the dog and made it like 100 times better. And I was like, this is perfect.
The
This
crying
is a
dog is
perfect picture.
amazing.
That's what sells the picture is that crying dog. That crying dog is hilarious.
So I guess
I'm glad
look.
everyone
So you
loved it.
did ratio Hassan because Hassan reposted with the actual photo, and Hassan says ISIS kidnapping people and killing U.S. citizens with zero accountability, and the internet's bravest keyboard warriors. That's you, Sitch.
Hey,
Are
look
busy.
at me.
Are
I'm
busy
a
doing.
brave keyboard warrior.
That's right.
Yes.
Are busy doing AI edits. This is why everyone in the real world despises you. By the way, you're despised, Sitch.
I'm despised. Okay.
And look, I noticed he only got 28,000 likes on that.
Wow, look at that.
But you got 39,000 likes on your maybe real, maybe not, maybe AI edited.
He's got a much larger following than I do. Look at that.
I think Hassan did a little AI edit. He couldn't handle. You can't handle the truth, Hassan.
You're right. You know what I should have said? Actually, those signs were real. Hassan AI edited the signs. He's the one that AI edited them, not me. Okay.
Yes.
I like that your response to that was debate dev, you coward. That's a good response.
Debate dev, you coward.
Yeah. I should have just leaned into it.
I thought it was funny.
I should have just 100% doubled down and been like, no, that's the real photo. Yours is AI. And people post a video. I'm like, that video is obviously AI video. It's obviously an AI video. What do you mean? Have you seen all those AI videos nowadays with the cats, and knocking on people's doors? It's all fake.
Yeah. You AI'd this. You could have got him in a back and forth.
I know. It's the real picture. I have the real picture. Okay. I was there. I saw it. I took this photo. I was there.
Well, yeah, that's what you should have said. That would have been
Yes.
great.
Yes. I took the photo. I was there. I had 2 responses. One, which I just responded to myself, and I said, I can't believe people are questioning whether this is fake. It is 100% true that Hassan shocks his dog.
I know. I retweeted. That one was great.
Pretty good. But then my response to Hassan, which is pretty good, got 2,000 likes. It said, Hassan responds to me by remixing his classic retort we were all getting tired of to make it new and fresh. How dare you criticize me shocking my dog and lying about it when ICE is kidnapping and killing people?
Which is exactly what he did. The bravest keyboard warriors.
Yeah, and I posted that great picture of Hassan with the babies strapped, all of them, saying, Ethan, are you sure you want to attack my character during an act of genocide?
Yeah. I got it right here.
There you go.
There we go. But I have all of these babies as shield.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot hurt me. Active genocider.
Yeah, it's funny because he got like banned from Twitch, and then he's like, "Well, since I got banned from Twitch, I'm gonna go to the ICE protest because I have nothing else to do now," and film it. And I was like, "Okay." And he's really goofy.
Yeah,
He's wearing
right.
this fucking. He's wearing like a press like bulletproof vest or stab vest or something. And it's like, okay,
This is my town,
Whatever.
Sitch. This is what I have to live with right here.
that's right. Yeah, there's always protests in LA right now. Are you safe? Are you
Oh.
okay?
All these self-hating white people.
Mm.
Look
Is
at this
Hassan
old
really
timer.
white?
Oh, I wasn't talking about him. He
Oh,
loves
okay.
himself. I was
Right.
talking about the old lady standing next to him.
Oh, okay.
You nice little illegal immigrant. I think they should let you stay. That's what she's saying to Hassan
The
in this picture.
The Oceanist for $5 says, how long until Hassan links Sitch to Israel? Clearly another Mossad agent. No one tell him I'm Jewish because clearly one step away.
Dev is getting retweeted by Hassan regularly now. So he's trying to get Hassan into a debate. Hence the reason I said debate Hassan, you coward, or debate Dev, you coward. So look, we're 6 degrees away now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hassan's going to come on the show soon.
There you go. Listen, Hassan, you can debate Deb. We'll be the unbiased moderator, okay?
If I have an idea, Sitch, but it's going to require some dishonesty.
Uh-oh.
To make the plan come together.
I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can.
Probably
stomach
shouldn't.
This.
A dishonesty is probably the wrong word. The right word is probably some covert engagement.
Covert engage. Oh, look at the. I like this. I like we're workshopping dishonesty to covert engagement.
What do you think? Sounds better, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Dishonesty is like a dirty word. I shouldn't.
Covert engagement makes it sound like we're like spies.
I know. Look at this.
Yeah.
We're working for the resistance.
Right. Okay. What is your covert engagement here?
Well, to get a debate with Hassan,
mm-hmm.
we do have a contact with Hassan's uncle, who's been on the show before.
That's true.
We could probably organize a debate with Jank on something.
Mm-hmm.
But you'd have to debate him and lose. So Hassan thought you were an easy win.
Gotta throw. Okay, I like this. Debate Jank, throw the debate, challenge Hassan. He thinks easy layup. Then I'm like,
easy
boom!
Target, yeah.
It was all a trap.
And this is the guy that was making up AI pictures. Yeah.
Yes.
Which could be fun because I mean you go into the Jank debate and you gotta go in full retard. Okay. You gotta go in. I mean, I want to see drool. I want you saying the dumbest shit you've ever said. Mm-hmm. Okay. Which will be good because the debate will go fully viral then, right?
Right.
Hassan will probably cover it on his live stream.
Right.
Because he'd be like, Uncle Jank, oh my God, he destroyed this guy. Fucking, Anna destroyed Pearl and everyone covered it, right?
True. That's a good point.
So it'd be one of those situations.
Right.
So, but you will take a minor hit to your reputation, but only until we can reel in that debate
big fish
with Hassan.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it's like you go from sniveling retard to like internet Einstein.
Right.
And you're like, shoo. And Hassan is like, oh my God, I'm so triggered. I got to shock the dog. Where's my fucking shocker?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like it. This is a good plan,
huh?
Yeah. And doesn't matter.
We're going to have to delete this portion.
We're going to have to cut this out of the VOD. Okay. So you guys just keep your mouths shut. Everyone here is sworn to secrecy. You're all going to be in on it, right?
If this disappears from the VOD, you will know the plan has been enacted.
Mm-hmm.
If you see a giant jump, if you're just coming in now and we haven't been talking about anything related.
Yeah.
Anyway, what are we talking about next? Do you want to move on to the?
We have a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
But I do want to read. Thanks so much, Lord Sug, for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you.
We should read Adam Refriended's $50 super chat too.
I was about to. Well, Adam Refriended for $50. Thanks so much. Says, all right, it's official. I'm going back to S class today. The ice stuff and Adam's cop comments aren't doing it for me. Sorry, buddy, but you've lost your general. Looks like I'm a new S class general now. It's the best class size. Wow. Wowzers, Adam. You lost one of your generals. I can't believe it.
Well, I banned him from chat. So like it's not completely honest what he's saying there.
When did you ban Adam? You banned Adam Refriended? How dare you?
I banned a couple people, but look, I unbanned
Today?
them. Yeah.
Oh.
They're being little bitches.
Wow.
They started questioning the cop take. They were all like, "Oh yeah, cops they're not allowed to pull their guns ever." And I was like, "Oh my god, you guys are ridiculous. You're fucking ridiculous." So I was like, "Who wants to get banned?" And I banned a couple of them.
Wow.
A couple of them with these cops can never pull their gun, like bad takes. But then look, I unbanned them. I'm just horsing around with you guys. Jeez.
You should give them a 5-minute timeout.
Yeah, but look, it looks worse when they get that hidden from channel. They're like, "Oh shit."
You can give people 5-minute timeouts too.
Yeah, but I don't want to
slap them with a 5-minute timeout. Like bam.
I don't want to time them out. I want them to feel their lives flash before their eyes.
Okay.
I want to think, "Oh my god, banned from the Sitch National."
Well, that's fine because I stole one of your generals, baby.
Well, that's okay.
I'm fine with that.
That's okay. It was all a test, and you failed.
You were testing their loyalty of the troops, and you failed.
The loyalty test.
Okay.
You don't know how this works, Sitch. Look, now you got to do a loyalty test.
Right.
Especially a guy who's fresh like that. Oh my god. He's got 1 foot out of A team, and he's already S class.
That's true. Jason Mulgreen, thanks so much for $20. Thank you, Jason. Says the most important question is why does the entire left think laws don't apply to them? Also, that woman who tailed ICE gave an interview at a protest later that night. Watch it and you'll understand the ICE's actions.
That is an excellent question. Yeah. They haven't, it's so weird. They do have no fear of law enforcement, but I don't know.
How do I find this interview she gave? Or send to me an X if you're on X, something. Because I am curious.
Who did the interview?
Yeah, or what? Yeah, or just where to find that interview. Because I'll bring it up. I want to know what she's gonna say.
What was the interview?
The lady that the guys pulled their gun on that we were talking about, that we saw the clip of.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Well, I can already tell you what the interview is going to be. Oh my God, my life. I thought I was going to die. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm. Well, Jason's saying that she says something incriminating, so to herself.
Oh, really? Oh.
Okay.
Oh my God. Everyone is critiquing my tactics, my chat tactics. It's hilarious.
They don't like the
I love it. No, I love it.
ban.
No, and the whole defection, it's great. It's a whole storyline. It's awesome.
Okay, there was another, I guess we'll stick with this for a second. There was another incident. I don't know if you saw where this is pretty crazy. Someone got hit by a car at a school. Did you see this? We will talk about the Epstein stuff. But here, maybe we should do this first. So while we're talking about ICE stuff.
It's now Bill O'Reilly, host of the No Spin News, BillO'Reilly.com. Bill, it is good to see you. Trump is.
This Sitch loves Bill O'Reilly.
I, in fact, do not like Bill O'Reilly.
You can throw your video at any time.
This is the no spin zone. You like Bill, the no spin zone?
Why would you say he was backing down? You want a CNN contract? Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't believe I found the spot I was looking for.
All right, here, play it.
United States law passed by Congress, by a state, under the governance of Walls and a city where Fry runs. Look, if you continue, and I say you in a general sense, to allow states and cities to not enforce federal law, you don't have a country. It goes, okay? Everybody should understand.
So then why is Trump
now, here's the
backing
second
down?
part of the story. He's not backing down. He's trying to defuse. Why would you say he was backing down? You want a CNN contract? He's not backing.
I mean, that sounds a little copy from Bill. I was interesting. I had never seen this clip. I thought Bill was going to go full scorched earth, but then he totally pivots. It's not backing down. It's diffusing. Oh, okay. Okay,
Why
buddy.
would you back?
Okay.
He gets so fucking mad that he said that.
And also the critique doesn't even make sense. You want a CNN contract because you're saying Donald Trump isn't going hard enough? How does that make any sense?
Well, he's backing down. He looks like a pussy.
Yeah, but I'm assuming the guy he's talking to is saying, well, I don't know. Is the guy he's talking to saying he's backing down and that's good? Or is the guy he's talking to saying he's backing down and that's bad?
Why would you say anything bad about Donald Trump? What are you trying to do? Get on CNN?
Right.
They have a bunch of weird interactions in this video. But what's your video?
I sent you the Twitter video.
Oh, okay.
It's got 3 different angles, so I'll send them to you, but you can bring the first one up. This is like crazy.
This is a lady that got arrested?
No. It's a completely different situation.
Okay.
There was a
same
protest
ICE officer?
No. What?
Oh, okay.
There was a
I
protest.
thought they were in a red Equinox in the other video.
Oh. No. This is a protest at a school. So a school, in their infinite wisdom, allowed a bunch of children to participate in some sort of anti-ICE protest. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Smart.
And obviously, things are not going to go in a good way. Obviously.
Yeah.
Because first of all, it's like school is for learning information. Why? Like,
no, it isn't. It's for indoctrinating activists.
I would be livid if I found out that my middle school or high school that I'm sending my child to, they're like, oh yeah, we like had classes end early so that the kids could go protest. I'd be like, fuck you. You know what? You know why the kids went out to protest? Because they don't want to go to school. They don't want to go to class. Of course, everyone's gonna be like, oh,
No.
I totally, yeah, gotta get ICE out of here. Sure. Are you saying I don't have to go to like English? I don't have to go to math? Yeah, get down with ICE, baby.
There's no way to convert kids to your political cause faster than say, well, you get out of school if you're a Democrat.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
Okay. Ready?
Okay.
45 seconds. Go. So there's a car with a Trump 2024 flag on it, and it's driving away. But oh my God, did he just run over someone?
He did.
Holy shit, he's still going. What the fuck?
He just hit a girl.
Where is she?
He didn't run over her. Like, she gets hit and bounces off, and then he leaves.
Oh, okay.
He didn't run over her with the tires.
She's like down in the street or something.
Yeah. Well, the second one is a different angle, so you can see kind of, because so people are looking at this, they're like, what the fuck? Like, did he just run over a person? Did she run from the car? Because it seems it's like from that angle, like it just looks kind of like he just like hits a person.
Looked like she might have thrown herself on the hood.
Right. Well, so the second one I gave you, you can see kind of the other angle of the situation.
All right, go. Oh, okay. To the very beginning there.
Yeah.
This person filmed in portrait again.
They all do.
All right, it's back to the old angle. I'm going to back it up because I didn't really see it. It happens in the very beginning here.
Yes.
Let's see. There she is, I guess. Oh, did she just walk like right into the car?
She just like runs right into the car.
Oh, yeah. Totally her fault.
Well, I mean, he shouldn't have gone, obviously, but she's kind of, why the fuck would you
She's
run
in the
into
road.
a car? Yeah, what the fuck?
We're going Beijing rules here.
Yep. I think
pedestrians don't have the right of way.
Mm-hmm. And there's
Tokyo drifted on her ass. What's up?
there's an interesting local news channel did a video on it, and they were like asking the students like what the fuck happened, and they were saying that the people were kind of like arguing with the guy because he had the Trump flag and all this other stuff, and then that's kind of what created the situation in the first place.
16-second video.
That's not the video I sent you. That's just another angle, but you can click it just to see.
3, 2, 1, go. New angle. blurring out his license plate so he doesn't get harassed for killing a woman. I mean, it didn't look. It, it looked like it could be a social media stunt, to be honest with you. I
No,
don't
it was
trust
real.
any of these kids.
It was a real incident.
Well, yeah, but you don't know if she ran over and threw herself on the car because she's like, oh, this will go viral. Watch this. I had a friend of mine that used to do crazy shit like that all the time. She was like insufferable.
I don't think so. I think she's just a retard.
Okay.
I think she's just dumb. That's my vibe take on it.
Going with Occam's razor, huh?
But I think her family and his family, I don't know if he's going to get in any legal trouble or not, but her family should 100% sue the school. His family should sue the school for emotional damage or whatever, because it's crazy. Why the fuck would they allow this to happen? A bunch of kids protesting on the side of the road. First of all, protesting at all, but then protesting on the fucking side of the road like that. It's dangerous. While people are driving around and shit. The fuck are you doing?
Going all sue happy on us, huh, Sitch?
Yes.
Just gonna sue everyone?
Sue them.
Sue the school board? Sue the teachers?
Sue them. Sue them.
Sue the maker of the Trump 2024 flag?
Yes. Didn't they know that
all.
that flag? It's like
It triggered people.
It's like a red flag in front of a bull. It's very triggering. That's true.
That caused the accident.
Yeah,
I totally agree. If that flag wasn't involved, it would have been completely peaceful.
That's true. Did you see the ICE video? I don't know if it's worth watching, but there was a situation where ICE tried to go into an embassy to arrest someone. Did you see that?
I didn't know.
ICE tried to walk into an Ecuadorian embassy to chase someone down. And the guy's like, you can't fucking come in here. What the fuck are you doing?
Really?
You're gonna cause some sort of like international incident. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because it's Ecuador land.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like you just walked into Ecuador.
Yeah, you need for any official government
embassy
employee to walk into an embassy. I think they need special permission too. And
yeah, the embassy is considered like whatever country it is hosts. It's considered like their own soil from their own land. So it is like you're crossing an international border.
Yes.
To step into an embassy.
Yes.
Which most people don't think that, right? Obviously, we have these people protesting in a church. They don't even know they're breaking the law. They're like, what? Right. First Amendment? What's that?
In ICE's defense, I am curious because ICE's defense, this was
they thought it was a donut shop.
They said that they were chasing a person and the person ran in and they didn't know that it was an embassy. And then people posted a picture in front of the building. It says like embassy and giant, like a giant sign, like the possible one to notice it. But if you watch the video, they're not going in through the front, they're going in through the back. And I couldn't find a photo of what the back door looks like. So it's possible that the back door doesn't have any signage. I mean, it seems strange, but it's possible the back door didn't actually have any signage and they just tried to run in. But they are stopped and the guy doesn't go in. So
right.
International situation avoided. No war with Ecuador.
Probably wouldn't be anyway.
I don't think there would be, but
That's good to know though.
Okay. We can move on to the Epstein stuff, or we can watch the Erica Kirk thing, which is super depressing.
Is it?
I mean, the Epstein stuff's super depressing too. They're both very depressing stories. So
let's watch Erica Kirk.
Okay.
I'm in the mood to get depressed.
Okay.
I'm flying high. I'm too happy right now.
Okay. You want to watch Erica Kirk cry about? Well, okay. Here, let me.
Well, I haven't touched base with the whole Erica Kirk thing. Where I'm at is I think Erica Kirk gave a cease and desist to Candace Owens. So is she not allowed to talk about Erica Kirk anymore? I don't really know. I haven't checked in on the show in quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
I was never a regular watcher of Candace Owens, so
I don't know. It's a good, interesting question.
I am going to look at the podcast rankings right now because this usually comes up.
See where Candace is. That is the all important question. Where is Candace in the rankings at the
So you'll
moment?
be happy to know the Joe Rogan Experience is again #1, back to the top. Poor Tucker Carlson has fallen down to number 10.
Wow.
Oh my God. Candace, is she above Ben Shapiro? Is she below Ben Shapiro? You want to hazard a guess? You want to take a guess?
I'm going to say she's below.
She is beating NPR, which I think last time NPR was beating her. So she's not doing too badly. She is at 16 and Ben Shapiro is at 37.
Oh, wow. Okay. So
Holy
she's
shit.
handily beating Ben Shapiro. Look at that.
Yeah. Just destroying poor Ben.
Sad.
Ben needs to stop that Zionist stuff. Go back to just reporting the news.
Uh-huh.
That's funny. All in podcasts, they always talk about being #1. I think they were #1 for like a week, but now they're down to 41. Megyn Kelly's at 42. Wow. Holy shit. But Candace is still kicking at number 16.
So there's Candace like posted or someone posted this video, and it's like it's a leak. I sent you the video. It's on X. It's a 8-minute video. It's a leaked Zoom call with Erica, and this takes place, I believe it takes place 5 days after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And it's her kind of talking to the people that work at Turning Points USA about this. And I did find it incredibly disturbing because I saw all these people react to this, including Candace. And there's one of two things there's one of three things going on. Number one, either people didn't actually watch the video. They only watched the first 10 seconds of it. And in the first 10 seconds, Erica Kirk is smiling in the first 10 seconds. So people say, oh my God, she's smiling. He died 5 days ago. Obviously she's faking it, right? That's probably a lot of people. It's also possible a lot of people reacting to this are just children who have never actually had someone in their family die or never watched someone react to someone dying. If they watch this 8-minute video and think that there's anything weird or suspect in her, the way that she's acting. Because when I watch this video, I see a person who seems incredibly, genuinely distraught about their husband dying and being assassinated. And the people that are watching this and pointing this and saying, oh my God, she's faking it, is so disgusting to me that it's borderline demonic, that I have to cope by telling myself, no, these people are just stupid. They're not actually literal demons. So, or the third explanation is just that the people that are so in the cult of Candace Owens are just so brainwashed that whatever she says, however she frames it, that's what they'll just suck down because they don't actually have free will. They're just complete NPCs. So I was curious for you, Adam, and for the chat to watch this video and to tell me, am I wrong? Is she acting super suspect and crazy? Or is this seems like a completely normal reaction to someone who's been thrust in the situation she's in?
Well, so much of it is what you bring to it as well. There's a lot of people that they look at Charlie Kirk's wife and they fucking hate her because of all the Israel stuff and just all the other ancillary topics around this. So they're never going to give her a fair shake. And they just bring that into whatever she's doing and kind of read it through that lens. And when that's going on, when the mind is creating all of this bias, it's impossible not to see everything she does as disingenuous.
Right.
So, but look, I've had people I love die, and it's very tragic. And when it first happens, I mean, you're a little shell shocked. You're like, it's hard to even think it's real for a time. So You go through a lot of different things. So I'm with you. I'll probably, people judging it in that way, I tend to lean more towards these people are demonic, demon, evil, Satan seed, just like you.
Mm-hmm.
But it's probably just the bias shit. There's huge contrarians. They think the world is like out to get them. So it's 8 minutes long. Just say something if you want me to pause. Okay.
Okay.
I can't imagine not getting through this without pausing.
Yeah.
So let's take a look. Leaked Zoom call from.
There you go. And the person that posted this, they say leaked Zoom call showing Erica Kirk speaking with staff just days after Charlie Kirk's assassination, cheerfully discussing.
Look, they're already biasing people.
Yes. Discussing attendance, merchandise sales, and metrics for his memorial, which took place 11 days after his death, or 5 days after his death.
Well, they even, they're priming people to see this in a bad light.
Yeah.
Thumbs up. Look how cute that is. Sorry, this is a little bit more informal than probably Charlie would be reacting. How sweet. I didn't know they could do that. I hate Zoom. I never liked Zoom. Sorry, you guys. I just wanted to say first and foremost, my heart obviously is broken for you guys as much as it is for our family. You guys lost not only a boss, but someone that you looked up to, someone that you believed in his mission, that you also that you loved. You loved listening to his show. You loved hearing his wisdom on things. I'm sure some of you have also had very personal moments of where you sat down and had private conversations with him. I want you all to hold on to those. And I want you all to remember those so deeply. I want you to journal about that.
I mean, her voice is trembling.
Right.
Which is kind of a big giveaway that saying these things is really causing her to feel a lot of emotion.
Difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah. She literally has her head in her hand at one point.
I'm 57 seconds in and like already her voice is like cracking as she's trying to have this conversation.
She looks, if you're just listening, she looks like she's about to cry at any moment. The way her face is.
Yeah, posting this is fucking evil. These people are fucking evil.
I would say
because they're all just, this is the narrative crap. This is like, I'm going to destroy this person because I'm jealous because this person is getting a lot of attention because they've gone through this harsh situation. And that I want that attention. That attention should be on me. I'm fucking stupendous. Even like posting this stuff is an attention grabbing mechanism. They're doing this for attention.
Of course.
So, yeah, these people are evil. Complete evil. Fucking vultures. Ugh. All right, ready?
Yep.
57 seconds. Go.
I want you to be able to tell your kids about them. I want you to put those in your heart as why you're still here with the Turning Point USA family, because that's what we want. And like I said to our small group after whatever day that was, and I did the thing on TV, how many days are still rounded Friday. I told the team, I said, Turning Point USA will continue like my husband always wanted, and it'll be bigger than ever. And we're going to honor him by doing that. We're going to stay humble. We're going to work hard because that's what he would want. And we're going to just make it grow. And we're going to keep our eyes fixed on heaven. And, like even Stacey said, he's going to find ways to speak to us. And he's going to speak to you in different ways. Every person's going to be different, but you'll get little moments where you're like, okay, Charlie, I see you. It might be here on campus. It might be in quiet moments of the night, but he's here and he's more alive than ever. And he is, he's going to guide us. And we just have to remain humble. But again, what I told the team was, I will fight like hell to make sure that all of you have a job here. I don't want anyone to think the job's in jeopardy, because your family, if you choose to leave, that's different. I never will. And I promise you, I will make sure that I never allow a point to where you have to leave because we cannot financially afford you. And that is a promise. I want our family to stay together. The best it can.
I paused it. Yeah, obviously this seems completely genuine. And the motivation after losing someone who was so motivated to change the world and realizing, well, if this institution falls apart because I want to go full fetal position because my husband died, that's really going to be detrimental to his ultimate mission. So I have to keep it together. Like there's going to be slings and arrows, but I have to get in there and maintain the fight. All of that is super present in this.
Yeah.
And for people not to recognize that is just bullshit.
They don't want to. They want to intentionally look at it as she's being evil. You know, Candace is playing parts of this and saying, "Oh my God, look at her. She's acting so weird. She's not. I couldn't do this after Charlie died. How could she do it?" Like, she's saying like insane things about this.
She's been making money off of Charlie's death.
I know.
She's doing everything they're accusing Erica Kirk of doing.
Yep.
She's like, look at her. She's just raking it in off Charlie.
Meanwhile, yeah.
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 It is sick. At least the money that she's bringing in from the Charlie Kirk calamity is going to what Charlie Kirk would have wanted it to go to bolstering his legacy, for opening new chapters, for continuing to share his message. And that's a good thing. All the money that Candace is raking in off of that is going for Candace's fucking trips and shit, for her handbags. That's like such bullshit.
No, Adam, she's using this money to uncover the truth. Okay, the truth about who really killed Charlie.
I mean, that's the way she's spending it, but really, it's going for her legal fees, right? She's embroiled in some legal controversies with other statements she's made. So,
right,
yeah. Do you know anything about the cease and desist? Because evidently they sent Candace some cease and desist, but if she's playing this video, it doesn't look like the cease and desist really worked out. Or maybe they sent it after this video. I don't know.
I don't know the specifics of that.
All right. I'm at 2:49. Go.
Yeah. Obviously, circumstances, there's unforeseen things that might pop up here and there that we can't foresee in the future. But for right now, the way things are, I would like to remain if they are status quo. And I think that's the best thing to do. And everything else we can worry about later. But I just want to let you know that you guys are all very loved. I'm very proud of you. And Charlie would be, I think Charlie's just... I'm trying not to say that he's obviously celebrating in heaven amongst so many things, but he's so proud of all of you. And he's so proud of all of you for keeping this mission alive. And he knows that you can do it. That's why you're hired. And he knows that you will be able to carry the torch. And he knows that you're going to do a great job. And you're going to be able to, even though days are going to be tough, honestly, the nights are the hardest. Mornings are pretty raw too. But just what I've noticed these past several days is if I didn't have the Turning Point USA family with me, all of you, I would be a disaster. I mean, I would be in fetal position 24/7. But the fact that we have a continued mission to look forward to, and we have our family, it's everything. And some of you, this is your chosen family. And just rely and lean on each other. That's huge. Leaning on each other is huge because all of you were together prior to this and will be together after this. And everything, and I told Justin this, it's going to be something where everything before September 10th, any email you were working on, any project you were working on, it's not that it's irrelevant now. It's just things have changed, obviously. And the mission has gotten deeper and the mission will grow deeper. But I just want all of you to know, we will be wise stewards. We will be vigilant. We will be humble. And And I just want you to know that, again, I'm with you. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. And we're going to make sure that we honor my husband so well that this whole world knows what his vision was and will be. And it's just, I feel so blessed and honored. And we will.
Oh my God. Candace's ugly face popped in there for a second. I guess someone edited all the Candace parts out, or
I guess so. So is there, so far, is anything here striking you like, oh my God, this person obviously is just so happy that Charlie Kirk died? What's wrong with
no, perfectly authentic. Being able to have work to turn to. I mean, pretty much everyone does that when you're hit with any kind of catastrophe. You just gotta keep going. You gotta put one foot in front of the other and keep going, especially if you got people relying on you.
Yes.
Yeah.
But no, she's not acting like a character in a movie where she just sits in a bed, you know, completely unable to do anything. So therefore, this is all fake.
Well, she can't do that, obviously, and real human beings can't do that. So, like she even just said in the video that she would be doing that if she didn't have all these people depending upon her.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is I don't know if these anti Erica Kirk people are, I don't know if they're helping their cause, because it is definitely keeping the internet focused on this, right? This video has 151 likes.
Yeah. It's
What's
1,000.
Oh yeah, 151,000 likes.
Yeah, that's crazy.
13 million views, 12.5 million views. So
yeah.
So people are drawn to this controversy. But I guess those are all just probably haters. Well, we're not haters and we're watching it. It is interesting.
Well, we didn't like the video though.
That's true. Yeah. Fuck no. But we're in those views. I hope a lot of that's hate watchers.
I hope so too.
All right, let's go.
Do our best to continue to make Turning Point USA the behemoth that he wanted it to be, this massive thing. And it is, and that's why we have to stay humble. But you know, I just want you guys to stay in prayer. And if you guys do need anything, please reach out to whoever you know to reach out to. And pray with one another, be there with one another, be soft with one another. Everyone grieves differently. So if someone's acting weird, don't read into that. Weddings and funerals bring out the weirdest side in people. Just anyone who's been married knows that. So don't read into that. Just love on each other. And if there's anything or anyone who tries to divide your team or you, or that's just the enemy, and just rebuke it and know that there's a bigger mission at hand. And again, you guys are all very loved, and I feel very honored, and I'm grateful for all of you. So I just wanted to take some time to hop on and share with you my condolences. I wish I could help all of you. But again, the fact that there's a lot of them in the office on today, the fact that a lot of you guys are here in office, that's what he would. The mission, he doesn't want you to just be sitting on the couch alone in your room. He wants you to, obviously, I mean, we will all mourn, but he would want you to build. And so that's what we'll do. We'll have a sword in one hand, and we'll have a hammer in the other. We're just going to build. Okay? I love you all. Deep breaths. Usha, I just wanted to share this with you all. I asked her when we were on the tarmac, I said, I don't know how to get through this. And she said, you know, when you're on an airplane, and some of you have kids who will really relate to this. Others that don't, you've been on a plane with kids, so you can also relate to this. But she said, when you're on an airplane and you're 15 minutes before landing and the kids are going crazy and you have 15 minutes left on the plane and they're throwing their toys and they're screaming and you're thinking to yourself, am I going to make it through these next 15 minutes? And then the plane lands And Lucia said, you're going to make it through those next 15 minutes. And the next 15 minutes. And so I just want to share that with you because it was a very private moment. But it gave me some peace to know that we can just do this 15 minutes at a time. So if that means at work when you're feeling a little bit sad, take those 15 minutes and you'll be okay. We're all going to be okay. I love you guys. Have a great meeting. Is there anything else that you need? It's good. You guys are loved. Love this little film on the birds. It's so cute. So sweet. God bless you all.
So she's literally crying through the whole call.
Mm-hmm.
She's got a tissue and she's wiping her eyes. So
yeah,
I guess they're saying that it's crocodile tears and she's faking it.
well, it's like they're simultaneously saying, "Oh, she's too happy," but then also faking it at the same time. Like, it doesn't even make sense. It's just like the people that are looking at this and think that she's faking it or she doesn't actually care that he's dead or whatever. These people, I think, are fundamentally broken as human beings and need to reassess who they are to not just be either demonic or NPCs. Because I saw everyone talking about this clip. I saw so many people like making fun of her in this clip. So I don't know. I clicked it. I expected something like crazy, and I just watched them. Like, this is just a woman who just seems completely distraught. Like, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with these people.
They want to be a part of the conspiracy,
I guess.
It looks like there might be some Turning Point USA halftime show during the Super Bowl, which is coming up soon here.
Hmm.
And I know
Today's the Super Bowl?
Today's not the Super Bowl.
Oh.
I don't think. I think it might be next week.
It is next week, yes.
Yeah. Turning Point USA is putting on an anti-Bad Bunny Super Bowl halftime show.
Okay.
What does Bad Bunny have to do? Well, I think Bad Bunny came out boycotting the entire Super Bowl. Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA takes on Bad Bunny as fans vow to, I don't know, it looks like Bad Bunny and Turning Point USA are brawling. I don't know. Bad Bunny's a band, right?
It's a guy.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Well, he's a singer, but yeah. He made I forget what he made some political comment or something. I don't remember exactly what he said that people on the right didn't like.
Okay.
So.
Well, I don't know if they're going to be in the Super Bowl. I'm just reading headlines here.
Right. Well, no, it sounds like this Bad Bunny is going to be performing the Super Bowl halftime show. A lot of people on the right were not happy about this because of his comments. And so I guess Turning Points USA is like, hey, we're going to do like our own like our own, halftime show. So you don't have to watch Bad Bunny or something. So it sounds like you're saying.
There's a Vanity Fair article from 3 days ago that says, is Turning Point USA All-American halftime show really happening? So I guess we'll find out.
Mm-hmm.
But she also was in Washington with President Trump to match these $1,000 accounts for newborns to match the investment money, which is pretty cool, right? They got to be swimming in money from all the donations. So that's a good kind of philanthropy thing to do.
Mm-hmm. So I found
if you have a kid, have a newborn on the way, you can get $1,000 from the Trump administration and $1,000 from Turning Point USA in an investment account for your kid.
Mm.
You know about that, right, Sitch?
I knew from Trump. I didn't know Turning Point USA was matching it. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So I found about the cease and desist thing. Candace Owens quoted excerpts of a letter that she said Turning Points USA lawyer sent her earlier this month. Reportedly warned Owens to retract her claims that TPUSA and its officials, quote, knew about the assassination beforehand and participated in the assassination day of or covered up the truth about the assassination after the fact, to which she said, better luck keeping the sun from rising into the sky than trying to keep me from investigating Charlie Kirk's assassination. So I hope that they sue her into oblivion. I hope that Candace Owens is completely rendered destitute, both from the lawsuits against her from the French president and also from Candace Owens. I mean, from Erica Kirk personally, and from Turning Points USA. I hope they all just completely sue her into oblivion. I guess she won't be destitute because her husband's super rich or something, but I hope
Well,
she
it's
loses
false.
all of her own money.
It's false statement of fact, and if they can prove they didn't have anything to do with it, which is likely an easy prove, right?
Yeah.
And the cease and desist or asking for retraction is the first step in a defamation case. So maybe they are actually going to
Yes.
drop a
Of
defamation
course.
case
They
on her.
are. They are. And I mean, the fact that they like the things that Alex Jones said about the Sandy Hook families pale in comparison to what Candace Owens has been doing with this stuff.
Right.
Like it's not even close. Like she's like doing like 1,000 times more shows and saying 1,000 times more things than what Alex Jones said, and he got clobbered with that lawsuit.
Okay. The jury is going to look at the monetary gain she's made from all this and just be aghast. They're going to be like,
Yes.
what the fuck? For
Yeah.
real?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That'll be fun. Great fun.
It'll be fun if she gets fucking annihilated and has to pay some massive settlement. Then that'll be fun because she's definitely Candace Owens. I think is probably one of the worst people in the world, or at least in America, I should say.
Yeah.
And she has been from the beginning. From the beginning, she gets some obnoxious call from some guy who supposedly likes her. She sues her school, which is an insane reaction. Then she goes on to try to create a doxing website, which is an insane fucking reaction. And then even when she becomes the right wing pundit, it's just like everything. And I said this from the beginning. I mean, we covered way like one of her first things was her crazy conversation with Blair White on Dave Rubin's. That was the guys thing. And she acts like a total cunt for no reason to Blair. And then even Dave Rubin was talking about how after the fact she was just completely standoffish and terrible and horrible about the whole thing. And she's always been like this. I was saying from the beginning, she always frames everything the most hyperbolic, dishonest way possible. And some people they didn't notice it until her lies got more unhinged. So she became more unhinged, or at least, was becoming more unhinged for the views. So she's just a terrible fucking person.
Yeah, she's growing though.
Yeah, that's why it's disturbing.
All this evil makes her more powerful.
That's what's even more disturbing about it, because there's so many people in the country that are just scumbags, just are horrible wastes of space, horrible people. They have nothing. They're so pathetic. They have nothing going on with their lives that they have to be like, oh, I'm the Facebook investigator that can tie the conspiracy together because I watch Candace Owens. And she suckers them into the call. That's why I thought it was so important when we talked about her, I think a couple Sundays ago. She like the psychological manipulation that Candace Owens uses when she talks to her audience about how like, well, just watching the show is like creates a psychic energy that makes the world a better place. That was her argument. She was saying just having the knowledge that I'm telling you sends out some kind of spiritual pulse that makes the world a better place. She's literally telling her audience, you don't need to actually go and do anything in the world to make the world better. Just watch my show. And that has some sort of spiritual psychic effect on reality itself.
You don't believe that?
I don't believe that. And you have to be a fucking retard to believe that. Holy shit. Like these people are just so pathetic.
People can't actually believe that.
They do. They completely do. They completely buy it. They're like, I'm saving the world. So many people want to feel that way when they watch like Hassan and all this other shit. And so then I have someone actually say it directly, and then they'll be able to tie it to some sort of like esoteric spiritual system is even like, oh my God, it's like nectar from the gods. I'm literally saving reality, Adam, by watching Candace Owens' dumb fucking ass say the stupidest shit ever on YouTube. This is the easiest way I could participate in the spiritual battle for my soul.
Yeah, it's great. Like I get to be lazy and save the world. I'm a hero.
Exactly.
Yeah, very sad.
Sickening. Okay. Anyway, speaking of sickening, Epstein.
Right.
What's that old so and so doing?
I watched CoffeeZilla's video on Epstein when the new stuff dropped.
Yeah, I figure we go through that. He does a pretty good breakdown. And then there's some other things to bring up that he didn't talk about.
You got any take on the new Fed chair?
Do I have a take on
The FBI
new
just
Fed chair?
The FBI just dropped 3.
I don't know anything about him, so no. Except as what I told you before, stream, which is some people were speculating that he's the reason crypto dropped significantly.
Right. Yeah. Well, supposedly he's far more hawkish on interest rates. Everyone was saying that Trump is just going to hire a yes man, right? And lower interest rates immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Someone that he can say lower interest rates, like he keeps badgering the current Fed chair to lower interest rates a whole percentage point in one meeting, which I don't know that they've ever done that. Maybe they have. Seems like they have just dropped them to zero, straight to zero when there's like a terrorist attack or something. But that would be pretty insane in the current environment. So they thought he's going to hire a yes man, someone that's going to do that, someone that's going to lower interest rates. This guy's quite the opposite of that. So it's kind of a big shock. But we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
You don't care about interest rates.
No.
Do interest rates affect you at all? Do you have a mortgage that's like super expensive?
I don't.
I know there's a lot of people that would like to.
I mean, interest rates just affects me in terms of, general inflation affects me and the markets affect me.
Right.
But no, I don't have a mortgage.
Well, that's interesting.
I'm a renter.
Well, most people think high interest rates fight inflation. But there are a lot of people that believe high interest rates cause inflation.
Mm-hmm.
Like if the supermarket is buying a bunch of product on credit, those high interest rates will be reflected in the price of the product, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they'd be more expensive. Anyway, let's watch the video.
Just dropped 3.5 million files, and it is incredible. Huge bombshells about some of the most powerful people on the planet. I can't believe they let some of this stuff out. I mean, it is stunning. Honestly, one of the biggest lies we've seen is the idea that the FBI could possibly come to us and say, not only is there not a client list, there was no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. Guys, we're about to see planned blackmail to one of the most powerful people on the planet, and that is Bill Gates. Listen, there's a lot we're going to get to, but we have to start with probably the craziest revelation here, which is Jeffrey Epstein emailing himself about Bill Gates. Now, if you don't know, Bill Gates and Epstein had a relationship post 2008. That's a big year. You're going to hear a lot today because 2008 was the time that Epstein pled guilty for soliciting of somebody under the age of 18. He was a predator at this point. Everybody knew it. Now, eventually, Bill Gates would get divorced when all of this came out. Melinda Gates said it was part of the direct cause for the divorce. She said she met Epstein and said he was evil.
He was evil personified.
So you have to understand, this is like Bill Gates' kryptonite. He's one of the richest men on the planet. He's got this huge philanthropy arm. But this relationship with Epstein has been a huge problem for him.
I can't wait for the House or Senate hearing when they drag Kash Patel and Pam Bondi before them and they say, what the fuck what is happening here? Why did you tell us that there was no blackmail? Why did you tell us that there was no trafficking? Why did you tell us all this fucking bullshit?
Did they perjure themselves in front of Congress? Sounds like maybe they did.
I feel like they probably did. I had to go back and listen to the exact way. Maybe they worded it in some sort of like vague enough way that they provided some level of legal room. But then on top of that, why the fuck are they not complying with it for as much as they're given out already? There's so much shit that's redacted that's not supposed to be redacted. They're literally only supposed to be redacting victim information, victim's personal information. And there's so much stuff in there that's not victim personal information. We know is not personal information from victims that they're redacting. And they said as much. They literally said that they were redacting stuff to like protect people. who were, maybe are being wrongfully accused or some nonsense.
Well, they'd be a victim then, right?
Okay. That's what they meant. Oh, like you said victim? Oh, you only meant victims of Jeffrey Epstein? Oh, you should have been more specific, guys. Yeah, exactly.
And Epstein appears to have known that because in 2013, Bill Gates appears to be distancing himself from Jeffrey Epstein. And Epstein seems to have a problem with that. He says, I assume the dedication to our relation went both ways. Larry has now asked me to recommit to a confidentiality agreement. Basically, he's got to shut up about his relationship with Bill Gates. And this is where the blackmail starts. And it comes in the form of like, if I were you, I would do X if I were the type of guy that you should be.
So just to make this, I don't know how important it is, just to make it even more kind of confusing. It's like this, it seems like that this isn't Epstein writing a blackmail letter even for himself. It's him writing a blackmail letter for someone else to give to Bill Gates. Like someone else like came to Epstein like, I need you to help me craft a blackmail letter for Bill Gates. And Epstein's like, I'm on it. Which
I already have 6. You can just copy paste mine and use them as a template.
Right, which is pretty weird because it's like, okay, why would the person go to Epstein unless they either A, they're like, okay, well, I know this guy's got dirt on him, or B, I know this guy's got dirt and he's like really good at doing this because,
He's good at blackmailing people.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a blackmailer extraordinaire.
Yeah.
He says, in that regard, I suggest I buy you the house that you had your heart set on. In addition to 5 years of severance, we'll buy you out of the investment contract we agreed upon, 30 to 40% of an $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's terms. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. Then he lays out what he has on Bill Gates, or what he says he has. Quote, to add insult to injury, you subsequently, with tears in your eyes, implore me to delete the emails I had regarding your STD. Your request that I provide you antibiotics that you could surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your I mean, this is insane. It's completely insane. It's like basically laying out in text form, I would give me millions of dollars, and I can't believe you're asking me to delete the message where you were going to give STD medication to your wife without her knowledge. I mean, it's complete. It's crazy. It's just completely obvious what he's doing here. It's just a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Here's what you should do. But now that coming out.
And first of all, I mean, if this is true, like how fucking evil is Bill Gates? Jesus Christ.
I know.
The Bill Gates haters stock, finally, they're like, yes, finally. We have it right here. He literally cheats on his wife, gets an STD, then has sex with his wife, gives her an STD, and he's like, how do I cure her without her knowledge? I'm gonna like sneak some antibiotics into her sandwich or something.
It's so crazy. It's totally insane to do.
Yes.
Yeah, people have been wanting to get Bill Gates forever. They have all of these crazy conspiracies on his vaccines and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But here it is right in front of them. Epstein's got all the dirt.
Well, and I mean, it's interesting too, because like we didn't have this exact letter, but this story about this, I mean, this story came out like 2 years ago or something. Because I remember it was like in the Wall Street Journal or one of those publications, there was this story that was like Jeffrey Epstein was trying to extort Bill Gates over, having an affair or something. I don't remember if it had the STD angle in it. So this is just vindication of that story, or validation of this story, I should say.
Yeah, seems like I would remember the STD stuff.
After Epstein's death, this looks really bad for Gates, obviously, because you usually wouldn't blackmail somebody for something that's completely false or fake. I mean, maybe he did that. But we also know Bill Gates had affairs. Obviously, Melinda credits it for their divorce. So it's hard to believe there was nothing sketchy going on. Bill Gates, of course, maintains that it was completely above board. He says the fact this allegation was in here just shows how much Epstein was willing to defame people. But Epstein lays it out. He says he helped Bill get drugs in order to deal with the consequences of sex with Russian girls, facilitating his illicit trysts with married women, and to being asked to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments. Look, guys, this is exactly what...
Now, I will say, the only thing that I wonder about here, I'm not a procurer of illicit substances generally, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I would... maybe I'm wrong, okay? Maybe you have a different take on this. Maybe you have more knowledge about this as a person.
I always
who has
take
more
Adderall
experience
before my bridge tournament.
Right,
so
right.
Maybe I'm the wrong person to ask.
No, but like, if you're a billionaire, okay, you're Bill Gates, you're one of the richest people in the world, I assume you have a person who gets things for you. And I
Yeah,
would think you would
Jeffrey
get,
Epstein.
well, no, but like a gopher, someone who directly works for you, I would think, who you have an NDA with, someone who's afraid that you'll annihilate them if they, release your secrets. And I would think that that would be the person you go to get the STD medication, which I assume wouldn't be illegal. It's just STD medication that you would use then to secretly smuggle to your wife. I wouldn't think you would necessarily go to Epstein for that.
Yeah, seems like there are smarter ways to get that medication, right? Obviously, Bill knows he has an STD. Shouldn't he be taking antibiotics? Maybe
Yeah,
he could
wouldn't
just
he just
say,
that's
"Look, I
yeah,
lost my
that's a good point.
antibiotics. Can I just
Right.
get another prescription?"
Right. Yeah, exactly.
He's like, "No, I got to go to Epstein.
That seems
Epstein
strange.
can get the antibiotics."
Yeah,
He
that was the only
knows
thing that seemed
people.
strange to me. So
We suspected the whole time Epstein was providing services to rich people and expecting payment via blackmail. Now you might say, and it's true, that we don't know that Epstein ultimately sent
The prostitutes is a harder thing, right? Obviously.
well, obviously that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that perfectly
You
makes
can't
sense that
really
he's going
just
to Epstein for the prostitutes. Yeah.
Go to your gopher.
Yeah.
that version of an email to Gates. All we know is he sent that to himself. He may have planned the blackmail and just been drafting something. But what we do know are two things. The Wall Street Journal has reported that Gates was threatened by Epstein over an affair. We also know that after this blackmail email Jeffrey sent to himself was written, eventually Gates sent a $2 million donation to MIT directed by Jeffrey Epstein, which is a bit weird if you had distanced yourself from the guy and y'all had this big falling out. Now again, do we know for sure that Bill Gates did all of that? No, of course we don't. But do I think Bill Gates was innocently looking for charity advice from a after he already pled guilty? No, I don't. I'm sorry, I'm not that gullible. And speaking of not that gullible, we've been lied to also by another richest guy on the planet. Geez, it's a shock why they don't want to put this out. Elon Musk, who has been saying for years that it is a lie that he went to Epstein's island. In fact, he says he refused to go. From Elon, he says,
I can't listen, Sitch. This is too painful.
Why?
I like Elon. I don't want Elon to be involved.
Elon's been lying to your fucking face, Adam.
I know.
This whole time. Really, you
He's
think shock Elon, the guy who's like fucked all these women? You think this is surprising to you? Oh,
Well,
really?
look, he
was
pays
lying
for the
about this?
baby at least, right? I mean, he's not a deadbeat dad.
Wasn't that? I don't know. Wasn't it what was the last lady? Wasn't she complaining that he wasn't paying or something?
I thought he was going to get full custody of her because she was like, "I'm going to trans the kid."
No.
She
The
pulled
conservative.
the ultimate.
No, what?
Yeah,
The conservative.
Ashley.
She said she was
what's
going
her
to
name?
trans the kid.
Yes, you got to keep up on these things.
I don't keep
Sitch.
up with this
Life
stuff.
comes at you
Okay.
fast.
Mhm.
What is her name? Ashley
Chat probably knows.
Madison.
I don't think it's
That would
Ashley
be
Madison.
that would be an appropriate name though.
Yeah.
Like,
no, it was Ashley St. Clair.
Okay, I was close. I got the.
You were
Ashley
close.
right.
You got the Ashley part. Yes.
Yeah.
Ashley
Look up
Madison
Ashley.
is a service that lets people cheat, isn't it?
I
Like
know. Yes.
Makes
why it's
sense
a
why your
funny
mind went
joke.
there. Yeah.
So Ashley St. Clair is going to trans her kid, and Elon Musk is going for full custody, so she can't trans the kid.
Hmm.
The kid, what is the kid, like a year old?
I don't know. Is she's a conservative influencer. Is she really going to trans a kid, or is this just like some kind of meme thing?
I think she's playing hardball with Elon.
Right.
She knows Elon's breaking point, so she's basically fucking.
She's saying, "Give me some money, or I'm going to trans the kid." That's kind
I
of
think
fucked up.
he's paying her already. I think.
Okay.
I mean, she's pretty cute. You understand why
She's
Elon
pretty.
did it,
She's very
right?
hot. Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
he was like, "Look,
But that's
she
not the
wants
point.
it. I got it."
The point is, I'm sorry, this shouldn't be surprising that Elon Musk is lying off his fucking ass about going to Epstein Island. This is a guy that lied about being good at a video game.
This is
Remember
he also
that?
he came out and told Trump.
Yeah.
Oh, he came out and blasted Trump and said the reason Trump wasn't releasing the Epstein files is because Trump is in them. That's so
See, and
baller when you know that you're in.
when you're in them. Yes. So it's funny because that's my exact same thought. I thought like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? How stupid is Elon that he says that when he's in the fucking files?
Well,
But then
look,
I was like,
it makes perfect sense.
It
Yeah.
makes perfect sense. Right. Well, I don't know if we have the same rationale. What's your rationale? Because I feel like mine's different.
My rationale is
Yes.
that you want to give Trump a reason to put you in the Epstein files
Oh, wow.
fraudulently. So when
I
they do come
see.
out, you can say, listen, Trump put me in the files because I told everyone he was in the files, and this is
Wow.
all fake.
Genius.
That's a good move, huh?
That's a
That
10G
is a
chess
good
move. Yeah. Right.
And look,
now,
Elon is a 10G. Like, he's smart. We have questions about Trump, but
yes. Yes. Now, though, that's a good theory, but Elon has not pulled that card. So I don't think that was the thought process.
not
Right.
yet.
He
We'll
hasn't said
see.
that. Yeah. His response to this is basically for him to just say, I didn't do anything wrong. And I called for the FC files to be released. He's not really denying it or address the fact that he fucking lied. So my
that
explanation.
makes it, okay. Yours is
Right.
probably
So
more
my
correct,
explanation. Here's my thought process here. I think when Elon sent that tweet, he was high off his ass on ketamine. That's the end of the explanation.
Which tweet? The one that's in the Epstein
The one that
files?
said that Trump was in the Epstein files, yes, and to release them. I think he was just high as fuck. And he just said some dumb fucking shit.
He is so triggered over the deficit, over the United States deficit. It's just so weird. He's so fucking triggered over it.
We know he does ketamine. There's a whole report that he does it. He was doing it while he was working for Doge.
All of this.
People in the Trump administration were saying it's a problem. He was just fucking high and he sent that out there.
All of this dust up, though, is over Trump passing the big, beautiful bill that would expand the deficit, the U.S. debt. I mean, why would you go so crazy over that?
Do you remember? I was watching this video, kind of reminded me. It was a video. It was probably a video. It was about people who do that do caving as a hobby and how dangerous it is.
Yeah.
Remember those kids that got stuck in that cave in was it Thailand or Malaysia or someplace?
Did one of them die? I saw a video where one guy died in the cave, and it's haunted me ever since I saw it.
The kids didn't die. One of the rescuers died.
Oh, wow.
It was in Thailand. Remember, it was like a huge, I'm sure you remember. This was like this massive story. There's some kids soccer team in Thailand was like stuck in this cave for like 2 weeks or something.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, this was a few years ago. And then Elon sent some like submersible or something to go be used there. And it didn't like work properly, or the people that were trying to rescue said it didn't work. And he called the guy like a pedophile.
A pedophile. Yeah, I remember this.
He went totally crazy. People were like, what the fuck is happening here? So maybe that's just Elon's go-to, is just to call people pedos.
Yeah. Elon has had some crazy interactions. He's not completely innocent, but I think he tries. And look, I want my robot. What the fuck?
Okay.
Epstein tried to get me to go to his island. I refused. He says anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete contempt. Later responding to another headline which said Elon Musk planned trip to Epstein's private island, and he says this is false. But of course, we start to dig through the files.
He's like, I have a planner, you idiot.
I didn't.
She plans all the trips.
Yeah, exactly.
All this stuff is so easy to get away with.
And we can see on Epstein's calendar that Elon Musk is booked in December 6th of 2014. But maybe you don't
buy his booker. Jeez, fucking haters everywhere.
Believe that. That's just the word of Jeffrey Epstein. But maybe you'll believe.
Oh, by the way, too, like this is what's so fucking disgusting too. All these people interacting with Epstein, this is all after his first case. Okay. I'll forgive people who are interacting with him before the first case. They're like, I didn't know this guy was a fucking pedophile. All I know is it's like some super rich billionaire, super connected. Makes sense. A lot of people would want to like hang out with him. After the first case, you're like, okay, this guy is a fucking weird, sleazy pedo. Like, then there's no fucking excuse to interact with him at that point. What the fuck? What are these people doing?
They thought he was invincible.
Yeah. They don't care. They're just scumbags. They don't give a shit.
Maybe you'll believe the word of Elon Musk, who was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein to go to his island post the guilty plea. Elon Musk writes, "Will be in BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Good time to visit." Jeffrey Epstein says, "I will send a heli for you." Later, Elon Musk writes to Epstein, probably just to Lula and me, his ex-wife, what day night would be the wildest party on your island? The world's richest man is...
That's so bad.
Well, look, you don't want to risk it for a dead night, Sitch. Come on.
Not only is he going to Epstein's island, he's specifically like, I want to go when it's the craziest time.
Why would you go on the boring night?
Of course.
You want to go on the exciting night. This
Of course.
this is smart. This is
Oh, this is
Elon
smart.
doing
This is smart. Okay. This is
Elon
you're right.
doing
Yeah.
his due diligence.
Elon's like, listen, if I'm gonna get hit with blackmail for the rest of my life for fucking
It's
some
gonna be worth
underage
it.
Russian prostitute and get STDs, I better be fucking worth it. I better have a fucking night to remember. I want it to be like the Hangover movie in real life.
Hey Dax, while you're still here, I want you to know that I've been trying to get Sitch to read your $50 super chat since the very beginning of the stream.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
just
I'm
to
so
let you
sorry,
know.
Dax. Let me read it right now.
I brought it up in the very beginning. We have to send a special thank you out to Dax.
Yes,
Dax
I'm
gave
so
us a
sorry.
$50 super chat, and Sitch, being the space cadet that he is, didn't read it. And then
Dax
I set it aside because I saw his comment, and I was like, "Oh my god, what are you doing, Sitch?"
I know. I apologize. Unlike Adam, I will apologize. Dax Lucero sent $50 last stream, and I didn't see it. I didn't read it. So shame on me. Thank you so much for the $50. Says, hey now, I just want to say nothing is more cringe than people who are very politically opinionated but refuse to have an open discussion with people who only slightly disagree. S-Class is
Very true. Very true.
NA team is cool too.
Well, that's the truest part. But yes, people should be willing to talk to one another.
Yes.
So thank you so much for the super chat. Special shout out to Dax. Dax also has two other super chats here. Two $20 super chats that just came in. We should read those as well.
Dax for another $20. Thanks so much. Says, hey guys, Sitch, since you missed my $50 super chat last Sunday, I've rescinded my S-Class membership. No.
A-Team reigns supreme. Look at
There you
that.
go.
Look, and you chose wisely, Dax, because I did say we should read this at the very beginning of the live stream.
It's okay. Okay. I lost Dax, but I gained Adam Refriended.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a net, it's a net neutral, right? It's okay.
I mean, yeah, okay.
And
Sounds
Dax,
like a little cope, but whatever.
oh yeah. Dax for another $20 says, anyways, I'll watch the stream later. Greg Owen made a pretty good video on how Romnesty gets what women want while Hollywood doesn't. Would totally recommend.
Romanticy, I think is the word. Yeah.
Oh, but they spelled romanticy. I'm
Yeah.
unfamiliar with that.
Like fantasy, romanticy.
Romantic fantasy. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Romanticy.
The milking
Okay.
farm.
The milking farm, baby.
Yeah. They get it. Hollywood doesn't get it. I did watch Starfleet Academy. You watched the third one. I watched the fourth one. And the
I watched
fourth one
both.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Well, I didn't finish the fourth
one
episode.
Infuriated me.
The fourth
Oh my
episode, it
God.
was so bad. I was watching it, Sam, so bad. We had to stop like halfway through. It was just unwatchable almost.
Yeah, there's no tangible goal. I'm like, what the fuck are these? What is going on here? This guy, Alex Kurtzman, has supposedly written like 1,000 screenplays for Hollywood. And it doesn't seem like he knows the basics.
Well, he didn't write the show. Some other lady did.
Oh, he's just doing the showrunner.
He's just a
thing.
producer or something.
Yeah, but how do you sign off on that? You go,
Well,
okay.
yes, that's true.
Wouldn't you come in as a producer and go, hey, how come there's no tangible goal here? What the fuck is going on with this episode?
Because I don't know, he's fucking retard. I don't know. All these people are fucking cocked.
Supposedly, because now that was episode 4. Episode 5 is when everything changes. It's like the Borg level episode 5 that changes the whole dynamic and wins everyone over.
So you didn't watch episode 3?
No.
Episode 3.
I skipped it.
Okay. Let me just tell you this. Episode 3 is about a prank war between Starfleet and the War College. Okay.
I watched like 100 videos on it. I know the plot of it. Watched everyone else's videos.
Right. I just want you to like conceptualize this. We have, if for people who haven't seen this show, this is a Star Trek show. It takes place in Starfleet Academy. Starfleet is supposed to be like a military academy, okay, to train young cadets to be officers to command fucking starships in Starfleet, right? Very like military-esque, you know, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, you know, people taking their orders, like very serious shit going on. This episode features the War College teleporting naked and half-naked Starfleet students into the school randomly so that their classmates can see them naked. Okay. Now, you would think that that would be like, you would immediately get expelled for doing that. In any school, let alone a fucking Starfleet Academy military fucking school, you think you would get
probably brought up on charges as well.
And then you think you get hit for sexual assault charges. You literally teleported someone naked intentionally out of a locker room into the middle of class so everyone could see their fucking be naked. And you know what happens to them for doing that?
What?
Nothing happens. It's totally fine. No one cares. It's just all the adults who are trying to train young cadets to be military officers, they just shrug. They're like, well, you know, boys and girls will be boys and girls. It builds character.
Way. No way.
They don't care. They're sitting here like, what the fuck am I watching? This is like insane. This is the most insane shit I've ever seen in my life. They just committed sexual assault and they're just like, whatever. It's fine. I guess.
In episode 4, did you get to the weird gay scene that you can't really tell if it's gay or what's going on?
Yes.
The guy
talking about with the Klingon and the fish guy, where they like he holds him and he tells him to breathe. Yeah.
He holds him and he puts they put their fists together, but they stop short. He doesn't say this is our penis tips touching. Right. He doesn't give anything away that makes you go, oh yeah, this is a gay scene. So you're just left to ponder, what the fuck is happening here?
Well, especially
I feel like
episode,
that scene is a sexual assault.
It was, but it's
on the audience.
In the first episode, that fish guy was straight. He was like trying to mac on that girl like hardcore.
Oh yeah, because he's like poly or
bisexual,
bi or
pansexual, whatever.
Oh,
he's a fish guy. He's
yeah,
pansexual.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, that fucking that show's awful. It's so awful.
They should have done a code red in the prank video and someone dies. That would have been awesome.
Yes.
They're literally investigate.
That's an episode of TNG. That's literally an episode of fucking TNG. Is that there's some sort of like, I know it's not really like a prank, but it's like Starfleet cadets doing something that they're not supposed to do and someone dies. And then they have to have like a full investigation in it. That's like, it's an interesting episode.
Yeah.
This is just like garbage.
They're trying to reel in the younger audience and they're like, young people today are idiots.
Yes.
We need to dumb this shit down.
Yes.
What do they watch on YouTube? Prank videos. Oh, those are super popular.
It was so, and I had to like cleanse my palate. Because we stopped watching the episode because it was so awful. I was like, listen, you have to watch like a good. The episode is about. If you haven't seen it, the episode's about like this stupid debate topic. So I said, I told Samantha, I said, you have to watch a good debate Star Trek episode. So we went and we watched the episode from the classic TNG where they're debating about whether Data is a human or no, whether he has like a conscious or free will or whether he's property. Because basically there's some scientist who wants to like disassemble him and he wants to just.
There's actual stakes in that one.
Right. Like he thinks he's going to die. And so he wants to resign Starfleet. And they're like, well, you can't resign Starfleet because you're not really a person. So you're like property. And they have this kind of like interesting, like moral, intellectual debate about whether Data should be considered property or like a conscious being or something. And it's like a great epic, Picard, debate speech is like happens at the end of the episode, and we watch that after watching Starfleet Academy, and it's just like, holy shit.
What are the stakes in the debate, the Klingon debate?
I don't know. What, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you're distracting
none.
me. Elon
There's
Musk
absolutely
lied
none.
to us about going to Epstein's Island. Okay, you can't distract me with Star Trek. He's a fucking liar, Adam.
I think we're past that part.
We're not.
Yeah, we are.
Asking the most pedophile man for the wildest party on his island. And then it gets more explicit. In 2012, remember, this is the guy who said, I refused it. I could never do that, right? It's false. But here in 2012, he says, do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of my sanity this year. I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. Guys, he can't even play the I went to go study math excuse, which is what all these guys do. They say, hey, I just went to go talk to scientists. Elon's like, hey, I don't want to do that. I'm looking for a party. That's what I'm here to do. And then Jeffrey.
This is December 25th. What's December 25th?
It's on Christmas. What the fuck's he doing? Why did he say this message on Christmas?
On Christmas Day. He's like, fuck these kids. I need to party. I need to break loose. The fuck? Who's tying me down on Christmas?
Epstein writes, understood, I will see you on St. Barth. The ratio on my island might make your ex-wife uncomfortable. I can't believe these guys are lying to us, and people are swallowing it still, thinking that Elon Musk had nothing to do with this guy. So again, that's 2012. That's 20.
What? Hold on. What's the ratio? Is the ratio girls to guys?
Yeah, it's like 10-1.
That's not bad. But if it's like old people to underage, then that's fucking horrible.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see what you're saying.
If that was what the ratio is, you're like, oh my God, he's running Neverland Ranch.
It's bad either way. Those girls, even if they're
as long as it's legal women.
No, fuck no. You have rich people who are married, going to some fucking private island to fuck a bunch of 18, even if they're of legal age, 18 and 19-year-old prostitutes. That's
the
fucked
prostitution thing does make me uncomfortable, just because it's like people don't turn to prostitution because it's their lifelong dream to be a hooker.
Of course,
right?
Not. And we know Jeffrey Epstein's MO is to psychologically manipulate girls into being fucking trafficked. Yeah, just like Andrew Tate.
Yeah. And that's so fucked up. You got Bill Gates going in there with his deformed wiener. So bad. No one wants that. No one wants that. That's what his ex-wife said. No one wants that, Bill. Jeez.
14. But guess what?
No, she doesn't. She wants the money. You think if
she's
he
gonna
said,
pretend like she does, Adam? Okay.
If he said, look, I'll just give you the money. You don't have to have sex with me. Only if you want to. What is she going to say?
No, Bill, I need your peen. I need your little crooked penis.
Bullshit. She's going to say, okay, give me the money. Bye. Later.
There's another time in 2013. This seems like a yearly thing with the boys. Here, once again, Elon Musk writes, we'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Again, is there a good time to visit? Jeffrey Epstein, any day, 1st to the 8th, play it by ear if you want, always space for you. They then plan some more, and you might think, well, if Elon ever told the truth, this is when he has to reject, right? Because he said, I refused. But actually, it appears to be one of those cases where, like, your friend says, like, oh, bro, I dumped her. And actually, it was the other way. Yeah, it turns out Elon didn't dump the The dumped Elon. He says, bad news. Unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New York. Hopefully, we can schedule another time in the future. Jeffrey Epstein let Elon down. That's actually the real story. Is the reason he didn't go in 2013 was because he couldn't go. Jeffrey Epstein was not there. Guys, how blatant do they have to make it before we start to just see through it, right? When they issue these ridiculous denials, they're totally associated with the guy after the guilty plea. They lie through their teeth, but they can't even keep their story straight. That's what's crazy. They're not even competent at this. They get caught in their own lies all the time. Remember, the FBI's official story was they didn't blackmail. Well, before we even had these files, Howard Lutnick was on the record calling Jeffrey Epstein the greatest blackmailer.
Okay, before we go to Howard Lutnick, which is also horribly incriminating, CoffeeZilla doesn't, I don't know why, like, I guess things were coming out very quickly, and I'm sure more and more things will come out. He doesn't have the funniest Elon message to Epstein. I don't know if you saw this. Let me send it to you.
You're just doing this to get under my skin, aren't you?
I am. No, this is amazing. Did you see this? Did you see this message?
No,
You know
but I'm
what-
dying to. Please send it over. Thank you.
I sent it to you. Yeah.
I'm about to bring it up. I want everyone to see it. I want the world to see this message.
The world's got to see this. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So you have to read starting from the bottom because it's like people replying to each other. So Epstein sends an email to Elon Musk and he says, "Any plans for New York? The opening of the General Assembly has many interesting people coming to the house." Okay. So he's asking Elon Musk if he wants to come to his house. Elon Musk's response to this is, "I run and lead product design engineering for two complicated companies. Moreover, SpaceX is about to launch was arguably the most advanced rocket in history. Flying to New York to see UN diplomats do nothing would be an unwise use of time." Yeah, that's Elon's response. So then Jeffrey responds to that saying, "Do you think I'm retarded? Just kidding. There's no one over 25 and all very cute." So he's literally like, "I'm fucking with you. I'm having some sort of party with a bunch of hot babes. What are you, retarded? Are you down or not?" And fucking Elon autistically spurgs out on him like, I'm too busy.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's fucking crazy.
See, I told you that was the best Elon interaction.
That is funny.
Yeah.
That is funny.
God.
Now, but there's no response. Did he go? He's like, okay,
I don't
well,
know.
that is a good use of my time.
This email was before the last one that CoffeeZilla read where they were trying to plan for December, January, or whatever. So
Before the falling out.
there was no falling out that I'm aware of.
Oh, okay.
Well, the falling out was...
Well, CoffeeZilla makes it sound like there was a falling out and Epstein stopped.
Yeah.
But I guess he just dissed him
He just
for
meant
that one
he just-
interaction.
yeah, for that one interaction, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. That is good.
Yeah. And also, I don't know if you saw, it's kind of funny. He got, Epstein got kicked off of Xbox Live.
Uh-huh.
He got banned from Xbox Live.
Well, we
And
know
so-
who did that, right?
Yeah, people were wondering, like, was he just banned from Xbox Live? It says, what happened? Your Xbox Live privileges have been permanently suspended due to harassment, threats, and abuse of other players. Okay. So either one of two things happened. Either Epstein was going around calling middle school kids the N-word on Xbox Live while playing Call of Duty, or Bill Gates was just mad that he that he blackmailed them and kicked them off of Xbox. So
Bill Gates was mad that he never got those STD drugs.
the STD drug, yeah, exactly.
From Epstein. So he's like, that's it. No more Xbox Live for you, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Ever.
So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw? Or did they see it and ignore it? Or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, get a massage. And what happened in that massage room, I assume, was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Interesting. Okay, so Howard has a different perspective. Now, if you don't know, that guy, do you think he's just telling the truth there? Even this guy who's contradicting the official narrative, this guy literally lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. This guy who's like, I'm going to tell the truth. Those guys participated. That guy.
Just in case you forgot, that is Howard Lutnick. He is the current United States Secretary of Commerce. Came up a lot in the whole tariffs conversation.
He's still involved in the tariffs conversation.
Yes,
Lutnick is on CNBC all the fucking time, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's a regular there.
Right.
And in that interview, he said him and his wife went over to Jeffrey Epstein's house one time, and they realized he was a weirdo, and they
I think he
never
plays the
went
clip.
over there again.
Yeah, because they were
Okay,
neighbors.
it's in
They
here.
were literal neighbors. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
I live next to Jeffrey Epstein. And by the way, he lied too. I love this video we're about to get into because this guy, Mr. He's the greatest blackmailer ever, does he know something we don't know? Because It's interesting, Mr. I'm his neighbor had to also explain how he had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And he lays it out pretty simply. He goes, yep, I lived next to him, but in 2005, I had such a horrible experience that I knew I could never talk to him again.
He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
We move in 2005. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think, or something like that.
Right.
So knock on the door. His assistant on like a Saturday says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee. And there's a massage table in the middle of the room. Massage table in the middle of your house? How often you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he like gets like weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
Well, he couldn't be.
That's a great performance, man.
That is a great performance. Because you're going to find out that's all a lie. It's all a fucking lie. But before that, here's our little headcanon game. Okay. You're in the room, Adam, with your wife. And Jeffrey Epstein says that. What's your response? Do you have a better response than old Howard does?
I mean, it would be similar to Howard. I mean, we'd be like, okay, we got to get out of here. Things are going to get weird here. This guy's going to be naked selling us Amway.
Right.
In like 15 minutes.
I think my response would have been like, I'm not gay. What? Stop. What are you coming on to me? Like, what the fuck is happening? Get the fuck away from me.
Well, you don't want to just say, you don't want to come out and say
You
that,
do.
right?
You do want to say it because he's saying it to fuck with you. So you got to fuck with him back. Yeah, but I'm not gay.
Really?
Yeah, of course. What guy? So assume that the story is true because it could be all like fake because obviously Howard likes lying, right? But assume the story is true. If some guy's saying that to you in front of your wife, like if he's saying it to you and you're alone, he's like showing off. If he's saying it to you in front of your wife, he's like fucking with you.
Right? He looks over at your wife and he licks his lips.
Yeah, well, I don't mean nothing like that, but just like because you obviously can't have the same reaction that you'd have in front of your wife that you would if you were just the guys hanging out. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if your wife's not there, you're like, well, let me see the merchandise, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You're like, what exactly are you talking about?
And the wife says, oh, that's despicable. That's horrible. Why would you say such a thing?
What kind of, by the right kind, what do you mean? That when she grabs your wee-wee?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
It couldn't be more clear, could he, right? He says, hey, I may have been his next door neighbor, but I met him once. Before the 2008 guilty plea, remember I said that was a big deal, and we got invited over, and it was like 5 seconds, and we left, and we realized he was a creep. We were out of there. He made this rude, lewd comment in front of my wife. I would never go see this guy. I mean, he makes it super clear he's gross.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
These other guys, they may have participated.
They participated.
But Howard Lutnick, he could never. No. He's too good of a guy. Well, guess what we found in the old emails? Looky. It's Howard Lutnick writing in to Jeffy Boy in 2012. Hi, Jeff. We're landing in St. Thomas early afternoon, planning to head over. Where are you located? What's the exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? Is this the guy you said made a lewd comment to your wife and, oh, I could never be in front of him? He's gross. Guess what the next email is? My boy's wife messaging in, saying we're headed towards you in St. Thomas. Later, the subject line, Jeffrey Epstein. Good morning, Howard. Jeffrey wished me to pass you along. Nice seeing you. They clearly met, and the guy is just lying about it to your face, to the American public's face, and they tried to hide it from us. I cannot.
What's the Epstein timeline? Because 2012 is Obama administration, but I can't remember the administration when he really started getting into politics. It was Obama, right?
What do you? I don't know what you're referring to. I mean, 2008 was it 2008 or 2009 was when he no, it's 2008 because 2007
2000. Oh, I
2008
guess
was when he
2008
had
was when he
the
was arrested. Yeah.
yeah because it was under
So
Bush.
it was Clinton that he got when he really
Yeah,
got
that's way
embedded.
so that's like in the 90s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's way before that. So
I saw some video that was kind of the timeline of his rise, of Jeffrey Epstein's rise, and how he got embedded in Democratic politics and was like really using that to gain credibility.
right.
I can't remember if we watched the video on stream or not.
I don't think
I'm
so.
pretty sure.
No.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just curious if they're having relations with Jeffrey Epstein over politics, or it's just they want to get to the goods.
It's like good on the Florida Palm Beach Police Department. Because this all starts because in 2005, some 14-year-old girl complains to her father that some creepy guy is like soliciting hand jobs and sex from girls at her school. And they fucking investigate it. And they're like, holy shit, this guy's doing it. We don't care that he's a fucking billionaire. They don't bury it. Now, obviously, the federal government under Acosta, or sorry, the state, no, yeah, it was the federal government under Acosta, totally, covered the whole thing up, right? But big ups to the police department. They did investigation and they brought him to trial.
Yeah, no. Local law enforcement's where it's at. They all want to be superheroes. That's great. Saving young girls from sexual assault is a good thing to do.
Emphasize this enough. They're lying through their teeth. You think this guy perfectly remembers a 2005, like walking in the guy's house? I remember exactly what I said to him. My wife and I looked at each other, and he wouldn't remember the 2012. I boated over to his private island for a dinner. Is that what we're really thinking? Is that what we're expected to believe? This is a momentary lapse in his judgment. No, these guys don't even care about being consistent. And they're all throwing each other under the bus. Don't you remember Elon Musk saying, the time to drop the really big bomb, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they haven't been made public. My guy, you also are in the Epstein files, very clearly doing stuff you lied about, okay? So is Howard Lutnick, who says, yeah, Bill Gates, he's probably getting blackmailed because he participated. What did you do on the island over in 2012, Howard? Do we know that? I mean, does anyone care?
I mean, I'd like to know. How about you? What'd you do
I
on
would
the
love
island?
to know. I would love to know, yes.
Now, the last thing I want to talk about is some of the most...
So do you want to hear what his response so far has been, Lutnick's response to this?
Yeah, let's hear it.
A spokesperson for the Department of Commerce responded to ABC News Friday saying the now secretary had, quote, limited interactions with Mr. Epstein in the presence of his wife and has never been accused of wrongdoing.
So look, he's basically saying his story is accurate, but he may have forgotten a few other interactions.
Yeah, I may have completely forgotten all the things afterwards that were untrue about what I said. Yeah. I mean, he's obviously just fucking lying through his teeth.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't have that. You wouldn't. Yeah, I know. It's just so fucking disgusting. All these fucking people. They need to compel whoever has the power to do this has to 100% compel Alexander Acosta to stand before court or before Congress and testify under oath and say, why the fuck did you give Epstein that crazy plea deal in 2009 or 2008? Why the fuck did you do that? You need to explain this under oath. What the fuck's going on here? We're going to throw your ass in prison.
There is interviews where he explains it.
He doesn't. He just says, oh, I was just doing, he always gives like a vague response where he's just like, I'm just doing what I thought was best for the case. No one believes that. No one believes that. Make him say that under fucking oath. Get the fucking notes. Get the conversations.
He said he was
that
under
were
the
happening.
impression that Epstein was some kind of CIA asset.
Someone says he said that. He's never said that. And then, so is that is that all it takes? Someone just whispers, oh, maybe he's part of the CIA. He doesn't fucking, a U.S. attorney doesn't like check up on it. He's just a fucking retard. He's just an incompetent buffoon. He's like, well, Alan Dershowitz told me that he was working for the CIA, so I guess I just have to bend my ass over and let him fuck me.
Remember when
Like,
I
I don't
told you
believe
that they'd
that for a
release
second.
people because they find out their brother-in-law's in law enforcement? And you were like, no, that never happens.
Not if they're
Remember?
trying to hit police officers with their cars at them.
Remember that? Remember
I do
when that
remember
just
that.
happened earlier
I
in the
do
stream?
remember that. Yes.
This is him saying, look, I didn't need to look anything up.
I see.
It is what it is.
He told me he worked. Epstein told me he pinky swore. He told me he worked for the CIA. So
Epstein, look, Epstein didn't say that, but somebody called his office.
Alan
and said,
Dershowitz told me this. He said, "Hey."
They don't ask for a birth certificate when somebody says, oh, yeah, his brother-in-law's on the force here.
No, what you do
in
is
Albuquerque.
You call up the CIA and you say, "Hey, CIA, I'm with the U.S. Attorney's Department. There's someone here who's claiming that there's some sort of CIA asset so that we shouldn't charge them for child sex trafficking. Is this person working for you?" That's what you do. Okay. And if the CIA gives you this we cannot confirm or deny this bullshit, then you say, "Oh, okay, well, then I'm going ahead with it and he can fucking rot in hell."
Yeah, no, that's the right thing to do. That is absolutely 100% the right thing to do. You call up the CIA and you say, guess what?
Yes. They're like, "Oh, gee, well, I mean, I heard a rumor from my cousin's friend's son-in-law, and he told me he worked for CIA, so I guess
he's Mossad. You have to let him go.
He works for CIA and Mossad. That's right."
Howard Lutnick is on the line. He says, let him go.
I'm the guy's neighbor, and he's been the best neighbor I've ever had. He gives me all the free massages himself on his massage table.
Plus, he works for Mossad.
Yeah, he works for Mossad.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Oh, this is insane. This is totally insane. Is this going to undo the Trump administration?
If they don't get the bottom of this, it should. First of all, I don't know if they don't. Stephen Lutnick or Howard Lutnick needs to be fired or resign. If they don't get the bottom of this, which I don't think they will, then yes. I mean, it should. I don't think it will, but I think it should, because this is just
this video has
insane.
like 3 million views. There's an insane appetite for this Epstein stuff. So
I know, but
I don't
it doesn't.
think it's. I don't think the Trump administration can wait it out. I don't think I mean, they're doing a good job of changing the news cycle, but
people forget every time there's something new happens. We all forgot.
Yeah, but they always come back to it.
Well, I know, but it's really going to be dependent on. I mean, a lot of this is going to be dependent on the midterms, because if the Democrats win the House or the Senate or whatever, I mean, they're really going to be using whatever legal authority they can, if they're smart, politically smart. They're going to use whatever legal authority they can to just keep hammering Epstein stuff from the Trump administration to just make it never leave the news cycle.
But it's only going to be Republicans that are being leaked about.
It won't.
And the Democrats are mysteriously going to vanish.
Like if it's being leaked, sure. If it's not actually coming out through the Trump administration, if it's being leaked by some other source, then yeah. So.
Right.
So Vanessa, it's funny. Vanessa actually sent us Elon's response to the whole not realizing there was a party thing. Elon says, "Admittedly, I was at first dumb enough to think he actually meant hanging out with UN diplomats," laughing, crying emoji. "However, even after he clarified that he meant a party with young women under age 25, I still chose working on rockets and cars."
Good man.
Even though, as people in the notes are quick to point out, and as we saw from the video, it was only a few months later in their exchanges that he was trying to figure out a way to get to the island or to hang out with him afterwards. So
oh my, that was after the 25-year-old comment.
That was after that. Yes. That was just a few months later. Yeah. So the idea that he's like, oh, well, he said 25-year-old. So now, now I'm scared away. It's like, well, no, a couple months later, you were like, hey, let's hang out.
If you're going out with a girl that's 25, I mean, that's perfectly legal. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's true. But remember, he didn't say we have a bunch of 25-year-olds. He said no one is above the age of 25.
Right. Well, except for them. These guys are the geezers, right? They're all in their 50s.
Of course. So very strange. Very disgusting. Very despicable.
25 is a good age.
Explosive stuff. It's also, again, I have to say, unverified, okay? This is the NTOC, the FBI's National Threat Operations Center. And the challenge with confirming some of this is that these are anonymous tips, or they black them out at least, so we don't know who they are, and anyone can drop a tip. Now, that doesn't mean that you should disregard them. It just means we can't verify them. The other challenge is that the FBI has a heavy incentive to discredit anything with Donald Trump in it, just because he's in the White House right now, obviously. And so I want to be clear, there are notes related to some of these submissions where they say things like complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate redacted. You know, it's hard to tell how much this is the proper due diligence of the FBI, which they should be doing, of course, and not all complaints are credible. But also there's this obvious conflict of interest with the fact that the sitting president is in some of these complaints. But here they are for what it's worth.
So you saw it. Obviously, Deb was having a field day with this on Twitter.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
And everyone was getting super triggered over it and clapping back at Dev.
Yeah, there's a series of a bunch of allegations, especially, aimed at Donald Trump, accusing Donald Trump of assault, rape, underage sex, all, like everything, right?
A 13 to 14-year-old woman gave him head and bit his dick, and he slapped the girl in the head for biting his dick.
Right.
So does it get more salacious than that? I mean, that's pretty fucking salacious.
Well, does that also mean, because it says the friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. Now, did they just write President Trump because he's president now, or are they saying that he was president at the time? Like, right? Like, I'm just wondering. Like, she's like, I bit the president's dick. Like, what's going on there?
No, they're calling him President Trump because they want you to know. Oh yeah, the president.
Right.
But this was years ago. He wasn't the president. It says approximately 35 years ago.
Oh, you're right. I didn't read the first sentence.
Of course, right. All of this. All this shit always happens in New Jersey. It's always New Jersey. These Hoboken girls. I mean, they're crazy.
They're biting soon to be president's dicks.
They're always biting when they're blowing.
Exactly. Someone needs to teach them how to no, but so
well, this is how you teach them.
Yeah,
it's this or the shock collar, right?
There you go. Better a slap than a shock, right? No, but all these accusations are fucking crazy. And if any of them are true, obviously Donald Trump should be impeached and probably go to jail. But I mean, as he said, these are all just like tips. So who knows? They could all just be people just making up shit. I think they should all be investigated. They should 100% all be investigated.
Jeffrey Epstein, are these anonymous tips?
I don't trust the current administration to investigate any of these tips effectively, because obviously they're not going to want to find the truth about any of them in case any of them were true. But it's not, I don't agree with people that are pointing this and saying, aha, we have, 100% evidence that Donald Trump did a wrongdoing. Not based on this anyway.
35 years ago, Donald Trump was famous though. So,
yeah. So you're saying you think it did happen?
I don't know when this tip came in. This tip is redacted. Some anonymous person reported. So this woman or man reported an unidentified female friend of theirs who was forced to perform oral sex on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. So I guess that would mean it was reported recently, right? Because they're saying it was 35 years ago.
Yes,
yeah.
Right.
So that's another big red flag, right? Oh yeah, that friend of mine from 35 years ago.
Right.
That told me about Donald Trump.
That's not great.
Yeah. This is not super credible.
A friend 35 years ago told me a story about biting Donald Trump's penis is not a great,
Which is like a great story. Like, sure. I mean, he's famous. No one likes him.
Right.
She's like, yeah, I bit his dick. So look, not a lot of credibility here. And I think this is why I think Dev on Twitter was saying that Dev made some comment on our live stream that if Donald Trump sexually assaulted an underage girl in public, and it was undeniable, that there were Trump supporters that would not abandon Trump. They would still stick with him. So he's using this as evidence that he was right and the MAGA supporters are still going to stand by his side, even though there is this completely flimsy, nobody takes serious, air quotes evidence now. So I think it's funny what Dev is doing, but I don't think it can be taken seriously.
Is he just trolling? I'm assuming he's just trolling.
Is he?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Is he just trolling?
Okay. Well, I don't know. It's Twitter, maybe. Dev should make it clear if he's trolling or not. I think a lot of people think
wouldn't that ruin the troll?
A lot of people think Dev has serious TDS and that he really believes this.
But a lot of people are telling me Dev's got the TDS.
Hold on. Do you dispute that claim?
No, I agree.
Yes,
I agree with it. That's why I
course.
thought it was funny that you were saying a lot of people are telling me, like, you don't agree with it. That's why I thought it was funny.
No, look, the claim that Dev has TDS, I don't necessarily agree with.
Oh, okay.
The claim that a lot of people believe Dev has TDS, I do agree with.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Interesting.
I mean, I like to be clear on the TD. I don't like to just willy-nilly accuse people of TDS. Okay.
Okay.
I think TDS is a real thing, but look, I think a lot of people are accused of TDS that don't necessarily have TDS. So, and to be fair to Dev, and look, you're saying if he's trolling, he doesn't actually have TDS. So he doesn't really believe Trump did these things. He's just winding people up on Twitter. He's trying to get that debate going with Hassan, right?
Right.
Hassan sees these tweets and he's like, oh, I like the cut of this guy's jib here. He thinks Donald Trump is a rapist.
Complaint summary. Blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend...
Don't you love the redactions here? Okay.
Yeah.
Alexis reported an unidentified female. Look, a sentence later, they use her name. The friend told Alexis. Don't you think under that redacted black splotch is the name Alexis?
Yes. So it says response. It says the FBI says spoke with caller who identified blank as friend. Lead was sent to Washington office to conduct interview. So they're claiming that there's some kind of interview that took place. So where's that in the files? Where's that? I know, but I'm just saying that interview should be in the file.
It's from 35 years ago. Oh my God. Why even do such? I guess, look, because you can find physical evidence that still remains, right? Maybe the friend saved her blue dress.
Also said she was abused by Epstein. Later, there's very explosive claims about big...
Okay, well, that's firsthand if she was also abused.
Parties with her, other younger girls, and older Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. There's claims third hand about a female victim of Epstein's who wants to publish a book citing Leslie Wexner, Epstein, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell is in the videos as well. And it goes on like this for a while. Some of the complaints are just like very graphic, and obviously I'm going to censor out some of it. But I should also mention the DOJ.
We don't have to censor that out though, right?
No.
I mean, just because he does. Is it on the screen? Online complainant reported she was a victim and witness to a sex trafficking ring at the Donald Trump golf course in Rancho Palos Verdes, California between 1995 and 1996. Hey, I worked at that golf course.
Oh my God, you were part of the sex trafficking
I'm
ring.
just kidding. I didn't work there. what is that? Complainant reported Ghislaine Maxwell as the madam and broker for sex parties, clients of whom included Epstein, Robin Leach, and Donald Trump. Reported participating in orgies, and that some girls went missing, rumored to have been murdered and buried at the facility. What? Buried at the golf course? Well, look, if there's a girl fucking buried at the golf course, that's some physical evidence that they could completely dig up. And there is no statute of limitations on murder. But I guess they would have to go, what do? Do like the ultrasound of the earth all over the golf course? That's going to be pricey.
The FBI response to that person, it says complaint was spoken to and deemed. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
It says complaint was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate incidences involving police with requests in mandatory psychiatric evaluations.
Okay, so she's crazy.
That's probably the least credible of the complaints that they had.
But she knows really how to tell a yarn. Oh my God.
That's true.
And Trump said he would end something fertilizer for the back 9 holes like the other cunts. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that.
Did Trump actually say that?
Probably not. But actually, no, the least credible one, a lot of people were throwing around. It was funny because some people were like quick to attack this, but they were defending this other one that was equally as insane. There was some person that was saying that they saw George H.W. Bush, so it's George Bush Sr., was like raping babies and eating people on a boat or something. And like, I think Bill Clinton and Donald Trump were also there. And it was like totally crazy. And if you read like the rest of it, like people just like, they just had that part. If you read the rest of it, the FBI was talking about how they like met with a guy and he seemed like completely insane and he was inebriated at the time. And that apparently the experience he said he doesn't even remember having. They were like, what's it called when you forget their memories and then you're like hypnotized and you remember your memories again?
Oh yeah. What is that called? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the the recalled, memory, traumatic memory recollection or something, which are very, very not often true.
That's bullshit. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
These traumatic memory recollections are probably one of the most untrue, damning things that people unfortunately can have. And so, so that whole story about them eating
repressed memories.
Repressed memories. Thank you. Yes. So that whole thing about them eating people on the boat seems like that's the most ridiculous of all the claims that I saw.
Yeah. Not true, probably.
Yes.
Dev will be posting about it later on.
Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. There's claims third hand about a female victim of Epstein's who wants to publish a book citing Leslie Wexner, Epstein, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell is in the videos as well. And it goes on like this for a while. Some of the complaints are just like very graphic, and obviously I'm going to censor out some of it. But I should also mention the DOJ claims that some of these claims were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they had any shred of credibility, they would have certainly been weaponized against President Trump already. Now, I agree.
So look, that tells us when they were submitted, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Bunch of crazy people.
That if a complaint is timed right before an election, there definitely could be some other motivations to that. But it's also ridiculous to say that anything in the Epstein files, if it were true, would have come out already. Because why didn't we see the stuff about Bill Gates, for example? I mean, that stuff apparently has been sitting in here for a long time. And not only did no one talk about it, the FBI literally covered for it. I mean, they said that this was not the case. There are big claims against a lot of powerful people. Nobody in that file really wants to rock the boat or release the files because then they get in trouble and their buddies get in trouble. And that's a huge problem. So I don't really buy the idea that, if it were true, it would have already gotten out. I don't buy that. That's why we need transparency. That's why it's important these files are out. But this is just to look at a small fraction of the files. And over the next few weeks, we're going to go through all of the major findings we can from this 3.5 million page document dump. But seriously, think about how discrediting this has been, not only to this administration, but to so many rich and powerful people who have lied through their teeth happily towards you in order to hide their relationship with this man that many of them held post-guilty plea. And some of them, now we know, Epstein prepared blackmail for them and, according to reports, threatened.
Mike, let me
What
start
do
with
you think?
Sade.
This is the beginning of what's.
I think that we need to hang all these people involved,
Just in case.
just in case. Yes.
That's a good idea. Just get rid of them. Better to be safe than to have these people running around in the public.
Another person who was heavily involved with Epstein, Noam Chomsky.
Oh, yeah.
Good old Noam. Socialist. All the socialists love to get on their knees, suck Noam's dick. He's the number one apologist for socialism, Noam. And this guy was defending Epstein not just after 2008. He was defending him in 2019. He was defending him up till the fucking end. Okay. This is what Noam said, according to the leaks, or not the leaks, but the releases now we've seen in February of 2019. Actually, when did Epstein die? August.
When did Noam Chomsky die?
He's still alive.
Oh, wow.
That fucker is still kicking.
Guy's like 95.
Yeah. He
Probably
says
still having sex with those underage girls.
There you go. He said in 2019, so this is the year that Epstein died. He's still defending him, saying, "I've watched the horrible way you are being treated in the press and public. It's painful to say, but I think it's the best way to proceed is to ignore it." So he's giving him advice. I've had plenty of experience, though of course not on the scale. A Google search will bring up tons of hysterical accusations of all sorts, even groups devoted to vilifying me. I pay no attention unless I'm approached for a comment on a specific matter. It's a nuisance, but it's best this way. The same conclusions from experience of others, in some cases, close friends. What the vultures dearly want is a public response. And he just goes on and on for another 2 paragraphs. So any of these fucking people try to say, oh, use Noam Chomsky as some kind of source. Yeah, this guy knows shit from fucking Shinola when he's out here sucking fucking Epstein's dick a few months before he dies. All right, saying it's all just a bunch of gobbledygook. These accusations to demonize you. This fucking retard.
Just ignore it.
Yes.
And you just pretend it doesn't exist, and then you'll die alone in a cell being murdered by Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, it turned out to not be good advice.
Yeah, ignoring it turned out to be terrible advice, right?
That was terrible advice, yeah. Another person who was palling around with Epstein should be no surprise, was Peter Thiel.
Really?
Yeah, Peter Thiel.
He's gay, though, so maybe it was underage boys.
There was another weird email. I don't know if anyone has seen any further. There's some weird context to this or something that we haven't seen yet. Where someone sends this email to Epstein. This is in 2014. He says, "I give you permission to kill him. He is apparently with redacted. He lied to you and he lied to me." To which the response was, which Epstein said, "Whoops." Whoops. And then the response to that was, "No one will lie to you and get away with it from me. No one." Whoops is correct. So people are like, who the fuck is that? Who is he giving permission to kill? Yeah. Why is that person's name redacted? The sender of that message, the FBI knows, is redacted. Why do they redact that person's name? We need to know, is this like a meme? Is this a joke? Did he actually give someone permission to kill someone else? What's happening there?
Yeah. Did he have authority to give permission? I mean, we need to know his name to know if that's the case, right?
Yes. Other weird things were, so also we found out that Epstein met with Moot, the creator of 4chan and owner of 4chan. And he met with Moot, and a few days later, Moot ended up, or 4chan created the politically incorrect message board. Which is very famous for being very racist and anti-Semitic. And so all the memes now are like, LOL, it was really the Jews all along who created the containment board of Paul. So, which is weird that that happened, obviously. Also, another weird thing we learned was that Ghislaine Maxwell, people had speculated about this, but it seems to be confirmed now. Ghislaine Maxwell was apparently a super powerful Reddit moderator
Really?
who was a super influential Reddit moderator for like r/world news. And the way that people first became aware to this was that that person, that moderator, whose name was like, it was like Maxwell something, like it had Maxwell in the name. They had been posting on Reddit every day. And then the day that Ghislaine is arrested, she doesn't
They
post anymore
stopped.
and stops
No
posting.
way.
Right.
She's a
then
fucking hardcore Redditor. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, she's controlling the narrative on Reddit. And then there was something in the leak that kind of seemed to additionally confirm that that actually was her account. So,
Wow. Wow. I always hated Reddit.
now you know.
Now I have another good reason to hate
Good
it.
reason to, yeah.
All the
There's
pedos
not,
are mods on there. Now, is it all the mods are pedos, or is it she's just a pedo and a mod?
you'll have to ask her. Maybe that'll be part of, now that the Trump administration is like putting her into the lighter containment. Maybe they'll give her a computer. She can access her old Reddit account again.
Mm-hmm. What mods? What Reddit sub mods was she?
It was
I
world
don't
news.
even know the Reddit terminology. Yeah, but what about like r/jailbait?
Oh, I don't know.
Who's a moderator on that? I mean, it
don't
had
know.
to be Ghislaine, right?
Probably. It probably was, yeah.
Is there an r/jailbait?
Don't want to be in a list, so I'm not going to Google it and find out. Also, the director of the Melania movie that just came out is also in a compromising position or picture where he's like hugging some redacted girl next to Epstein and looks really creepy doing it.
Right.
You're like, that's
But
great.
that's just his daughter or something, right?
Is it?
I don't know.
I don't think it is. Her face is redacted.
Sometimes they
seen anyone
redact those people just to
Mm.
make hay.
Right. I know. And we saw that with the other pictures, but I didn't see anyone debunk that with this picture. So
Have you seen the Melania movie yet?
I have not seen the Melania movie.
Oh, heard it's really good.
I heard it was really trash.
Really?
I'm assuming that's what you heard too. Yes.
I didn't hear anything. I
Oh,
just thought it'd be funny to say, yeah, I heard it was really good.
Right.
I was hoping Dev would come on so I could say that to Dev. See what kind of reaction we got.
There was some sort of confidential human source, according in the Epstein files, that was claiming. I mean, they're claiming a lot of things. So, I mean, who knows if any of this shit's true? And it doesn't say what their name was, but they were claiming that Epstein and Dershowitz were all working for and associated with Israeli intelligence, and that Josh and Jared Kushner were like basically working for Israel intelligence, and they had Trump basically wrapped around their finger also for Israel. So we also found out that Epstein watches futa porn. Adam, did you know that Epstein watches futa porn?
What is futa porn? Just for people who might not know.
That is chicks with penises, chicks with dicks, as they like to say.
And they're human women?
Well, no.
It's
it
like
wasn't just
anime?
futa porn. It was FNAF futa porn. Now you're probably saying, what is FNAF?
Yeah,
Sitch?
no, I am saying that.
FNAF is the hit video game series Five Nights at Freddy's. Now you might be saying, but wait a minute, Sitch. What do you mean he was looking at futa FNAF porn? What does that even entail? Well, people like to take the little animatronic robots that kill you in the video game and draw them as, I guess, chicks with dicks. And Epstein was down with looking at that and masturbating to it.
How do you know he masturbated to it?
You know what? That's true. We don't know that. We just know he was collecting it. So maybe he was just an art connoisseur of FNAF futa porn. He just, wasn't using it for sexual purposes.
He
possible.
saved this to his hard drive?
It was in the Epstein files, yes.
How do you think, okay, I'm gonna go a little crazy here. I want some porn that is chicks with penises. But look, that's not enough for me. I really like that movie Five Nights at Freddy's, and those animatronic toys, man, they really get me rock hard. So I want chicks with penises, but in that animatronic toy design. I mean, that's kind of a niche.
That's a
like
very
big
niche. Like we've gone very niche, a super, super ultra mega niche.
Yeah. And you're like, I'm going to collect that. Is there enough of that in the world? I mean, that's a popular niche genre.
I am willing to bet.
I mean, you find maybe
up,
like 6 images, right?
I'm willing
maybe
to bet
4 images.
If you go on Rule 34 and you do a search for FNAF and Fuda, you're going to get a lot of results. Okay. There's going to be a very high number of results, I guarantee you, if you look that up.
So this went viral. People were realizing that they could really bust a nut to this stuff.
I'm guessing, yes.
But
like, you're right. It's a very,
cow.
you would think that's like that's a pretty narrow intersection of, of sexual interest.
Well, if someone discovers it, it's always the first guy that gets there, right? Who's like, oh yeah, this is it. But then he shares it with 2 people and they share it with 2 people. And the next thing you know, the whole internet is getting off on the Five Nights at Freddy's
robots, which I thought, I never played the Five Nights games. When I seen like the normal pictures of them, they're all like, they're male robots. So I guess they're drawing the male robots as females too, on top of that.
Well, they just transition them, right?
Okay. But they leave the dick.
Well, a lot of trans people do that.
Okay, so it makes sense. It actually makes it's more lore accurate.
They're
okay,
they're basically just adding boobs to the animatronic.
Right.
Well, I don't know that they don't have penises. Come on, let's be real here.
Right.
They may be male presenting, but really, they're non-binary.
Oh, okay. Right. Now, I mean, listen, I don't understand the appeal. I don't know why you'd want to fuck a hard metal animatronic that wants to murder you, but listen, what do I know? Okay.
I've never seen Five Nights at Freddy's, so I don't know if the animatronic things actually have penises, but that would be, I mean, that could be far more frightening, right?
It would be far more frightening. I'm going to guess that in the original game, they don't. I'm just guessing.
Oh, it's based on a game, but there's like 6 movies, right?
There's like 2 movies.
Okay. Yeah. But there is going to be 6 movies. Let's be realistic here.
Probably. Yeah.
This seems to be a thing people are obsessed with now.
Mm-hmm.
It's got its own porn category. So, I mean, it's going international.
And I never watched the movies because they looked terrible. So
I didn't watch them either, but so I don't know if there is actually animatronic sexual assault.
I don't think that in the movie that I'm pretty sure is rated PG-13 that there's animatronic sexual assault.
Right. Oh, it's PG-13? Okay.
Well, it's for children.
It's not NC-17.
It's a children's movie, isn't it?
Is it?
Children play the game.
Okay.
It is PG-13.
I thought it was a horror movie. Okay.
It is, but it's a horror movie for children, for children, for kids.
For children.
It is PG-13. Okay.
We should watch it.
Also, so another thing that came up too, Pizzagate kind of reinvigorated here. There was a lot of very weird mentions. If anyone forgot, Pizzagate was essentially Podesta, who was working for Hillary Clinton. He got his emails hacked by Russia. You know, a lot of his emails had weird references to pizza in them. And people didn't know this. I didn't know this until all that stuff came out, was that apparently pedophiles use the terms pizza and hot dog and other code words as code words to describe underage children. And so in Podesta's emails, there were a lot of like weird references to hot dogs or pizzas that you could say, okay, maybe they're planning a pizza party. Maybe they're planning catering. Maybe they're planning to rape a bunch of children. It's very strange, right? It's kind of hard to tell. And then with Podesta is even weird because Podesta was like a fucking weird ass motherfucker who, I don't know if you remember, he had all this like artwork of like, there's some famous artist who like draws all these like children in abuse situations.
Wasn't it Patrick Nagel? No.
I don't remember their name. Um, and Podesta apparently had like a bunch of this art, and people were like, "What the fuck is like going on here? Like this is not good." Okay, when this guy has all these weird references and he's got all these weird fucking art pieces that look like, pedo shit. Like, what the fuck is going on here? So,
Yeah. Super
and then
uncomfortable.
yeah, and none of that stuff was ever really investigated either. It was all just kind of swept under the rug and ignored. And then now in the Epstein files, obviously there's a lot of weird references to pizza and hot dogs and other things. So it makes it look like he was also engaged in the very same thing or using the very same code words.
Maybe.
And then the most horrifying thing I saw in the Epstein files was actually fucking just completely horrifying was there was all these poems that were written in code, and they kind of like the letters were kind of jumbled up to some capacity, and the FBI had decoded all of them, and this is supposedly one of the Epstein victims, and there was like a bunch of these poems, and they basically describe not only being raped by Epstein several times, but they describe being given forced abortions and also possibly having their children taken and disappeared from them for some nefarious purpose. And I was like, this is like fucking insane. And the fact that if that shit is true, I mean, and there's a lot of these poems, so it'd be fucking crazy if it wasn't. Someone really crazy dedicated to this, like that the FBI would just not, try to get to the bottom of this after reading those accounts or this.
What is the origin of the poems? It's the same author or different people writing poems?
It's one person who wrote a bunch of these poems.
So, and this person may have gotten, well, they probably did get raped by Epstein.
Well, in the poems there's multiple poems that talk about different things. And so some of them talk about being raped.
Yeah.
Some talk about forced abortions. Some of them talk about their children being disappeared once they're born, which suggest, I don't know if this is true, but people are suggesting like that because the person was also suggesting that she heard Epstein and Ghislaine talk about her like her appearance and her looks and her genetics in like a very obsessive way.
Oh my God.
There were
sold
other
their kids.
Right. And there were other emails that came out, I think, where there was like weird comments from Epstein and other people about like genetics and stuff. And so there was the horrifying fear that maybe they were basically like aborting the males and then selling the girls to be sex trafficked or to be sex slaves essentially since birth. Right. So they're like looking for like attractive girls or something insane like that. So
my God.
Totally batshit crazy, fucking just the most despicably, wickedly evil thing, if true. And I have zero confidence in Kash Patel or the FBI to do jack shit about it. So
the anti-ICE people, they should be protesting this.
They should be.
This is fucking horrific.
Well, if that story becomes more, I haven't seen that story reported widely yet. And so I don't know if it will be because it's definitely there. So I don't know if the victim or the woman who wrote the poems has been identified. Like her name's all blacked out on the stuff. So I don't know if anyone has any clue of who that is.
So she wrote a poem in code so that the poem would escape Epstein's clutches. I mean, why is she?
Well, I mean, it's not.
Why doesn't she write a note? Help
anyone
me,
could
they
anyone
aborted
could
my
decode
baby.
it. It's not like a difficult code.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you write like one line and then another line, you just shift the letters, right? So it's not like super complicated to decode. Like maybe if you glance at it, you wouldn't be like, what is this? Just looks like a bunch of letters, right?
And she sent this poem to the New York Times.
I don't know. It's just in the Epstein files. She didn't send it to. I don't think she sent it to the to anybody.
She sent it to the tip line.
So,
yeah, I'm just curious where the origin of this poem comes from and why. like these accusations, writing them in poem is, I mean, that's a little odd, right?
It is very odd. Yeah, of course.
Usually there's like an affidavit or signed confession. No, I'm doing a poetry book.
I don't know because I'm looking at them. Yeah, like the PDF that has them, it doesn't say there's like no context around them. So I don't know if there's somewhere else in the Epstein files that has any context to these poems or not. So
Still very crazy.
yes.
What if someone
And it,
comes forward and they're like, I am Jeffrey Epstein's sold into slavery daughter?
I mean, that would definitely be at par with what this crazy poems are saying. So
Wow.
they also made some kind of allegation towards Trump in one of the poems. There are multiple poems. One of the poems, well, it wasn't towards Trump. It was basically just something saying that, like, see if I can find it. I don't remember. It was something that basically said, like, it's happening in Mar-a-Lago's backyard or something, too.
Uh-oh.
So,
But wasn't Jeffrey Epstein from Mar-a-Lago? They both lived in Mar-a-Lago, I think.
Mar-a-Lago's the name of the club. That's not the area.
Oh, Mar-a-Lago is not a city, huh? Oh, okay.
No, it was in Key West, or I'm sorry, Miami, no, West Palm
Yeah,
Beach.
that's
why
right.
that's why
They
the police
both
are
lived
involved.
in
Yeah.
West Palm Beach, yeah.
Yeah.
But Mar-a-Lago was specifically Donald Trump's pad.
Mm-hmm.
If a house is interesting enough, it gets its own name, right?
Yes.
I should
So it
name
said
my house something
the
fancy
Mar-a-Lago,
like Mar-a-Lago.
the Mar-a-Lago poem. So there's a clipping that's like clipped out from a magazine on top of it. And it says clipping, unlike drugs, a child's body can be sold over and over. And then underneath it, written in the kind of code, it says, this is not surprising, but there's no such thing as a child prostitute. They are children and cannot consent. They are missing the biggest in my own backyard and so many more, like Mar-a-Lago, and where I see Mr. Joe and Miss Anne. Whoever those people are. So anyway, very, very dark, horrible shit.
Yeah. God, that is sick when kids are involved.
Yep.
Wow. Nice.
Okay.
You are right about Donald Trump. I mean, stepping in and being the one to expose all of this stuff, that would be, I'd get so much credit.
He'd be heroic. He'd be that. Talk about legacy. Destroyed, the evil deep state cabal.
Yeah. Be one for the record books.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are still talking about Epstein? I mean, that guy's been dead forever.
Right. What is this? Holy hell, is this real? Wait a minute. Because I have seen people very disgustingly have made a bunch of fake files and they're like, we found this in the Epstein files. And it's just like AI. So it's totally fake.
Isn't that? Yeah, where are you getting all these Epstein files from?
A lot of it's just people going through on X and stuff.
They dumped it onto the FBI website or something?
Yeah. People just downloading and going through it. So,
because didn't CoffeeZilla say there was 10 million documents or some other equivalent large number?
Oh yeah, that's another thing too. Yeah, so there's supposed to be another 3 million files, which they said they weren't. They said that this was the last release, and that they have potentially 3 million more files that they're not going to release. So obviously, there's going to be a big push from Congress to fight on that one too.
They're going to say that these are not the good ones. They're like, this. We've released all the good ones. They're the boring ones, the shitty ones. You guys don't want to see these. They're too boring to release.
Right. You're right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Too boring. So
that's the ploy. That's the play that they should make, though.
Mm-hmm. But I'm sure there's going to be even more crazier Epstein emails and shit people haven't found yet. So because they kind of just dumped it all in this giant file. So people are just kind of going through it by hand or just kind of searching for specific key phrases or names or whatever, trying to find things that way. So
We should let ChatGPT loose on it. See
I'm
what it can
sure
find.
someone has done that.
Dump as much stuff of that in there as you can
Yeah.
and be like,
Find the
me
crazy
everything.
shit. Yes.
Find me everything that incriminates Donald Trump, the Trump administration.
Okay.
That's what we want. That's what people
Yes.
want to see.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll be right back. I have to run to the
Okay.
bathroom really
You
quick.
go to the bathroom.
I'll be quick, I promise.
Ed Wood Sr., thanks so much for $10, says, what do you think local, state, and federal government learned from the Floyd and Palestine protest, and what did the protesters learn? I mean, I think the local and state government, I'm hoping that the local and state government did learn better ways to deal with some of the protests. I would only think it would be, honestly, if I had to guess, I think that the red states or red cities probably learned. I don't think the blue ones really figured out much of anything. They didn't really have any political incentive to actually be pressured to figure out how to deal with any of these protests in any sort of good way. I think the protesters learned that basically they can just do whatever the fuck they want. They can just run amok. And most of them will get off scot-free. I think that's what they learned. The Wooster for $10 says, my boy Jeffrey had Alpha Riz on the Steve Bannon interview, heard that they had 12 more hours of unreleased footage, release the Epstein cut now. When Jeffrey starts talking about finance and the 2008 financial crisis, I sit my goy ass down and listen. There you go. So I didn't actually listen to the Steve Bannon interview. I think it was released was like 2 hours or something. I did listen to, I think, 30 minutes of Asman reacting to the Steve Bannon Epstein interview, and it was very interesting because he's listening to the part where Epstein is talking about, I guess, the part that you're talking about, where Epstein's talking about the 2008 financial crash, and it shouldn't really be surprising that Epstein, a billionaire guy, money guy who's really big into banks and investment banking and money markets and all this other shit. Should be really surprising that he's doesn't want to blame the banks whatsoever for the 2008 housing crash. He wants to throw the blame entirely at the government and at Bill Clinton and at, the government, the evil, big, bad government in 2008. They just made all these poor banks, these innocent baby angel Aladdin banks. He just forced them. Bill Clinton, even though that was a long time ago, Bill Clinton and George W. Bush just forced the big innocent baby angel banks to give money to people, to black people and poor people who couldn't afford to pay their mortgages. Oh, how dare the government do this? Which isn't surprising that that's Epstein's take. So Asman is listening to this and he's nodding along and saying, yes, this is all true. It's all based on true. And I was like, okay. And then I click to the next Epstein video that Asman does. And Asman goes on a 20 to 30 minute long explanation about how he believes that after Occupy Wall Street, the deep state or the government or somebody came up with this big conspiracy theory that in order to distract the population from realizing that it was all the rich 1% that was holding them down, they had to distract people from that after Occupy Wall Street. So they came up with wokeness. They came up with wokeness to distract people, to make them care about race and sex issues instead of caring about, the rich elites that are really holding them down. And I'm watching this, and it's so weird because I'm watching this right after I just watched a video of Asman falling for his own, for the own conspiracy that he just laid out. He just unironically watched a video of Epstein doing that very thing, distracting people, saying it's not the 1%, it's not the banks that screwed over anyone. It's all, you have to, don't, keep your eyes away from the rich. They're not the problem. No, it's giving mortgages to poor people and black people. That's the problem. And Asman totally agrees with that. But then 2 seconds later, he's explaining his whole worldview is, well, the the rich elites created that as a conspiracy in order to distract people from going after them. And I'm like sitting here like with whiplash, like how did he not even realize that he just did this whole 180 back to back? So
he contradicted himself in the same video.
it was well, I don't know if it might have been the same stream, but it was a different video. So
okay. It was like days later.
Well, it was probably the next day. If it wasn't the same day, it's probably the next day.
Right.
The Chad Father for $200. Thank you so
Look
much
at
for the incredibly
this.
generous $200.
Wow. And this is a great super chat too.
Yes.
Super based.
The big bad feds had their big pew pews out for that lady in the car, and it hurt my fifis. If someone eludes in a car, a traffic stop turns into a felony stop, at which guns are usually drawn because only dangerous, crazy people flee. Google felony stop. It will help you. Well, there you go. Thank you for the $200.
Look at that. That's coming for you, Sitch. You need to Google felony stop.
I think as I said that. Yeah, if they say to like, if they're trying to get you to pull over and you don't, they could definitely pull the guns on you, maybe, if that's the case.
If you
but as I said,
run from the cops.
As I said, I think you would be foolish, you being anyone, would be foolish after we've witnessed before our eyes DHS blatantly lie to us about both the Renee Good situation and the Pretti situation. We would be foolish to assume their telling of events to be true without actually seeing evidence of it, without actually seeing body cam footage.
But if you evade, if the lights come on and you don't pull over, they need to up their compliance tactics, right? I mean, there's
if the police try to pull you over and you don't get pulled over and you go on a high speed pursuit, chase with them, like, yeah, it's going to make sense that when the police finally stop you, that, they're going to be revved up, obviously.
Yeah. Well, no, they're going to try to give you a little more motivation to follow their orders, to comply.
I don't know if it's that or if it's just more like the thought process is, well, you've already shown that your mental state is to be dangerous and reckless. That was my understanding.
Are you more likely to comply if you have a gun pointed at you?
I know you're
likely?
I know you're
less
like I know you're like single-mindedly focused on this one point.
Well, the only reason is you don't seem to think it's any sort of motivating factor, which is just crazy.
I've literally never said, obviously pointing a gun at someone is a motivating factor.
It is a huge motivating factor, right?
But the idea is the police drawing a gun aren't going to draw a gun simply to just motivate you unless they believe that there's good cause to do it. Usually the good cause is that they're dealing with someone who's very dangerous. Or potentially
the good cause is they're dealing with someone that needs a little more motivation. I think that's where we disagree.
I think you're incorrect. I don't think that's the policy. I think the policy is that if you believe the person is potentially dangerous, you draw your gun. Not, well, I just need to motivate someone into compliance, so I'm going to draw my gun. I don't think that's the policy.
Look, we can disagree. Okay. I completely disagree with you.
We can send a deal. I want to watch that video with Nate, actually. Unfortunately, because we didn't have enough time. Because I was curious as to what their take was going to be, and Nate's take, since he was former law enforcement. So
yeah, we should have asked him while he was on for the compliance tactic.
Yes.
Wasn't Connor a cop? We could ask Connor about.
We can ask Connor too. I'd be curious to ask Connor too.
I mean, I would be willing to bet. I mean, Connor probably understood the compliance tactic of the guy.
Right.
I mean, that's the best reason to become a cop, Sitch, because you get to point your gun at people.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
You get to be like, fucking get on your knees.
Oh, I guess we're glad that Adam was never a cop then.
Yeah, look, I'd be a terrible cop, obviously. Yeah. I have major authority issues as it is, so yeah.
Sad Gary for $5 says, I'm excited for today's lemon party.
Oh yeah, the lemon heads.
It's so cringe that he calls his fans lemon heads.
No, you know why he does.
God.
He's trying to get in the Epstein files. That's like a grooming tactic right there.
Hey, lemon heads, you want to give Lemon some head?
Yeah.
Yeah. It just rolls right off
lemon heads do.
Why do you think I called you guys lemon heads? Okay. Yeah. The Golden Pepper, thanks so much for 29 months being a frugal seeker, says late and lemon. Thank you. The Blunty fly emoji.
We had this. We were setting up for our guests, so Sitch apologizes.
Schnitzel, yeah, listen, we were both actually on time today. Okay. We were fully on time. Adam can attest, I was there 15 minutes before the stream started. Okay. I was ready.
Yeah, he was a good boy because we had guests coming on. Come on.
Yes.
We both. Yeah, Nate and Kurt were great guests. So.
Yep. Comb my hair and everything. Brush my teeth. Put on my little suit.
You said you were in your pajamas.
Shut up. I told you that in confidence. Schnitzel Rada for $5 says, I love to hear Nate and Laid Back Law have a debate with Wick. I think that'd be a very engaging conversation. Also, prayers to Nate. A messy tenant for $5 says, at what point does a journalist become an active participant? Because in Gaza, journalists can pick up rifles and fight Don Lemon for prison, please. Well, obviously, if they're picking up rifles, then yes. I don't think anyone's going to deny that. Batman's Pet Goldfish for $5 says he was not sitting in the back and filming it without interrupting. Interviewing them interrupts the service, and interruption was the protesters' goal. I think you're correct, but I don't think that's enough because basically the argument would just be like, well, they've all been interrupted already. The service isn't continuing. So is me interviewing them further preventing them? It's like if Don Lemon wasn't doing that interview, would they have been able to continue service? And the answer was no, because they had, it was already over because all the protesters. So I agree, but I don't think that's going to necessarily hold up in court. Peter Keys for 2 New Zealand says he's arguing their talking points, not documenting. That is true. Detective Stable SUV provider says, what if he helped them get their car out of the snow to get there? Look at you. You reading ahead, okay? Spoiling the surprise. And McGore for 2 hours says, ask if helping unstuck the car is participating. Look, there you go, too. You guys, you knew where we were going. I thought it would be interesting. I thought it'd be funny to just surprise them, to just show them. Because as I said, it's weird to me. I feel like I'm the only person that sat there and watched the fucking stream because I never have ever heard anyone bring that up except for me.
You were getting Nate. I could see Nate was kind of like, oh, shit. He really is helping.
Yes, because I saw that and I thought, wow, this is crazy. I don't think
does he push? Does he push?
I can't believe I don't think the fucking Trump Justice Department even watched the stream because they didn't put it in their fucking indictment. So bizarre. Ginger Miss Prime for $5 Aussie bucks says, according to Wick, this is great for Don because he gets a chance to clear his name in a courthouse. I'm pretty sure Wick is consistent on this. You know what? That's a great fucking question.
We should ask him.
We have to ask
Wick.
Ask him. Oh my God, that's a great fucking question. Wick, are you happy about Don Lemon being charged?
No, you should just tweet at him. Isn't this great? Don has the opportunity to clear his good name now.
There you go.
He should be so happy.
It's a great question.
He should be ecstatic.
I'll go through his timeline because I'm assuming there's probably no way he'd not mentioned something about Don Lemon too. So we'll see.
I just realized this video from Kyle Kalensky is about the Fulton County ballots. Fulton County ballot seizure.
Yes.
Which I am curious what his take on it is.
You can play if you want.
Do you have a take?
No. I don't know enough about it to have a take on it.
I mean, I was aghast that they had so many ballot images that they didn't possess that they were supposed to possess.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wasn't it the it's like the receipts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're supposed to keep those records.
Right.
Probably for like 20 years or something.
Huge news dropped yesterday. Oh, I forgot that we're using this as a mic. I was holding it down here. It's our first time actually trying it. So, huge news dropped yesterday that Trump decided to raid what's the name of the county again? I'm blanking on it. Fulton County, Georgia. Basically their ballots from the last election.
From 2020.
And Isn't this the exact place where he was like, find me 11,000 votes? It was Georgia.
Yeah, it was Georgia. This is the place, too, where there was all these conspiracies about, like, ballots in suitcases brought in the middle of the night. And Rudy Giuliani was found liable for defamation of some of the ladies that were, like, election workers there. And, yeah, this is Fulton County. This is Atlanta, Georgia. So it's the biggest, most populous county in Georgia, where Democrats get the vast majority of their votes.
Yeah, Giuliani literally lost a defamation case because he smeared women.
All this is completely irrelevant to what actually happened with the FBI seizure.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I got some disturbing updates on this story. So, after the FBI raid, there's this guy by the name of Ed Martin, who's a top Department of Justice official and an absolute fucking clown. Like, this guy is total crazyville. And he posted a picture with Sidney Powell. For those of you who don't know Sidney Powell, that was the chief psychotic conspiracy theorist about the 2020 election, where she actually argued, they said that Hugo Chavez stole the election.
Look, if they found out that they triple scanned ballots in Fulton County, if they find hard evidence of that and that's actually uncovered, oh my God. So many of these people that they've called crazy are going to be completely vindicated. Not that that's going to happen, but I mean,
unlikely.
Yeah. Supposedly this case has been going on forever.
For Joe Biden, even though Hugo Chavez is dead, and they had all of these cockamamie theories. Like this, she's one of the reasons why Trump got obsessed with these theories, why he ended up losing 60 court cases, why there was an audit narrative.
Look how serious Crystal is.
It's a very serious conversation.
Yeah, but she's looking at Kyle like he's crazy. She's like,
hey, he's a little crazy. Okay.
Arizona, because they were convinced that that would mean Biden would win if we did a recount, and then it turned out actually Biden won by more votes than what we thought he originally won by. And so the fact that this guy is posting this means the DOJ is working with this insane conspiracy theorist, and like she's part of this whole thing.
Yeah.
So that's absolutely crazy. We also have that, I don't know if you guys have seen that picture of Tulsi Gabbard.
Crazy.
She's the director of national intelligence, who, by the way, is arguably the biggest fraud in the regime.
Okay, well, this is completely useless. They're not saying anything about what actually happened.
See why I was like, I didn't really want to watch this?
They're just character assassinating everybody involved. I think I saw some relatively unbiased reporting on it, and it seemed interesting. I mean, there was discrepancies that they were looking into. So, but I think they wanted to look at a bunch of ballot images. They wanted to go into the ballot images. I mean, with AI now, they could probably do all kinds of crazy things, right? Find all kinds of shit. But a bunch of the ballot images didn't exist. I think it was a lot. So that's a little hiccup, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Leaving Dev's wall specifically for $2 says, why so concerned with evidence? Just vibe, bros. True.
Of course.
Messy
Gotta
tenant
see which
for
way the pew-pews are aimed.
Messy tenant for $5 says, uncivil. The video of the crime was recorded by Don Lemon and reported by Don. He basically snitched on himself. The entire video is in the timestamp. Well, no, but the question was he if he was chanting along, where's the timestamp of that? So it's a very specific claim. Thank you so much, Proteron, for the 20 New Zealand dollars. Says, is it better or worse that Dick Cheney isn't in the Epstein files? Very, I'm a villain, not a monster.
Oh, wow.
Also, Adam, what's the take on gold and silver drop? S-class may be best class, but A-team reigns supreme.
People are saying that it's over the new nomination of the new Fed chair because they think he is a inflation hawk and obviously gold is a hedge against inflation. So in a low inflation environment, they're thinking gold is not going to be worth as much. And gold has had an insane run up. I think it's close to $5,000 an ounce. And I think it had about a 10% pullback on Friday. What I really remember is the 30% pullback in silver. Isn't that crazy, Sitch?
That is pretty crazy.
Silver loses 30% of its value.
Wow.
Elon Musk was really complaining about the silver price because obviously they probably use a lot of it in manufacturing, and that's what he does. So
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Fulton County admits to verifying. Oh, I'm looking for the number of missing ballots. So, but that's my take on the gold and silver. Since
that's the same take. Yeah.
You're not buying gold.
I mean, unfortunately, I did buy a bunch of gold right at the height, so not great.
Did
for
you
me.
really?
No,
you're
I did
kidding.
not. I just fucking...
What do you think of every single conservative influencer selling birch gold in there?
They've been doing that for like 5 years.
What is that all about?
I don't know. They've always been doing that.
Yeah.
So
gold, the economy's going to crash. You need your gold.
I mean, it makes sense. People that are more likely to consume conservative content would be more likely to believe probably in some sort of catastrophic economic failure, brought about by the government, right? Like that just that tracks.
Fulton County admits to verifying $315,000 votes in 2020 without poll workers' signatures. I mean, who cares, right? Poll workers got lazy.
Yeah. But no, Adam, that means that the election was stolen. Donald Trump was correct.
I'm looking for some like smoking gun. I do.
That is a smoking gun. You just don't understand.
Sitch, play this out, okay?
Okay, I'll play it out.
They find the real smoking gun, okay? And they discover that Donald Trump actually won the 2020 election.
Wow.
Look, you're not really thinking.
Listen. I can imagine if I didn't have breakfast, Adam. Okay, I'm thinking. I'm imagining the lack of breakfast right now.
Okay. I mean, what is the fallout from something like that going to be? That's like an insane level of like,
when you say,
holy shit.
When you say they find out, like, is it they find it out in such a way that everyone agrees? Or
It's
is it
undeniable.
Just like,
yeah. It's undeniable.
Wow.
That we had, not only was President Biden completely incompetent or degraded through his health problems through most of his term, but he didn't actually win the election that everyone said was the most secure election in human history.
That would be amazing for Trump because it'd be
huge.
It'd be like a massive vindication for Trump.
Well, not just Trump though. What is the fallout from?
Well, obviously, all the people involved are going to go to jail, right? And then the media is going to look like a fucking bunch of retards because they were all saying that it didn't happen.
I mean, they said obviously Biden was sharp as a tack and all that stuff.
Right.
So
but this
they're
would
already
be
in the midst of that.
I know, but this would be like extra double, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that'd be the fallout. What's the fallout when they try to investigate this for the next 4 years and they don't find any evidence or smoking gun or anything?
I mean, not really anything, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You just
Nothing.
you look at, sometimes you investigate and you don't your investigation doesn't go anywhere, right?
Okay. Yeah, but I mean like all the people that believe it to their dying breath will never change their mind anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Even if they find incontrovertible evidence that Donald Trump won the election and President Biden served surreptitiously, you're still going to have Kyle Kalinske go to his YouTube channel and say it's all a hoax.
That's why I asked you in the hypothetical. I thought you said it was undeniable. So I'm assuming you meant
there's plenty of people that deny undeniable evidence. That happens every day.
That's fair. Yes.
And Kyle Kalinske is probably one of them. Yeah.
There's a lot of grifting.
You don't think Kyle Kalinski's going to be denying that undeniable evidence? Come
I think he would.
on.
He
Fuck
probably
yeah, he would.
Yeah.
The only people who are not going to be denied is you and me and our audience.
Yep.
Everyone's going to be denied. Well, no. Obviously, all the Trump supporters are going to be like, we told you all along. It's COVID all over again. Holy shit. We tried to tell you.
Yep.
We tried to tell you, idiots. You didn't need incontrovertible evidence. You just need to listen to us. We trusted our guts and got it right.
Better to be lucky, right?
And you had to wait for the evidence. Dums.
The Rooster for $5 says, you guys should watch the Bannon episode interview. It's 2 hours of unadulterated kino. I generally understand why he was so effective as a socialite. Yeah, everyone says he was super charming and persuasive, so that makes sense. That Darn Kid, thanks so much, That Darn Kid, for being a member for 34 months, Adam. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you. Says, good morning, boys. K, thanks, bye. Look at that. Well, good night.
Yeah.
So I get this morning on her side of the world. Lord Stug for 2 hours says, maybe a small black hole swallowed Don's crimes.
Oh my God.
That's
what's
the Malaysian flight reference. Look at that. Remember that?
Was it?
Yes.
I thought that was like a Lemonhead reference, but
no. Because remember, there was some theory. Was it Don Lemon? There's some theory that they were floating around like, well, maybe we can't find the Malaysian flight because like a tiny
small black
hole opened up and
sucked it in.
the plane.
I do remember that. That was one of my favorite theories.
Yes. I think I don't know if it was Don Lemon, but oh no, yeah, it was. CNN's Don Lemon asked if a black hole could have swallowed the missing plane. There you go.
Oh, you're right. It was
there you go.
It was dumbass Don Lemon.
Well, to be fair, he says, I know it's preposterous. Oh no, he says, I know it's preposterous, but is it preposterous? Okay.
Then why are you asking?
Yeah.
So it was 17,690 ballot images. But there's a fact check on Reuters on the claim. So maybe it's an inaccurate claim. I think it did come from Kash Patel, so that might mean it's completely inaccurate.
Excuse me.
What if it was hijacking or terrorism or mechanical failure or pilot error? But what if it was something fully that we don't really understand? A lot of people have been asking about that, about black holes and on and on and on and all of these conspiracy theories. Let's look at this. Noah says, what else can you think about? Black hole, Bermuda Triangle. And then Deji says, just like the movie Lost. And then, of course,
why are you just fucking reading Twitter comments on CNN like, well, here's a random Twitter user said it's a black hole, like the movie, like the TV show Lost. Like, why are you reading this to a panel of people on fucking cable news?
This is what CNN has become, Sitch.
This is what they lost when they fired Don Lemon. They lost this Kino level of television. All right.
Yeah.
they're also referencing the Twilight Zone, which has a very similar plot. That's what people are saying. I know it's preposterous, but is it preposterous, you think, Mary?
Well, it is. A black hole is about, a small black hole would suck in our entire universe, so we know it's not that. Bermuda Triangle is often...
Okay, wait, what?
That is preposterous.
What is he talking about?
A small black hole will suck in our entire universe. How are there black holes in the universe?
I don't know.
That's true.
Listen, maybe she meant like the planet or something. I don't know.
Weather, and Lost is a TV show, so
Right.
I think I always like things for which there's data, history, crunch the numbers. So for me, those aren't there, but I think it's wonderful that the whole world is trying to help with their theories, and I absolutely love the theories.
But no, well, what is that? Be like, no, that was fucking retarded, and that person should be embarrassed for even suggesting it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Val Van Gogh, fire that one. Ministry of Dinosaurs, thank you so much for the 25 PLNs. says, does Don warning protesters about a slippery patch of ice count as aiding? I think it should. I mean, if they're saying holding a door is aiding, I would think. I mean, it's interesting. I'm glad they said that about holding the door because I would think that, giving that car a little shove and then directing them, trying to explain to them how to get out of the snow, to me, that should be more so than holding the door open. So
You were lawyering so good there.
I know.
He's directing them.
I know.
The defendant, Don Lemon, was directing the protest.
He was explaining to them how to get out of the snow.
Mm-hmm.
Trolling Duckies for 29 months. Thanks so much. Says Don Lemon should either get 10 to life or have to make a documentary on his fall to left-wing violence and the radical left pipeline. Wow. A team greater than S class. Terrible, terrible.
No, that's great.
Jason Mulgreen for $5 says, would Don Lemon have been liable if the two leaders started shooting congregants? I don't think so. I don't think so. Unless
that was part of the plan, right?
If he knew, then yeah, maybe. If he knew. Or if he helped the guy out of the snow, and then that guy is the one that shoots him, maybe. But otherwise, I don't think he would be. Leaving Dev's wall specifically, we'll look at this. He's moving out.
How is Jason number one? The Chad Father drops a $200 super chat, and he's not number one in the chat. It's interesting. How's this work? They must have changed the algorithm or something.
You get points just for normal chats too. So, leaving Dev's wall specifically for $2 says, I made a Tom Collins to keep with the lemon theme. I never had a Tom Collins. Have you ever had a Tom Collins?
A Tom Collins?
Yeah.
Sounds gay. No.
Oh, okay.
What is it?
It's a mixed drink.
Yeah.
I don't know what's in it. I guess it's got lemon in it. Tom Collins is a refreshing highball cocktail made with gin, lemon juice, simple syrup, and club soda.
Sounds terrible.
What is simple syrup? What does that even mean?
I don't know. Is it sweet?
I guess.
I used to drink a lot of gin. I think the night the cop pulled the gun on me, I was drinking gin.
Mm-hmm.
Gin and tonic.
That doesn't sound bad. Gin with lemon juice and some kind of sweet syrup and club soda. That doesn't sound bad.
I think I got drunk on gin and tonic too many times, and now I never want to see another.
I think gin and tonic is disgusting. I think tonic water is the most disgusting thing on the planet. I don't know how anyone drinks it at any capacity with anything. So,
right.
I would blame it on the tonic and not the gin. But okay. I'm next time I'm out, I'm gonna try a Tom Collins. Okay. I'm excited now.
There was never really any alcohol that I enjoyed. So I was just all about drinking to get drunk.
Really?
Yeah,
I like beer. I think beer's tasty.
So, Jen will get you drunk fast.
I think margaritas are tasty.
Yeah, I mean, they're okay.
I was at this. Where was I?
Can you get drunk on margaritas?
Of course you can. What do you mean? It's got tequila in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
I'm skeptical.
Okay.
I'm skeptical by nature.
Yes.
Unless it has to do with the 2020 election.
There's this.
Well, I guess then I'm super skeptical.
There's this speakeasy, bar. Little speakeasy, little secret bars.
I know what a speakeasy is.
Okay.
Come on, I lived in New Orleans.
Right, that's true. There's this speakeasy.
Been all over to the speakeasies
that I went to with Sam once in Chicago, called 3 Dots and a Dash.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a drink called 3 Dots and a Dash. And it was the best drink I've ever had. It was so amazing.
What was it?
You
don't even know.
It says it's
the best drink ever.
Fancy stuff. Aged I don't even know what this word is. Martinique? The fuck even is this? Aged Martinique, rum agricole, aged Guyana, rum, lime, orange, falernum, and allspice. was really fucking amazing. And they gave it in this like crazy glass that had a bunch of skulls in it. So look cool too. All the drinks at this place were like really over the top looking. But it was like the best mixed drink I've ever had. Fucking delicious. So if you're ever in Chicago, go to Three Dots and a Dash and get the Three Dots and a Dash. Check it out.
I'm trying to remember this bar we used to go to in New Orleans that was like somebody's house just converted into a bar. They had virtually no zoning in New Orleans, so you could have like a bar in like the neighborhood bar was literally someone who just converted their house into a bar. Yeah. Could not be on a busy street or anything.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Look at that. So in the chat. William in the chat says, I was there recently. It's good if expensive. Yeah, it is expensive, but it is good.
3 dots and a dash.
And if you do want to go, if you're going to be in Chicago, try to get a reservation because that's the only way to get a table. Otherwise, there's like this giant pit in the middle of the room that you have to like stand in with your drink. So. Okay.
Now there's the internet. All these bars you probably have a website, huh?
They do. Yeah.
But bars don't last forever, right? I mean, obviously. Hold on a second here.
What?
We used to always go to this place called the R Bar in New Orleans. But it looks, there's like a picture. And that's it. Yeah, that's the R Bar right there. But it looks like they've completely developed it. Like now it used to just be like a little neighborhood bar.
Mm.
But now it's like swank. Don't you hate that? Fucking gentrification.
I don't. I love it.
What? Oh my God. You sell
I fucking love it. I don't like those dives. Okay. I like things that look nice and clean.
Oh man.
I love gentrification. I think I want more gentrification.
It's got to have like at least 3 bums passed out in front in order for it to be a good dive bar.
Right.
I like to kick a homeless person before I walk in.
Oh my God.
No, I'm kidding.
You maniac.
I'm kidding. They turned this shit into an inn. Oh my God. It's like a Airbnb bullshit.
Hmm.
Well, I know where we're staying in New Orleans.
Leaving Deswell specifically for $2 says thoughts on Giancarlo Esposito's remarks. So I haven't heard them, so I brought them up into the wash together so we can see.
I thought for a second maybe like Nate or Uncivil Law had the wrong tab and they were like, oh yeah.
Watching Netflix.
What if they
Breaking
did
Bad
that?
star I don't know if I'm saying his name right. Giancarlo Esposito says it's time for a revolution. Says some people would die, but the rest of us would survive. What the fuck?
I know, this is crazy. This is so crazy.
This is Gus from Breaking Bad.
Yeah. It's award season.
Some very rich old white men are exerting their power to suppress our own people, thus creating a feeling of civil war in the streets, preparing the haters to hate, teaching them how to shoot. They're not even trained right, to kill. This is all a preparation for
Plenty of legal immigrants want people deported, are in favor of mass deportation. So it's not just a white people thing. And also like the Democratic Party used to say Black America is our constituency. And these immigrants are competing for low wage jobs that disproportionately affects Black people. So it's not just fucking rich white men to point the finger at.
So, and also I believe the 2 agents that were involved in shooting
Black?
Alex Pretti have been named.
Yeah.
And they're both Hispanic.
Okay. Yeah.
So guess not just evil white men, huh?
I hate this fucking narrative. It's so brain dead.
It is. And racist.
So many Hollywood celebrities are just not that bright. Yeah. Well, and it used to be the Hollywood writers were very bright. So they'd put bright words into these dumb people's mouths and you'd think, oh my God, this guy's a genius, right? I love that movie. But now all the writers are idiots too. So it's like, it's just concentrated idiocy.
Yep.
A very insidious problem that's happening in our world, and for me, I have to speak out that we will not be iced out. This is not going to happen. They can't take us all down. If the whole world showed up on Putin's doorstep or on the Iranians' doorstep or in Washington, it would they'll kill 550 million, however, but the rest of us would.
Gonna kill 50 million. Hold on.
Some of you may die, but a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
It's a range though between 500 people and 50 million.
Right. I mean, it's a pretty big range.
There's only what is there, like 330 million Americans? I mean, 50
he said the
million.
World. He said the world, Adam.
Okay, so he's going to the billion number, huh?
Right. Out of a few billion, that's not a lot, right?
Look, if the world shows up in Washington D.C., that's a lot of illegals. They need to kill 50 million of them just to, like, what the fuck? That's an invasion.
Survive with a new. This is time for a revolution. It's time for it, and they don't even know that's what they're starting.
Oh my God, this is insane. You know who's going to get strung up when the revolution comes? Rich people. Rich, famous people. They're going to be the first ones. That's what they did in the French Revolution, man. When the guillotines come out, I mean, you don't want to have a famous face when the guillotines come out. I can't believe this guy is saying this.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
But we have to be strong enough to know that we can change the world. We have to change it from within. So if I'm spiritually ready and right, and I'm ready to understand other people and to agree to disagree with them and say, okay, let's find the solution together, then that starts to change things. Not by deporting immigrants, not by killing brown and even white people.
Is this guy up for any awards? Now I'm wondering. Because it is award season. Award season is fiercely political, so this could just be him campaigning. All of the Academy Awards are decided by all of the Screen Actors Guild members in Los Angeles, so it's all of the wokest fucking people in the United States decide these things. So you got to speak their language. This is why any gay movie is gonna like clean up at the Academy Awards. I dug into the Sean
I realized
Penn.
I had muted myself.
Were you talking? I thought you might have snuck off.
I did. No.
So I dug in.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. What do you want to say?
I was gonna say the AI says he was nominated last year, but not this year.
Oh, so he's not up for any award.
Yeah.
I dug into the Sean Penn thing because it came up that he's dating this woman that might be a trans woman. I don't know. Like, I don't want to throw her under the bus if it's an actual woman because obviously that's not right. I don't want to Bridget McCrone her. But it looks like Sean Penn is dating a trans woman. And so I looked into the Sean Penn situation. Sean Penn is up for an Academy. I didn't look into whether she's trans or not.
He's up for One Battle After Another.
Sean Penn is up for an Academy Award, but Sean Penn has won 2 Academy Awards in the past. So the digging that I did was I found out that there are only 6 actors in history that have won 3 Academy Awards. So it's a very elite club. There's hundreds of actors that have won 2 Academy Awards. All right. There's only one actor, and I never heard of the actor. There's somebody who like lived and died in early Hollywood that won 4 Academy Awards. Okay, no one's won 5. So Sean Penn, if he wins this Academy Award, will join the likes of Meryl Streep and Jack Nicholson, just this very, very elite club in Hollywood, right? Well, unfortunately, Sean Penn is a white male.
Right. He's got to
and
be
he's up
dating a
against
trans.
he's up against Benicio del Toro. I think this will be Benicio del Toro's first Academy Award. So I mean,
He had such a tiny role in that movie.
that's nothing to sneeze at, right? Your first Academy Award. But look, Sean Penn, this is high stakes for Sean Penn, right? I mean, arguably, Sean Penn is only doing movies that he'll be nominated for an Academy Award because he wants to join the elite club, right? He wants to be right there next to Jack Nicholson in the Hall of Fame.
How do you feel if you're an actor and you finally get your Academy Award, but it's for some like bullshit role? Are you like happy or you're like fuck?
I don't think
got it for
I
a
don't
shit
think
role.
it matters. I don't think it matters. He wants to be in the 3 Oscar club.
No, I meant for Benicio del Toro.
Oh, he wouldn't care. As soon as you get an Academy Award, your rate goes up dramatically. That's all
Oh, okay.
negotiated. So
Right.
just being nominated for Academy Award, your rate goes up as an actor. Yeah.
So
And
actually,
it is fiercely political too. They all run basically.
So the
They all
AI was
campaign.
incorrect. He is up for 1 award this year. Okay, you ready for this?
Mhm.
This is Gus from Breaking Bad is up for an NAACP Image Award.
See, look, I fucking nailed it. I totally nailed it. This
You
is
did.
all campaigning. This
You
is
did.
all campaigning.
You called
He's
it.
like, I got to get my face in the press so that all the actors know I'm fucking down with Palestine.
For the NAACP awards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's campaigning for.
That's
his
why he
award.
said white man too. Got to throw it
Yeah.
all in there. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
He's like,
That's
I'm the
so
perfect
funny.
I'm the
Holy
perfect
shit.
brother for this. Nominate me.
That's terrible.
It is terrible. Oh God, I hate what Hollywood has become.
On the street, it's crossing over now, and believe me, this is gonna really spark the nature of so many people who are gonna show up and say no more. I'm mad as hell, and
I mean, is this guy? Look at the outfit he's wearing too. Doesn't he look like the most like hoity-toity guy who's like walking into some sort of like bougie boutique to buy like a fancy scarf or something?
You wear that outfit in Watts and see what happens.
Yeah, like this guy who looks like he's wearing an outfit that costs like $20,000 or something, and he's like, "Oh yes, people should take to the streets and fight, and some of them will die, but you know what's the cost? Of, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs."
Yeah.
I'm not gonna take it anymore.
Okay. This is a memeology video, so thank you, memeology.
Well, this is I had postulated on our other live stream that Sean Penn was campaigning for that 3rd Academy Award by dating a trans woman. So I think that might actually be happening. So awards season might be interesting. Oscar. We'll be looking on Oscar night to see who Sean Penn shows up with. How big the bulge is in the dress.
How big the bulge? How big the package is?
Oh my God.
I mean, they look like a trans woman. I also agree. That's probably a trans
Right,
person.
yeah.
Yes.
Benicio's gonna take it. Oh God. The look in his eye, it's gonna be so painful.
What is
Sean Penn's gonna be like, I've been fucking a trans woman for 2 years to get this Academy Award.
He's gonna be so mad.
I let her fuck me.
How amazing would that be? It's like he doesn't win it, and then he just immediately breaks up with her.
Oh my! If that happens, we have incontrovertible evidence.
Yes.
that I was correct,
Mm-hmm.
and he was just doing it to win the award.
A long game, right? Because they've been dating for like 2 years. So
Look, he took that movie. Leonardo took that. All the stars took that movie thinking I'm going to get nominated for an Academy Award. This is my Academy Award movie. Yeah. They should give it to the Native American bounty hunter.
David Puff says she's not trans, she's just Russian. I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe that.
Yeah. Like I said, maybe she really is a woman, but he dated her because she looks so much like a trans woman that he's like, it's the best of both worlds.
Uh-huh.
Everyone thinks I'm dating a trans woman and I can win the
That's
Oscar.
true.
But
That's true.
she is in fact a real woman.
Maybe. That would be the Tendy chess move.
Yeah. He could say he could do his acceptance speech and say, and I want to thank my beautiful girlfriend who is really a woman. Suckers!
Joe Fox says, instead of Sean Penn, we should call him Sean Peen. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. How come Perfidia Beverly Hills didn't get nominated for
David
anything?
Puff, how do you know so much about her? David Puff says she's a model and speaks 6 different languages.
Oh.
Are you a fan? Are you related to her? How do you know about this? How do you know about this person? How are they a model? They look like a trans woman. That's crazy.
Some people like that, Sitch.
Okay. How tall are they?
He's a foot taller than Sean Penn.
5'9"? Is Sean Penn really like short?
God, he's
like a
got to
tiny
be
guy?
short. That's not that tall.
Okay, so this is saying that he's 5'8". She looked like she was towering over him, right?
They all fucking
So
lie.
one of them, either he's lying about being 5'8" or she's lying about being 5'9".
I saw Ron Perlman and he's like a foot shorter than me. I looked him up online and it said he was 6 feet tall. I'm not fucking 6 feet tall.
Right.
I'm like, what? No. Fucking liars.
Because you Googled it? I don't know. You look at those pictures. You tell me that's not a trans woman.
No, we've talked about it so much.
We did
I feel obligated to bring the pictures up again so people can weigh in.
You just bring up, listen, there's only one picture you got to bring up. Okay. We have to bring up the most unflattering picture possible. Here we go. This is the picture. Okay.
Well, I have both the pictures you sent me already. Which one? And look, she's way taller than him. What are you talking about? She's more than at least 6 inches taller.
Looks like Sean Penn is dating a young Native American boy, is what that picture looks like. Okay.
Which one did you send? I guess I'm going to have to go look here. Okay.
They
I'll
call
bring
me
that
Pale,
one
who runs with young boy.
My God, you're so bad. Okay. He's mentoring people at the YMCA. That's what this picture looks like. Oh no, wait, that's his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Okay. Pull out your phones. Everyone, phones out of the pocket.
Take your phone. Look at this picture. You gotta weigh in here, okay?
Yeah, we need to know. Leave a comment.
Yeah.
Just say, hell yeah, she's a trans woman. Or, no way, Sean's going to lose the Oscar. Tell us. Got to weigh in.
Yeah. Let me know.
I mean, I feel like I know that guy. I think he was in my Spanish class.
Oh, really? You should contact him, ask him what it's like to date Sean Penn.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
And he's only an inch taller than Sean Penn?
Supposedly.
Okay. Yeah. We'll see what happens. When is the Academy Awards? That's not the same day as next week is the Super Bowl, right? So we're gonna be
I think it's the
streaming
week
during...
after the Super Bowl, isn't it?
Wow. We're gonna be streaming during the Super Bowl and streaming during the Academy
Maybe
Awards.
someone else will get punched.
That can't that's like a once in a lifetime thing.
That can't happen twice.
That.
Okay. No, Academy Awards is in March. That was February 15th. March 15th.
The Ides of March.
There you go.
You know what the Ides of March are?
I don't know. Isn't that
You
like the isn't that like
what?
the
I thought you were sophisticated. Holy
no.
shit. You don't even know what the Ides of March are.
No. Some kind of like Shakespeare play or something. I don't know what you're talking
That's
about.
it. Look, that's a good guess. It is from a Shakespeare play.
Oh, okay.
And it's the Ides of March is the 15th of March, so
Nice.
Oscar, yeah, no. I can't believe Centers is like cleaning up. So obvious what's going on here.
Mm.
Sad.
Ovid for $10 says it seems to me that by instructing people not to share information, that seems a far enough step for me in facilitating the protest that he intends to cover. For him to cover, it must happen.
Yep.
Yeah,
Guilty.
maybe. Caleb for $2 says stop weaponizing the DOJ.
Good idea.
Recycled Soldier for $5 says, could they get him for not leaving the property when asked? That's technically trespassing. No. Yeah, they could get him for trespassing. Yeah.
But that's not a big deal.
It's a state or a local level offense. So
they want a felony. They want to be able to say Don Lemon is a felon. So when Don Lemon says Donald Trump has 32 felonies, he's a 32-time felon. They want to be able to say, so Don, are you a felon too? Of course you are. So you need to shut the fuck up.
The Oceanist for $2 says that Pretti shooters have been ID'd. Yes, that's true. Caleb for $5 says, if ICE is attempting to break into a house after refusing to provide a warrant, does the homeowner have a right to self-defense if they enter the home? I think it would be like a really contentious thing.
We should have asked the attorneys about probable cause.
I
the
think
argument
they
that
would.
we had.
I think they would. Because I think like if a police officer like breaks into your home without a warrant, I think you can shoot them. I don't know. Don't quote me on that, but I think so. Yeah, I think that's the case. There was a video, I don't know if you saw, it was like a woman screaming because they went onto her property without
They went in the
a
wrong
warrant.
place.
No, they went to her property without a warrant. So
Without a warrant?
yeah, without a warrant.
Hmm.
Or that I don't know, maybe they had an administrative warrant, but that doesn't count. So no, they can sue. Well, I think it'd be a situation like if you know they're police, I think this would be the way it would play out. If you know they're police or you know they're law enforcement, and they're just like, we're coming in. I don't know if you could just be like, you're not allowed in, and if you come in, I'll shoot you. Like, I don't know if you could say that. But I think if it's like one of those situations where they're coming in and you don't know like who they are, and you just like fire or something because you're afraid, maybe then you'd be acceptable. Like, because you just hear someone breaking, like if you just like hear someone breaking your house and you fire and shoot them and kill them, and it turns out it's police and they don't have a warrant, I think you're okay. That'd be my guess. But yes, I would not test this legal theory.
In California, if someone breaks in your home to steal all your shit and you shoot and kill them, they'll throw you in jail for murder. So
wow,
don't do it.
Don't do it in California.
Yeah.
Lethal Train for $5 says a video shows the officers making them and Pretti move from one side of the road to the other. Was that the video that we watched? A detective Stabler for $5 says the dude that tried to break Luigi, it's Mama Gioni out from Minneapolis too. Something in the water there. Yeah, I didn't realize this. Minneapolis, I think that area, that's like where like the American Communist Party started too. So a long history of like crazy leftist shit.
Areas sometimes get concentrated by people because they're so insufferable to live around that everyone is like, I'm leaving. And you just get concentrated evil there.
But also people hear about like, oh, if this is the place to go, kind of like, Portland and stuff.
Yeah. Hollywood, right? If you're into movie making, you move to Hollywood.
Well, at least that was around like a profession, right?
If you're into politics, you move to where? Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
If you're an oil man, you move to Houston.
Right.
If you're a commie, you move to Wisconsin or Minnesota.
The boyfriend of Breonna Taylor wasn't charged for shooting at the police officers that broke into their apartment. Yeah, exactly. Though, I mean, he didn't hit anyone, right? So I think weren't they going to try to charge him for her death originally? I think so. Mad Mulligan for $5 says, why isn't, quote, the left enforcing good protest behavior versus criminal protest behavior? MLK and Henry David Thoreau didn't teach uncivil disobedience. Very, very true. It's because right now the politics of the situation is like everyone is all, oh, if you follow the rules or like a good person, then you're gay and cucked. So you have to be like a shit flinging, disruptive piece of shit. That's basically the way that everyone looks at politics right now, unfortunately.
And you want to get internet head pats. So,
yes.
Especially like Kyle Kalinske coming out and saying, look, I'm dispensing internet head pats if you go out and act like an insane person.
Right.
Just completely sends the wrong message.
Tobin Russell for $5 says, force of arms stops our enemies as it has been for all of history. Words without abilities is but wind. 18 reigns supreme.
True.
Words without ability is but wind. Just like sands in the hourglass, these are the days of our lives. Sound and fury signify nothing.
Without law enforcement, there is no law. It's very true. A lot of people don't believe that. They're like, look, everyone's just going to be nice. No.
That's not true. Without law enforcement, there is law, Adam. It's called law of the jungle.
Mike makes right. Watch out, you're going to trigger everyone.
Leaving Des Waltz for $5 says the volume of information released is insane. I'm honestly waiting at least a month until people have time to go through them and form a complete view. That is true. That is true. Caleb for $5 says, regarding the Epstein files, quote, we've investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, not a good place to be.
The Oceanist for $5 says, if there is anything really bad on Trump in the files, why didn't Biden release it? Like this could have been a massive October surprise. I would think it's one of two things. Either A, as the whole thing was just buried and no one wanted to dig it up, or B, there's just a fear that if there was something that they like, because if Biden released something, like if they released something, they would have to release everything. They couldn't just release a little drip of it, right? Because I'm like, whoa, like, well, hold on a second. You know, you need to release the whole thing. Where did this information come from? How'd you get this information? So, though I also think there's a good chance that maybe there isn't anything necessarily that they have that indicates some bad wrongdoing of Trump, but Trump knows he's done a bunch of fucked up shit with Epstein, so he doesn't exactly know what they know, right? He doesn't exactly know what's in the files. Because otherwise his behavior literally, I think everyone has to, I think everyone does know this on some deep level. Donald Trump's behavior makes no fucking sense regarding Epstein unless he's afraid that he's implicated in it. His behavior makes zero sense otherwise. He's not a person who as I said, this would be such an amazing win for him to come out here, to be the guy who like cracked the Epstein stuff. That the idea that he's gonna like call it fake news, destroy his credibility, potentially destroy his legacy, all this just to like protect some, I don't know, protect a friend or some random person in there. That doesn't make any sense.
He can't just come out and ask, well, how much am I in there?
Right.
What's the damage, right?
Yeah. So,
I mean, I wonder, and if there's thousands and thousands of pages of documents, he's not going to go through all that. Oh my God. Can you imagine?
He can't even read anything. Right?
Holy fucking, yeah, look, he's got ADD. He can't.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I do think he's probably got Pam Bondi and Kash Patel going through them page by page. And that's why they got their positions. Their job is to keep Donald Trump clean. Yep. Don't you think? I mean, that seems
to be the case.
That seems realistic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it is what it is. Look, let's find out more about this FBI investigation. What do you think?
Okay, let's do it.
On to this, as Brooke mentioned, the FBI director, he's now leading the federal investigation into the fatal shooting of Alex Pretti. It's actually, I should note, HSI, and FBI is in charge of the physical evidence, which they have custody of. We spoke with FBI Director Kash Patel about this and a whole lot more.
Kash Patel, I like that guy. We're going to get some good information out of this. I guarantee Sitch, he'll say something in here that's gonna make you smile. I guarantee.
Okay. Decline in homicides, and get this, mass shootings and school shootings across the country. Now, the controversy about the Biden's FBI Arctic Frost, that's in there too, and a trophy that this team awarded themselves. Plus, the new probe into the election offices in Georgia that were searched this week. We taped this interview earlier in the week. Take a look. Let's bring in FBI Director Kash Patel, who joins me now. Director Patel, I want to start with...
Does he always look terrified?
Because he's got a lazy eye.
He always looks scared shitless. Like, oh my God, people are gonna find out. I just did a line of cocaine.
No. It's because he has a lazy eye, and so to try to hide it, he opens his eyes really big.
Oh, you think he's doing that deliberately?
Yes. To try to detract from the lazy eye.
He's like, I gotta focus. Both eyes straight ahead.
Yes. Okay, anyway. Can I keep reading the super chats? You really care what Cash
no.
has to say about this nonsense?
Well, a little bit, but go ahead. Super chat.
Tobin Russell, thanks so much for $20. Says the words are but wind. Bit was in relation to people saying, how is America going to stop China from murdering Taiwan? Oh, okay. The world's largest navy. That's how we have the stick, which is the only reason they haven't tried. Well, they're going to, I think they are going to try anyway, but yes, I get what you're saying. Caleb for $5 says ICE has violated 96 court orders in 76 separate cases in January alone. Many federal agencies haven't violated this many orders in their existence. Wow. There's also a story, I don't know if you saw it, about, it was pretty bad, where ICE brought they had someone that was illegal that had overstayed their visa, and they brought them to the hospital, and they had like severe brain like injury, skull injury, like their skull was fractured or something, like pretty severely. And the ICE agents, one of them told the doctor like, oh, he like got his shit rocked or something. Like that was the explanation.
What?
And then but then they said like, oh, well, the explanation they gave was, well, he was handcuffed and tried to escape, and he ran into a wall, and that's how he got injured. And all the doctors, at least that are being interviewed in the article, they're like, these injuries are like not possible to get from like a person themselves running into a wall. And then so they think that the guy was abused or something. And I believe that
did the guy speak English? They just talk to the guy?
He was really not very
cooperative.
They seem like he was suffering from like brain damage or something.
Oh my God!
So I don't know how much he could say himself. They said like at first he was like okay, like responsive when he came in, but then like after a while it started kind of
he became unresponsive, and they had
so
911 him away.
And then they said it was even crazier because then he said that he like kind of like disappeared like at some point. So they don't know like how he even got released. So the whole thing is bizarre. So
they're like, get rid of the guy we brain damaged.
Right.
I mean, that's probably a good move on their part, right?
There you go. Yeah, gotta hide the evidence.
Get rid of the evidence, especially when it can walk away or run away.
Yes.
Run away.
Renoro Zorro's here for $5. Says, is there any possibility the officer was pushing everyone because he felt surrounded? I would say no, because he's in like a giant open street. He's not really surrounded by anyone. He also walked over to them because remember that he leaves his car for some reason and walks across the street to them. So he's going after them. So I would say no, that wouldn't make any sense. Leaving Dev's wall specifically for $5 says, also, if any of you hear sounds coming from your walls, please refrain from calling an exterminator or a priest. I'll be gone in 2 weeks. Thanks. Good to keep in mind.
Yeah. Don't
Caleb
kill
for
Dev's walls.
Caleb for another $5 says, as a lib who hates ICE, Holman is the most competent in charge. He prioritizes targeting criminals where Miller is ordering broad patrols. And Caleb for another $5 says, UAE royalty secretly purchased 49% in Trump's World Liberty Financial weeks before his inauguration. funneling hundreds of millions of dollars to him and his family. Yeah, I do think the amount of financial fraud, it seems like, or corruption, I guess not fraud, corruption that the Trump administration or that Donald Trump appears to be engaged in this already, like a year, seems pretty astronomical. It's kind of funny. Even Ann Coulter admitted that. She's like, Donald Trump may be the most corrupt president in my lifetime, but he's doing the policies I want, so that's okay. I was like, well, yeah, at least she's honest about it, right?
I think a lot of people will feel that same way. So
I think so too. Yeah, I think so too.
if you really want those policies and they're good policies,
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably pretty difficult to think, oh, yeah, I'll just go with the Democrats who want all the policies I fucking despise and think will destroy the country.
He's kind of, I mean, this is, we talked about before, Donald Trump has a very high appetite for risk because so much of the conversation was, the Democrats going after Trump, after his first term. I mean, if he's doing all this like fucky wucky financial shit, that's all like, is this illegal? I mean, what do you think's gonna happen in his second term? After his second term's over?
It's tough to say because I think so much of the legal threat was they were worried about him retaking power, right? Now he can't retake power, so maybe he becomes a non-threat.
I don't think so. I think they're going to be vindictive if a Democrat
He
wins.
seems to be vindictive, so
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think they'll be vindictive. I think they're going to. I think in 2028, if a Democrat wins, they're going to investigate basically everything that happened in the Trump administration, and if they find things, they're going to go after him. That'd be my guess.
it's going to be like a payback.
Because all his kids are all involved in it too. So,
but will whoever wins the presidency be vindictive? Because does Adam Schiff really have the power to do anything?
I guess it. I mean, it does depend on. It could depend on who wins, specifically wins, and then also who wins. Like who's the Senate majority leader, who's the House majority leader. Like all that stuff does matter.
Yeah, how much
what their
damage
personality
can they really
types
do?
are. Yeah,
I
Right.
think the Letitia Jameses of the world are going to disappear because there's no political gain to be had by
Well,
going.
I think it will depend too as we get closer to 2028. Is Trump going to go after more people? I mean, remember there was a whole he was supposed to go after Schiff and Biden and everyone. And I don't know. It kind of got swept away, went under the rug. So I
Yeah,
don't know
how
what
did
happened with that
Shifty
stuff.
Schiff get away?
So yeah, so we'll see what happens. The whole Comey shit too. So we'll see. Well, it's definitely very risky. Trap Sonic for 15 Canadian says if a churchgoer was within earshot of Don saying protests are about disrupting, I think that could be intimidation. Also, why the fuck has protests become about being insufferable? How about informing?
Well, they believe it's to draw attention. So they think the insufferable part is what gets the reporters there.
Jeff in the chat says, I just pulled my phone out from my pocket to see Sean Penn's girlfriend. I think the picture isn't updating. I just see the guy from the Indian in the cover.
Yeah, look, that's the picture.
That's pretty good. Schneider Alexander for $5 says, how long until Kyle does a video in the bubble bath with candles? Yeah, exactly.
He should do that.
He should, yeah. Sketch XR for $5 says, it's not stealing, it's borrowing without permission. Bill Eugene Krabs O'Reilly, 2026. Yeah, exactly. Harrison Dill for $5 says, in Florida, DeSantis made it legal to drive over protesters. Really? That's awesome. I mean, that's terrible. Why would he do such a thing?
You should do that. You should go drive over some protests.
I should, really.
But no one ever protests in Florida, so.
That's not true. There's a lot of blue
There's
areas
nothing
in Florida.
to protest. What? No way. They don't.
Leaving
protest
Des
anything.
Walsbilly for $5 says, at Lord Stug, you ever notice how Kyle Kalinske is trying to look like Timu Eminem? I did notice that, yes. To which Lord Stug replied for $10. in song, but I'm not going to sing it. You better lose yourself in the protests. The migrants, we love them. We better never let them go. You only get one kick. Do not miss the tail light. No, those deportations, we have to stop them. Yo. Very impressive.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Orca for 29 months being frugal seeker. Thanks so much. Says, would you rather lose a debate to Hassan or Pearl? Next EFAB collab when the Boys 5 comes out soon. That's an Avengers level threat. A-Team reigns supreme. I am so far back on the Boys.
Oh yeah, me too. I watched half of season 1.
I've watched. I stopped watching after season 1. I never watched season 2. So it'd be
I never
so much.
made it to the end of season 1.
Okay. I just barely made it. Yeah, it'd be so much to catch up on. So
it is.
I don't
know. Oh man, they lose me so easy when they drift off topic or do some kind of side quest. I do not have the stomach for a lot of just superfluous stuff in storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird that way. A lot of people do have a super high tolerance.
It depends. I mean, for me, if it's good, if it's interesting in its own way, I can tolerate it. But hey, look, there's Dev in the chat.
It's not though.
Dev says the Boys gets progressively worse. First few seasons are good though. I thought the first season was it was okay, but not enough for me to keep watching.
I thought Dev was going to come on, but I guess he just chickened out. So
wow, look at that. Oh, but to answer the original question,
there was a question.
I would prefer, if I had to choose, would you prefer to lose a debate to Hassan or Pearl? I would prefer to lose it to Hassan between those two choices. Because I think everyone agrees Pearl is people say Hassan is dumb.
An unmitigated disaster.
But Pearl is the next level of retarded. Yeah. Hassan has a bunch of talking points that he rattles off that he's memorized, right? So
well, and he has a large audience of people who think that he's like a genius. I don't know that Pearl
Nobody
even
thinks
has.
Pearl's smart.
Yeah. There might be
Dev in the chat says,
people.
Adam, what the fuck? In caps.
What do you mean? What did I say?
You call him a coward.
I did not. What? Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say that.
What'd you say?
I said he was frightened.
Oh,
look.
Excuse me. Excuse me. What a difference.
I didn't call him a coward. How dare you?
Okay.
Look, the truth is he's probably just busy.
Right.
So we did talk about your insane takes on Twitter. And what were we debating? Whether or not Dev was trolling people or not? Whether or not Dev honestly believed those takes?
Oh, yes.
Donald Trump.
Was a troll. Yeah.
So I guess Dev could just answer. Dev, are you just trolling people, or do you really think Donald Trump
did all those things that
the 14-year-old after she bit his dong?
Yeah. My takes are all based, is what he says. Okay.
Yeah, but what we're asking is what they're based on. We think they're based on.
Yeah, what are they based on exactly? Yeah. Yes. Based on what exactly? Yeah.
Seems like it's based on just your imagination.
Yes.
Your very creative imagination. Yeah.
Metalworks for 46 months. Thanks so much. Says, I watched Iron Lung in theaters last night, and while I admit my bias as a fan of Markiplier, I thought it was a solid 4 out of 5 for his first film.
Oh, really? Markiplier did a film.
Yeah, he did some movie. Yeah.
Sweet. Was he acting in it or directing it, or he wrote it, or?
I mean, he's in it. I don't know.
Okay.
If he wrote it.
Cool.
Oh, look, see, I was correct. Dev in the chat says, I actually don't know the truth of the Epstein files and Trump, but the memes are fire. See, I fucking told you.
You were right.
I called it.
Look at that. Look at that. Okay. So he was just trolling people.
See? I fucking knew it. I nailed that shit.
We should have put a poll up because I think
we
a lot of
should
people
have. I know.
I think a lot of people think Dev is really just like he believes this shit.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay. Arnaldo is here for $5. Says, I hope the Candace Owens lawsuits are televised. That would be amazing. Yes.
God, I would love to cover that, huh?
Right.
What if she goes in there and totally wins the jury over them? We have to watch as she's like rolling her eyes at the jury and they're nodding along. Oh yeah, Candace. Yeah, these people are crazy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying that you have to care about your soul, okay? And these people are drinking demon blood. That's all I'm saying. And they're probably Jewish too.
Oh my God. Did she really say shit like that? This woman's
She said
insane.
well, I'm paraphrasing. She has said all those things in a way.
But not in so many words.
A libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, I don't know how you can watch that and think she's in on it. If you think that, honestly seek help ASAP. Candace is an evil man, like really sick. Yeah, exactly. It's true.
Yeah.
Leaving Deswell specific for $5 says, watching Sitch and Adam send out spiritual energy that makes the world better. By watching the stream, you're saving the world and the anime one. That is true. That's true, guys. You don't actually need to improve your lives with free will or do anything. Just by watching the stream gives you a spiritual level up bonus that'll help you in the next isekai life. Okay.
I hope that you guys are actually doing something productive while you're listening to the stream, like, you know, cleaning your garage or fixing up an old car or commuting to work or at work, actually making money. So,
hey, Joe,
that's what I think. Yeah, exactly.
Driving a million miles to your job in DC.
So shout out to all the working stiffs out there who are actually multitasking, right? So,
did you
of
see?
course, this is the part that's saving the world, listening to us with the spiritual energy and all that bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. They thought it might. I don't think it did. They thought it might snow in parts of Florida this weekend. That's how cold it got.
Really? Holy shit!
It didn't snow where I was, so I don't know if it did somewhere else. But
I was painting at the studio yesterday and it was 80 degrees. And I was like, oh my God, it's fucking January.
80 degrees. What the fuck? How does weather work? Does the cold all just have to go one place? Like it doesn't get spread out. There's 80 degrees. Jesus.
We've been there and it's just been on and off again. I've been there and it's been freezing. I'm like, oh my God, I need a jacket.
Though I guess that makes sense because I do know last year around this time it was pretty cold. It wasn't this cold. It was pretty cold. This year was like freezing. But then 2 years ago around this time period, it was like hot as fuck because I remember I was outside at some parade with Sam and it was like we were like dying of like heat exhaustion. So
yeah,
it's all over.
It's a global climate change, right?
Must be it. Death by Sloth for 46 months. Thanks so much. Look at that. 46 months. Real Seeker says, I just finished, quote, Reflections in a Dead Diamond. Watch it. It's a crazy, surreal, stylish homage to Bond. Second favorite 2025 film after Myth of Man.
He really wants us to watch Myth of Man. We have to watch Myth of Man. And Death by Sloth is one of our best commenters in our comment section. So
okay. I haven't heard of either. So I'll check it out. I'm interested.
We should definitely check it out. It looks interesting. I've seen the preview up for it. And it looks like something I would enjoy. So
says it's on YouTube for $4.
Okay.
Check it out. That's Myth of Man. So
I'm always looking for something to watch, and I always think, what is that movie Death by Sloth keeps trying to get me to watch? And I'm like, was it Django Unchained? I'll just watch Django.
You're terrible.
I know I am terrible. Look, I'm going to make a note right here. I'm going to copy Myth of Man.
Mm-hmm.
Open a little text file here. I'm going to remember this fucking movie.
Look at this. I'm complaining about it being 34 degrees. Shinto is like, it was below zero in Chicago.
That is some crazy shit.
And Kairos is like, it was negative 45 here in December. Jesus. Terrible.
I know. Look, I've seen all the flight cancellations and all the icy roads and stuff on the news, and I feel bad for people.
I can't stand the cold. I don't think I could live anywhere where it gets cold.
I lived in New York. I lived consecutive years in New York, but I always moved back to California during the summertime or during the winter time because it got so bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's just brutal. I can't stand cold like that, like the real freezing shit where you touch a doorknob and you're like, ah,
Yeah.
it's painful. So, but I've seen it. I've seen how people have to live through that shit.
The Mongolian Leprechaun for 38 months. Thank you so much. Says, hey, Sitch Adam, I have fantastic news. I finally found a date. And she's a very cute Asian woman around my age. I can't believe it's actually happening this Friday. I'll let you guys know how it went. Well, nice. Look at that.
Super.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Super
Awesome.
stoked for you.
Very, very good.
Hope it works out.
All right, everybody. Throw your hands up in the air. We're all going to send our free will magical spirit energy at the Mongolian Leprechaun. Surfer Man from Saturn, we're going to say, universe, please, 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 please let this be the one. This will be the one for him. They will have a wonderful,
that special lady,
an amazing relationship that will be filling the future with love, laughter, and happiness and success.
Yeah.
All right. Put the spirit energy out there, guys.
Soulmates for life.
PC for $5 says, obviously, Pam couldn't find the blackmail because there were too many files. Can you imagine 3 million files on her desk? Even? That's true, Adam. She had 3 million files on her desk.
Probably broke. Jesus.
Did, yeah, exactly.
I never
remember when she said she had all the files on her desk? I have all the files on my desk. I looked through them. They're crazy.
Office is like just filled with files. She opens the door and they like fall on her. We put them on your desk. What do you want?
Miss Bondi, you asked for the Epstein files. We place them on your office. Oh, thank you. She opens the door. Just like avalanche just gets buried. Pam Bondi died today when she opened the door to her office. Was crushed to death by binders of Epstein files.
Yes.
Epstein claimed another woman victim. Damn you, Epstein.
Right. Pam Bondi didn't kill herself.
Yeah, exactly. She was murdered by the FBI.
She was murdered by the Epstein files.
Leaving Dev's Wall for $2 says, Richard Stallman stonks going up. I don't know who that is. Who's Richard Stallman?
I don't know.
Programmer? Let's see. I read that one. Hayden Big Dill. Thanks so much for 42 months of Discipline Equals Freedom. Thank you so much. The answer to the universe says time flies fast when you're having fun. That is true.
True. Very true.
Vanessa. Hey, Vanessa. Thanks so much for being 25 months of Discipline Equals Freedom. Says, I DM'd you both Elon's tweet addressing Epstein's invite to the party. Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes. I read that.
Nice. How did I miss that? Oh, look. I see it there.
Doberman in the chat said, a couple of my friends said One Battle After Another was the best movie they've seen in years. I think they might be retarded. I think I might agree. Leaving Dev's Wall specifically for GR says tin foil stonks printing right now. True. Landendorf for 21 months. Thanks so much, Landendorf. Says it's ironic that even though Trump is trying desperately to cover up the files, we wouldn't be seeing them in the first place had he not been elected. That is ironic and true. Yes. It's a good point. If Kamala won, everyone would just shrug and say, I guess we'll never see the Epstein files. Leaving Dev's Wall specifically for $5 says, just so there's a record, I hard disavow the sweeping Dev has done for statements claiming justification for violent civil war and insurrection. Wow. Is that why you're leaving Dev's walls? Look at that. Look at that, Dev. Look at that, Dev. The person who's been stalking you
scared off
is leaving your walls. Okay?
Your criminal stalker.
I know. How low must you go to lose even your stalker? All right.
I know.
Come on. What a blow.
When you lose the love of a stalker, you've really fucked up. It's over for you.
It's over. Kyle Petty, thanks so much for the $10. Says, I thought there was some sort of duty to report law where if you know a crime is about to be committed and don't report to authorities, then you are considered a kind of like an accomplice. I think it depends. I don't know if there's a federal law like that. I think it depends on each state. There are some states or cities that have like good Samaritan laws and stuff. I don't know if there's one that applies to the whole country. Look at this. Dev in the chat says, it's time to 1776 again, my boys. You're Canadian, Dev, okay? You don't get to say that. You don't get to say those words. Get those words out of your filthy Canadian mouth. How dare you? Go
Yeah,
back to
you got a
doing your
1776 for the first time before you can do it again. Jesus.
right. Don't you guys have like a day of boxing or something to celebrate? Don't you have a day where you pretty please asked England to be free or something?
Unboxing
What day
day.
is that? When was the
I thought
pretty please can we be free day from the Brits? When did that happen?
wasn't Boxing Day about isn't that like a Christmas thing where you just
Look at this.
open
You
your
know how embarrassing this is? Look how embarrassing this is, okay? It says Canada did not achieve full sovereignty until 1982.
what?
1982.
Wow.
How embarrassing. Okay.
Do they have sovereignty now though? I mean,
They do. Look at this. Dev says, listen, I'm fine to be the 51st state. I would love to send 2 Democrat senators to the Senate. Well, look at that. He wants to join America. I
yeah, but
mean,
because he wants to rig the vote for the Democrats.
what's the population of Canada? Would it all be one state, or would each province would each province be a state?
Who knows?
Canada's 41 million. That's how much is California?
Doing way too much research on Canada.
I'm just curious.
Dude, it's
Oh my God. If Canada became one state, it would be the most populous state. It'd be more than California. It'd steal California's top slot.
California is the most populous state. Wow.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
It's
I
like
guess I
It's
should.
the top 4 is always California, New York, Texas, and Florida.
Oh, good to know.
The Oceanist for $2 says, "Is that what No meant by manufacturing consent?" Exactly. He wanted to be part of the manufacturing process.
Oh my God.
Yes,
That book has whole new meaning now.
it does. Yeah.
That's
Muggy, thanks so
that's
much for
sad.
joining the Free Will Seeker. Muggy. Bob Van Gogh for $5 says, on Joe Rogan, Peter Thiel implied that the quote involvement with Epstein was the price of admission to join an inner circle. I don't believe it. I mean, I kind of believe it, but I don't believe that he wouldn't willingly do it at the same time. Leaving does also for $2 says, poll who has a worse porn folder, Epstein or Vosh?
Ooh.
I'm
That's a
going to say
good one.
Epstein because I think Epstein's porn folder probably has actual CP in it, where Voss just has digital cartoon CP.
CP.
So, not as bad. Metalworks for $2 says FNAF was not originally for kids, Sitch. Come on. Oh? Okay, if you say so. All I know is it got popular because children were watching Markiplier play it. So leaving, which is nothing wrong with that. I'm not criticizing anyone for liking FNAF. Okay. I mean, if you watch FNAF food porn, maybe I do have some criticism for that, but leaving Dev's wall specifically for $5 says, I remember looking at the Pizzagate evidence and dismissing it at the time because I thought nobody could use a code that's stupid. Yeah, I think I kind of felt the same way too. And now I don't feel that way anymore. Now I feel a lot more like, yeah, there probably was some crazy fucking creepy pedo shit going on. Let's see.
Probably.
Red Doe. Jason Mulgreen for $5 says, could Don be doing, quote, promotional work in furtherance of the activism? Yeah, I think he could be. I think it's just the fact that he has such a pre-existing show and audience and everything like that, I think kind of would be a strong argument against that being the case. It's more like he's doing promotional work for himself as opposed to the activism. Joe the Meg for 46 months. Hey, Joe, what's up? Says, quote, I'm free to agree with all the illegals, but disagree with all the milquetoast conservatives wanting basic immigration law enforcement. Hollywood. Yes. Harrison Dill for $5 says, if Donald Trump doesn't have a third term, he will move to Russia. Oh, how do you feel about that, Adam? So that's a prediction.
I mean, Donald Trump definitely deserves a third term, right? All the bullshit they put him through.
Uh-huh. You think he's gonna move to Russia if he doesn't get his third term?
No, of course not. He's going to be, first of all, everyone is jockeying to be the next Donald Trump. So he's definitely going to have an influential role in the Republican Party. So he's sticking around. He's definitely
Well, it
staying
depends.
here.
If his term ends, the Republicans really happy with him, yeah. But if they'll hate him, right? If he's diddling children or destroying the economy,
come on, be real.
Okay.
You think
Zero
he's
Fox,
gonna
thanks so much.
destroy the economy?
Maybe. Zero Fox for 41 months, thanks so much. Says it is Black History Month and nobody thought to wear their kente cloth. The shame. You're right. We totally forgot, Adam. It's Black History Month. Oh my God.
I mean, I'm watching Django Unchained with my dad, so
Okay. Well, there you go.
that's
Way
how
to
we're celebrating Black History Month.
Dr. Dealer for $2 says, I find it personally insulting. The idea that you have to fall apart and be depressed for a year when someone dies around you. Throwing yourself in the work is a common grief response. Exactly.
True. Yeah, true.
Exactly.
Very true.
Sells temp for $6 says, Adam, no, police don't generally point their guns at someone. Just get, remember that again. I was kind of blanking. Adam, no, police don't generally point their guns at someone just to get them to do something. They're only going to do that if there's a threat. Why do you think getting to someone to maybe panic helps with compliance?
Where is that?
It's a Streamlab.
Oh. I only saw one Streamlab from Dr. Diddler.
Well,
but...
another one just came in.
Oh, it did? Okay. Well, I just look, you're free to disagree, but I would look into it. I would maybe Google it, maybe look at just look on the internet, look for a little more information on it. Don't just say, oh, okay, my gut tells me that's incorrect, and I'll just leave it at that. I think you should do a little more checking into it.
But I like listening to my gut, Adam.
Well, look,
so fuck you.
I as someone who enjoys listening to his
what the
from
fuck?
time to time, there's nothing wrong with intuition. Is a good place to start your understanding of some topic, but you really should look at evidence and see if you're correct or not. Kayla, or is it Kale? Kale's temp. Are you in law enforcement? Do you have any family members in law enforcement? Do you have a friend in law enforcement? You know, you can go on ride-alongs if you're in a city.
They said their dad is a cop in DC.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
It doesn't say that. What are you talking about?
In the chat. In the normal chat.
Oh, in the normal chat. Okay. Their dad is a cop in DC?
Or so they claim.
Yeah. Okay, well, look, if your dad's a cop in DC, I mean, he's probably a bad cop. I hate to.
Wow, how dare you?
No, I don't know. Maybe you're. Yeah, no. Talk to your dad about it.
Yes. Yeah, ask your dad. I'm curious. I think I'm right. So.
Look, and one cop might be against pulling their weapon out for compliance, and another cop might be, oh yeah, that's a great tactic. I use it all the time. So,
well, the question isn't do they do it. The question is is that the standard? That the policy? Is that the standard? Is that the thought process?
It's not. It's not wrong. It's not. Don't do this policy.
Okay.
So here, let's go back. Read the Chad Father super chat again. It's $200.
I already read that one.
I feel like we should read it more than once.
No.
Oh, the big bad heads had their big poo-poos out.
Pew-pews, Adam.
The big pew. Oh, yeah.
Pew-pews.
Poo-poos are different.
Not poo-poos, pew-pews.
The big pew-pews out.
Right. All right.
But a lady in the car and I hurt my fifis.
There you go.
That's such a priceless super chat. Thank you so much. Look.
Thank you. The chat.
I don't look. I literally had a gun pulled on me as a compliance tactic. It didn't work because I'm like,
you're a renegade.
I'm insane, but
right.
Look, well, at least 20-year-old Adam was insane. I'm far more sane now. Now I would be like, oh, thank you, officer, for pulling us over. What can I help you with?
Right.
Is there any way I could get out of this ticket?
Mm-hmm. Anyways,
I feel bad because look, I wasn't driving and I wasn't getting the ticket. So, and I
you're just
didn't
causing
get,
problems.
I didn't get the ticket. Yeah. Yeah. My friend got
Yes,
the
Adam
ticket.
was drunk in that story. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, he didn't hear the story?
Well, someone said, "Were you drunk?"
Oh, yeah. I thought the super chatter didn't hear the story.
No.
So that's it. Look, I just got my AI cats going.
I know.
I got the cat from Starbucks who's very upset. Throws her coffee on a customer. I guess the tip was very small.
That was a very small tip. Well, yeah, but listen, with no tax on tips, I mean, can't you tip less and it's like the same now?
Are you going to mention anything about that? That no
We'll
tax on
see.
tips
So
things?
I did talk to the guy who does my taxes, and he seemed like he thought that maybe we could take the super chats and Streamlabs off our taxes.
Sitch pointed to an area on the web where they talk about it. I'm assuming it's on the
I went to the IRS website.
Yeah.
And I found
where they
they're
describe
talking about it. Yeah.
Yeah. What is a tip? And it does sound like super chats apply. And they even mention podcasters and
yes,
content
they specifically
creators.
do.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
They specifically mention internet content creators. So so I send all that stuff to him and he's going to try to do it. So if if that all goes through, I don't get fined by the IRS or something, then I will don the MAGA hat as I promised to do.
The Make America Great Again hat.
Yes. Now, if the federal government says no, you were lied to, then I think
but
there
look,
needs to be a
that's
penalty.
not how it's going to work. It's
No?
going to go through. Nothing's going to happen. You're going to get, because you can claim whatever you want.
I know you can, but then they can hit you with it, right?
But you can't. I mean, they can audit you in the next 7 years. We can't wait 7 years for you to wear the MAGA hat.
Yeah, but if you have a guy,
like, oh my God, I could get audited still.
Right. Yeah, but don't you have like, if you have like a CPA and they do your taxes and then they like, it's not my fault, right?
No, it is your fault. That's what you sign over. You're like,
it's the CPA's fault.
No.
No?
They sign as your tax preparer, but you're ultimately held responsible. That's why you have to sign the taxes. You don't read the thing that you sign?
I don't read it, no. You read things you sign?
You should read that.
Okay.
That's a legal document, of course.
Well, how about this? So maybe I'll put the hat on.
This is no click thing.
I guess does that mean I don't have to ever put the hat on because I won't really know?
No, that means you have to put the hat on now because obviously it's going to go through. Like it's already been conclusive. Your CPA is doing the taxes right now.
Mm-hmm.
You're not paying taxes on any of these. Well, Google's taxing the fucking shit out of us on them. So
right.
It's a good thing our measly little portion that Google gives us isn't taxed.
Well, I think it'd be like, I mean, usually what would happen would be we just have to pay back the back taxes. I don't think I'd be penalized because I've never had a problem before.
No, you get penalized for not. Yeah,
I shouldn't get penalized. I should sue
you
them.
You get charged interest for
I'll sue
not
them.
Paying your taxes.
I'll sue them. I refuse to pay a penalty on that. It says on the website who the fuck else are they talking about? If it says internet creators and it doesn't count super chats, what the fuck does it count? What does that even mean then?
It could mean like Patreon.
Why would it include Patreon but not super chats?
Yeah, no,
doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make sense at all.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who made it on the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonists. And thank you so much, Nate and Kurt, for coming on. It was great talking to you. Hopefully you'll come on again. Got more interesting legal conversations. And those of you who
don't be a big chicken.
Dev, come on and argue with us about something or other, maybe during the week. And those of you that play Pokemon Go, remember that it was the Vulpix Ninetales community day, so make sure you evolve your Vulpix if you want the special move. Okay, very important. And we'll see you all next time. Adam, I'm in the group chat.